Okay. Dear colleagues, good morning. Please be seated. I declare the meeting of the Standing Committee open. We are meeting here in Vilnius today, just 1 week after the handover of the presidency of the Committee of Ministers to Lithuania during the annual ministerial conference in Strasbourg. The foreign affairs ministers of the 46 member states met to mark the 75th anniversary of the Council of Europe, defined the organization's future policy directions in line with the Reykjavik Declaration, and reaffirmed their support for Ukraine on the road to justice and reconstruction. They also adopted the first internationally legally binding treaty on artificial intelligence, which will be opened for signature here in Vilnius in September, during a conference of ministers of justice. Our agenda today is rich with our numerous debates and the participation of distinguished guests. We first welcome Mrs. Victoria Čmilytė-Nilsen, Speaker of the Seimas of Lithuania. Dear Speaker, thank you most sincerely for hosting the meeting of the Standing Committee in the Seimas. We are very grateful for your hospitality and for your warm welcome we received yesterday. I would also like to take the opportunity to congratulate the staff of your Parliament for the excellent organization of our meeting. In the Parliamentary Assembly, we look forward to work closely together with the authorities and in particular with the Seimas towards achieving the priorities of the Lithuanian presidency of the Committee of Ministers. Two of the reports on our agenda today relate to the well-being of children. I know that Lithuania celebrated Children's Day on the 17th of May, just a week ago, and I join my voice to yours in stressing that the successful future of society depends on the well-being of children today. As you know, Madam Speaker, a top priority for our Assembly is the overall support for Ukraine. Support for reconstruction, the establishment of a comprehensive accountability mechanism, and the return to Ukraine of children who were unlawfully deported to Russia. However, the essential requirement for the realization of these objectives is to achieve a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace for Ukraine in accordance with international law, which is also a priority of the Lithuanian presidency. Also, the establishment of a democratic society in Belarus is an important priority and an essential condition for peace and stability in the region. Dear Speaker, our Assembly worked closely with Belarusian democratic forces. As you know, at our January part session, we adopted a resolution that enables us to institutionalize and promote the meaningful participation of Belarusian democratic forces in our Assembly. Madam Speaker, we look forward to your intervention. The floor is yours.
Dear Mr. Theodoros Rousopoulos, President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, dear Madam Despina Tsatsivasilou Tsovilis, Secretary General of the Assembly, First Head of State of re-established independent Lithuania, Vytautas Landsbergis, honorable members of the Standing Committee of the Parliamentary Assembly, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania, Gabrielius Landsbergis, Excellencies, Ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you at the Seimas of Lithuania. We gather here today to the meeting of the Standing Committee of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe as Lithuania's presidency of the Council of Europe's Committee of Ministers, which began just a week ago, is now gaining momentum. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the representatives of Liechtenstein here for the work you have done during your presidency. Lithuania is deeply honored to hold this presidency during a momentous year, the 75th anniversary of the Council of Europe. We are committed to ensuring that the Council of Europe fulfills its primary mission to uphold human rights, democracy, and the rule of law across Europe. Yesterday, I shared with you the story of Lithuania, our journey back to Europe, and the significance of our membership in the Council of Europe. This Parliament building stands as a living witness of our history too. It was here that the Act on the Re-establishment of the Independent State of Lithuania was proclaimed on the 11th of March, 1990. Today we are honored to have with us two signatories of that historic act. Professor Vytautas Landsbergis, the first head of state of re-established independent Lithuania, and Emanuelis Zingeris, the chair of the Lithuanian delegation to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. In the early 90s, the people of Lithuania called this building the heart of Lithuania. It was here that thousands of Lithuanians gathered to protect our young democracy on the tragic night of January 13, 1991. Forming a living human shield against those who sought to reverse our course to independence. The Council of Europe officials who came to Vilnius to prepare an urgent debate on the events of that night recall being received in a barricaded parliament behind sandbags, defiantly maintaining our path to independence and Europe. Now let's fast forward 30 years forward 2, 2022. When I visited the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine just 1 month after the start of the Russian full-scale invasion, I witnessed a strikingly similar setting to what we had in the Seimas in 1991, sandbags and democracy serving as the primary defense against brutal aggression. Despite the fighting in the suburbs of Kyiv and the shelling of towns and cities, the Ukrainian parliament, in an extraordinary demonstration of resilience, continued to function and make crucial decisions for the country. Even in the most challenging circumstances, the Ukrainian parliament has ensured the continuity of democracy, demonstrating that unprovoked and brutal aggression rebounds from a shield of democratic governance. I take this opportunity to recognize the Ukrainian delegation at this meeting and salute Ukraine Parliament's resolve. Slava Ukraini! To me, the Verkhovna Rada exemplifies the crucial role of parliaments in emergency situations, such as we are witnessing today across Europe. I emphasize this point to highlight the importance of the parliamentary dimension of the Council of Europe, its standing committee, and all the members of Parliamentary Assembly during this critical time. We, the parliamentarians, have the power to prompt governments into action where they might otherwise be slow to respond. As representatives of parliaments entrusted with upholding justice, equality, and democratic values, it is imperative that we do everything within our powers to address the disturbing trend of reverting the 19th century international politics, where there is no place for justice, the rule of law, or human rights. Yes, we have taken bold and precedented steps in confronting Russia's aggression, but this is not at all the end of the road. It is crucial now to avoid fatigue and remain steadfast. Ukraine urgently needs our help, as they are defending not just themselves, but the very principles of the Council of Europe. The actions of the Council of Europe, other international organizations, and our national parliaments in response to Russian aggression will test our determination to uphold democratic and European values. It is with this in mind that assisting Ukraine is the first priority of our presidency. In many cases, the Council of Europe sets a good example for other international organizations to follow. The importance of the Council of Europe's parliamentary dimension was particularly highlighted when the Parliamentary Assembly set the course of the expulsion of Russian Federation from the Council of Europe. The latest example related to the unanimous vote on April 16th by the Parliamentary Assembly, which passed Resolution 2539 supporting Ukraine's reconstruction efforts, also deserves special mention. It is notable that this resolution advocates for the utilization of seized Russian state assets to aid in Ukraine's reconstruction, a move that reflects a unified stance against aggression. In tackling the repercussions of the devastation inflicted upon Ukraine, Lithuania staunchly advocates for the effective operation of the Register of Damage, as established within the Council of Europe framework. We perceive this as the initial step towards a holistic compensation mechanism for Ukraine and pledge our efforts towards broadening its membership. Russia must be held accountable for every bit of damage brought by its aggression. We must explore other possibilities to counter Russia's aggression. Sanctions remain a critical tool, and the Council of Europe may hold significant sway in this arena. With this in mind, the Lithuanian delegation proposed the establishment of a register to track companies aiding Russian entities in circumventing sanctions. A database of such violations would be an effective tool to address this problem. I would greatly appreciate it if you would seriously consider this proposal during your meetings. Another priority for the Lithuanian presidency has to do with the human dimension. When we debate resolutions and decisions, it is crucial not to lose sight of the profound impact that the Russian invasion has on human lives, especially on those of children. Regrettably, the statistics are alarming. According to official United Nations data, at least 600 children have been killed in attacks since the escalation of the war in 2022. The situation is worsening, with the verified number of children killed in attacks across Ukraine increasing by nearly 40% this year compared to last, as deadly attacks continue. Thousands more have been injured, and the actual numbers are feared to be significantly higher. Moreover, millions of Ukrainian children have been forced to flee their homes, seeking refuge in neighboring countries. This displacement has upended their lives, robbing them of stability and a sense of normalcy. The plight of those children who have been deported to Russia, illegally adopted there, and face forced assimilation further compounds to humanitarian crisis. We must do everything possible to ensure their safe return and hold the perpetrators accountable. The scale of this human tragedy is distressing. As participants in this gathering, let us not forget the profound responsibility we bear in protecting the safety and the future of Ukrainian children. The best and the only lasting way to alleviate this suffering is to push for an immediate Russian withdrawal from the entire Ukrainian territory and to ensure a secure and democratic future for Ukraine through EU and NATO membership. Those who have committed and continue to commit crimes against the children, the nation, and state of Ukraine must be held accountable. Without justice, there cannot be true peace. Therefore, we call upon the Council of Europe and the entire international community to explore options for supporting the establishment of a special international tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. We see the Council of Europe as a beacon of morality and values during this dark chapter of European history. We will strive to have other organizations follow this compass, even addressing issues they might consider difficult or even taboo, such as the return of Crimea to Ukraine and limiting the destructive influence of Russian agents within their executive structures. As I mentioned yesterday during our dinner, we must not forget the Belarusian people and their democratic forces in their fight for a democratic future. Our presidency will prioritize support for Belarusian civil society, independent media in exile, and human rights defenders from other countries oppressed by authoritarian regimes. If we allow the authoritarian regimes in Russia and Belarus to operate with impunity, this bacillus will spread elsewhere in Europe. We are already seeing signs of it. Georgia being an example which draws our attention and worry, as the recent decisions by the government run contrary to the values and principles the Georgian government has committed to and that are at the core of the European aspirations. Honorable members of the Parliamentary Assembly, to conclude, let me reiterate how highly we value the mission of the Council of Europe and that we will do our utmost to implement it. We count on your support. Only by working together and without compromising on our mission can we ensure that the Council of Europe continues to be a beacon of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law in these challenging times. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And dear colleagues, I now have the pleasure to officially welcome Professor Vytautas Landsbergis, the first head of state of the re-establishment independent Lithuania. Professor Landsbergis, your name and your life are inextricably linked to Lithuania's struggle for freedom and independence, and to the efforts of your country to build a prosperous and equitable nation. You presided over the parliamentary session where the restoration of Lithuania's independence was declared, a move for independence that was soon followed by our other former Soviet republics. You were the first head of state and also the Speaker of the Seimas, and later a member of the European Parliament. The Parliamentary Assembly also remembers you as an active and committed member from 1993, from the very moment Lithuania joined the Council of Europe until 1997, and again from 2000 until 2003. This year, the Council of Europe celebrates its 75th anniversary. The statements made on this occasion by various political personalities reaffirmed the role of values and standards of the Council of Europe as the bedrock of European democratic societies, as moral and political benchmarks. Professor Landsbergis, throughout your life, your work and unwavering dedication to the democratic building of your country have made you a living symbol of the values the Council of Europe defends and promotes. It is an honor to have you amongst us today, and I give you the floor. Professor Landsbergis, you have the floor.
Mr. President, and all dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. My honors to local excellencies and colleagues as well. The Standing Committee of the Parliamentary Assembly of the EC is a body representing all representations of democratic Europe. Terrorist states are there rightly ousted. From this body. When congratulating now, I see you, our guests, as a core structure of European democracy. Remembering my own personal work in the Assembly about 20, 30 years ago, I enjoyed the times when parliamentary democracy, after the alleged victory in a Cold War, was becoming more and more important, as well as the political role of the leadership of elected representatives. It should endure. That stance and feeling. No difference makes it the heads of states and governments happy or not. The presidents of parliaments are truly mandated to say, on behalf of the citizens of their states. Similarly, the Joint Standing Committee. The Convent of Presidents of Parliaments should act regularly as an important political body of the unified European democracies. It was, as I still remember, under the auspices of President Gil Robles. I wish all of you to share that conviction after the proper debate in the committee, and a good luck. Democracy of Europe does deserve to be saved. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Landsbergis, for your welcome address, and I want to thank you personally for the meeting we had earlier and exchange views about the future of our European family. Now, dear colleagues, I have the honor to welcome Mr. Gabrielius Landsbergis, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania and President of the Committee of Ministers. Dear Minister, we are very pleased to have you here today for this exchange of views. This will be our first opportunity to discuss priorities, cooperation, and your upcoming agenda under the Lithuanian presidency of the Committee of Ministers. Lithuania joined, as it was said earlier, the Council of Europe in 1993 and remains a valued partner of this organization. Last year, Lithuania commemorated the 105th anniversary of the restoration of the statehood. Minister, your country knows how destructive geopolitical ambitions can be. Lithuania had to fight for its independence, the right to speak its own language, and the ability to build a society according to democratic standards. Today, it helps Ukraine to defend its independence, also under the auspices of the Council of Europe. The future of Ukraine will determine the future of Europe. On this topic, and indeed on the many other challenges facing our member states and at the global level, we count on the continued good cooperation between the Assembly and the Committee of Ministers to make progress during the Lithuanian presidency of the Committee of Ministers. I know that your country takes over the presidency of the Baltic Council of Ministers, and I wish you a lot of success in this role. We look forward to listening to your speech, Mr. Minister. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. President of the Parliamentary Assembly, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Vilnius. A week ago, Lithuania assumed the duties of the presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. The next 6 months is a unique opportunity for my country to demonstrate our solid commitment towards preserving and promoting our common values, such as human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, in pursuit of peace in Europe and beyond. I'm grateful for this opportunity to outline our presidency priorities and exchange views in this forum. Today's geopolitical landscape is completely different than it was when Lithuania held its first presidency of the Committee of Ministers back in 2001 to 2002. We witnessed the dangerous rise of authoritarianism, declining respect for universal human rights, and backsliding of democracy, where those who dare to defend democratic values are attacked, labeled as enemies, brutalized, and oppressed. The Council of Europe is celebrating its 75th anniversary. We can be proud of this principled performance when faced with an unprecedented ethical choice. It is one of the very few organizations that expelled the aggressor state right after the start of Russia's full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine. The fate of Europe is currently being decided in Ukraine. It is our fundamental obligation to support Ukraine in this fight until its victory, whatever victory takes. Our presidency priorities stem from a clear understanding that ongoing Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is also an attack on our shared values. Therefore, full support to Ukraine defending itself, as well as ensuring accountability of Russia and its accomplices for international crimes, is the primary focus for the Lithuanian presidency. Lithuania will bolster efforts of the Council of Europe in strengthening Ukraine's democratic institutions and support its reconstruction endeavors, including the implementation of the Resilience, Recovery and Reconstruction Action Plan. We will also continue to demand the safe return of the Ukrainian children who have been kidnapped by the invaders, deported and illegally adopted in Russia, with an aim of changing their national and cultural identity. We welcome steps by the Council of Europe towards Russia's accountability. The smooth operation of the Register of Damage for Ukraine is a key, but we need to make further progress. We will advocate for Register's membership expansion, as well as consolidate efforts to establish a comprehensive compensation mechanism supported by the expertise from the Council of Europe. The question of Russia's accountability will not be complete until political and military leadership of Russia and its accomplice Belarus are brought to justice for a core crime of aggression against Ukraine. For this, we need the special international tribunal that meets the legitimate expectations of Ukrainians and the international community and could effectively reach and try those responsible. We appreciate the Council of Europe's contribution on this matter and are pleased by the progress achieved during the recent core group meeting in Vilnius on May 10th. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of the Parliamentary Assembly's work on supporting Ukraine, as well as on reaching out to democratic forces of Belarus. Here I want to appreciate the efforts by the head of Lithuania's delegation, Mr. Emanuelis Zingeris, and others at the Assembly on keeping the question of Russia's accountability high on the agenda. We also need discussion on harmonized information sharing on cases of Russia's and Belarus sanction circumvention. It is also important to align the Council of Europe's Secretariat employment with the membership of organization. With Russia no longer a member, it is inappropriate for its nationals to continue working at the Council where their presence could pose security and reputational risks. Dear colleagues, let me now turn to Georgia, which I had an opportunity to visit last week together with my Baltic and Icelandic colleagues. It is a country with which Lithuania shares a common purpose and belief in Europe whole, free, and at peace. Therefore, it hurts me to see that Georgia's government is turning away from this European path by pushing the Foreign Agents Law, which the Venice Commission has now strongly recommended to repeal. I appreciate the Assembly's role in referring the issue to the Venice Commission and holding a debate on Georgia this morning. We must not lose focus and be frank about what the current policies would mean for Georgia's European future before it is too late. Dear colleagues, our presidency will ensure continuity and consistent implementation of Reykjavik summit decisions, strengthening the organization to face future challenges. Under Lithuania's presidency, we will continue with a forward-looking agenda, developing new guidance, instruments, and cooperation formats to face modern challenges, such as fight against discrimination and hate speech, artificial intelligence, and protection of human rights, as well as the impact of the triple planetary crisis on human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. We highly appreciate the decision to open the Framework Convention on Artificial Intelligence, Human Rights, Democracy, and the Rule of Law for signature on the 5th of September in Vilnius, during the informal conference of the Ministers of Justice. This convention is making history as the first international instrument of its kind. We undertake to foster Vilnius Convention's visibility and impact. The Council should not relent in its efforts to pursue gender equality and women's rights, fight gender-based and domestic violence, advocate for protection of lawyers, safety of journalists, and promote social rights of our citizens. It is crucial to engage closer with parliaments, civil society, and youth in the development and implementation of this important agenda. Lithuania has a strong record of providing support to civil society, independent media, and human rights defenders from Belarus and other countries oppressed by authoritarian regimes. We will continue to prioritize it. Finally, we attach great importance to the execution of judgments of the European Court of Human Rights in good faith. It is an important measure of success and relevance of our organization. With over 200 treaties that set common standards to uphold the rule of law, meaningful debates here at the Parliamentary Assembly, or the crucial work by the Venice Commission to bring our legislation in line with the European standards, the Council of Europe gives meaning and depth to our common commitment to human rights and democracy. Lithuania is proud to chair this important body and will count on your support and cooperation. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. I would like to give now the floor to the members of the Standing Committee who would like to put a question to Mr. Landsbergis, and I will first give the floor to Mr. Frank Sbabe, the leader of Socialists, Green and Democrats. Mr. Sbabe, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Minister. Yesterday we had a hearing with the candidates for Secretary General, and I don't want to, it was in camera, I cannot say very much about it, but I asked Indrek Zar about the special perspective from the Baltics on human rights and rule of law and democracy. And if you are here in Vilnius, you understand what it means for you. Some of us may forget it in the last decades, how important it is, but here you can really feel it. So I think it will be a very fruitful chairmanship in the next 6 months of Lithuania. I would like to thank you very much for your commitment on Georgia, that you were there, and for sure the next time when you will go there, you do it in the competence as in the chairmanship of this very important organization. I want to ask you something about Kosovo. You know, there's a country who wants to become a member in this organization, and this country, with all the difficulties we have, is committed to this organization. They want to learn with our organization how to improve the situation of democracy, rule of law and human rights. And as I understand, our pace is very pushing, and we had a very impressive majority of more than 80% welcoming Kosovo in this organization. And there was some disappointment in the country that the Committee of Ministers, the ministerial, didn't take a decision on it. I would like to ask you two things. The first thing is, Can you explain, or can you maybe welcome the efforts and the things Kosovo implement already? We have a solution for the monastery of Dečani. We have a commitment on same-sex relationships, and even on the question, the difficult question of the association, there is some progress. There's a letter from Kosovo that they are prepared, maybe not the right model, others want to have it, but they are committed to implement it. So can you describe maybe the progress, how you see it? And the problem of our organization is that we meet regularly as PACE, but the Committee of Ministers is just meeting in a ministerial format once per year. And the ambassadors are not really able to take very important decisions. So is there a chance, do you see any chance, if there is much more progress and much more development, that we can have a ministerial, not just in 1 year, but between? I think it would help the country of Kosovo to proceed and to not to lose hope to become a member of this organization. Thank you very much.
Mr. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you so much for the question. I still have to get used to wearing two hats at this point. So with the hat of the foreign minister, I can tell you that Lithuania recognizes Kosovo as a country, and we support its aspirations to become a member of Council of Europe. And I personally think that there's a positive momentum in this time, also with the events and the discussion that is going around Palestine. I think that it gives more energy to the question. When it comes to my hat as a chair, I can tell you that we definitely welcome the positive recommendation by PACE regarding Kosovo's accession. The recommendation has been forwarded to the Committee of Ministers for a decision in accordance with the Statute of Council of Europe, and I will continue to listen to all member states' position on this issue and to facilitate further progress on this matter. Again, with the previous statement, I hope that this particular juncture would allow for certain steps to be taken.
Maria Mezentseva, on behalf of EPP.
Thank you, dear President. Minister Landsbergis, pleasure to see you again, and there will be absolutely historic opportunity to chair Council of Ministers this 6 months. Thank you for lining up very clear priorities, mentioning especially accountability, of course, the abducted, deported children. I would want to suggest, if I may, can you please also include and view as a possibility to have also the returning of all prisoners of war and abducted civilians by the Russian Federation since 2014, maybe not setting up, a clear system where actually ICRC should be dealing with that, but probably sending a very clear message that prisoners of war should be exchanged all for all, and actually the civilians can't be taken hostage whatsoever according to the Geneva Convention. We have a huge wave of support from initiative Azovstal Family Defenders, many others, and unfortunately my family is also concerned. So we will highly appreciate that, Mr. Landsbergis. Thank you so much. Ačiū.
Mr. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. As you can see, clearly Ukraine is at the core of Lithuania's chairmanship agenda. And your request is a legitimate one, so I think that there should not be any difficulties in including this in our agenda.
On behalf of the European Conservatives, Oleksiy Goncharenko.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear Mr. Minister, first of all, I would like to thank you and Mr. Speaker for Ukrainian flag contribution. Thank you so much. We appreciate it, Ačiū. But my question is next. That's great to see both flags, Lithuanian and Ukrainian, together. But there is one place where they should also be together, I think, on the chevrons of the troops which are in Ukraine. My question is about boots on the ground. I'm not asking for Lithuanians to fight in this war in trenches now, but we desperately need more troops to train our troops in Ukraine for demining, for police mission on Belarusian border, which will free our units to fight in the eastern and southern front. It's time to protect and to defend democracy, not just by words, memorandums, and even very important political decisions, but to stand shoulder to shoulder together. And that will be the most serious signal to Putin that he will never achieve his goals in Ukraine, and that will mean that he will never achieve his goals in Europe. Thank you.
Mr. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you so much for the question. I can answer this in a way that French president has shown an initiative which Lithuania has supported, which offers an opportunity to start devising a plan of return of certain missions that have been previously active in Ukraine back to Ukraine. So you mentioned training mission, and I can tell you that Lithuania is ready to consider being part of a coalition of the countries that could be led, for example, by France or any other country that could perform the training in territory of Ukraine. We'd not consider that an escalatory move. That would not be combat mission, but that would facilitate that the training is done more effectively, closer to where Ukraine needs the troops, logistically more simple, and provided additional defensive support to the troops who would be doing the training. In addition, it would provide additional security and support to Ukraine itself.
I give now the floor to George Lukaidis on behalf of the United European Left.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Chair, thank you for the great hospitality in this beautiful town. Mr. Minister, two questions. One is related with Palestine and the continuous genocide taking place. This organization and the Council of Ministers remain silent. Don't you think that there should be a reaction in order to be consistent with the protecting of the values of this organization? Second question, recently, and despite the court's decision on Kavala and Demirtas, we have a new conviction in relation with the leadership of HDP, also Demirtas, and we have sentences that goes up to 42 years of imprisonment. So what the Council of Ministers could do in order Turkey to implement European Court of Human Rights decisions.
Mr. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Regarding Gaza, we definitely remain deeply concerned about humanitarian situation in Gaza and its disproportionate effect on civilians, especially on women and children. At the same time, we condemn terrorism, stressing the importance for Israel to upholding international humanitarian law and protecting civilians. We very much welcome debates of pace concerning conflict in Gaza and situation in the Middle East. The chairmanship will carefully consider the decisions and recommendations made by PACE in this regard. Regarding Kavala case, I appreciate the efforts undertaken under Liechtenstein's presidency and Turkey to search for a satisfactory resolution to the Kavala case. And as my predecessors, I stand ready to engage in dialogue.
So now, Minister Landsbergis, we have 4 colleagues who want to ask you a question. I will ask you kindly to take notes because I'm going to give in group of 4 to our colleagues, so we can start now from Ingrid Skau. Ingrid, you have the floor.
Thank you, President, and thanks to you, Minister. On behalf of EPP, I raise a question. I'm coming from Norway. And due to the situation we have in our member states, I can mention Azerbaijan, Georgia, Ukraine, Kosovo, and so on. I have, during my years in the Council of Europe, missed meetings among Minister of Foreign Affairs. Once a year, in my opinion, it's too seldom. And I'd like to ask you and think about it and also consider if there is need to meet more than once a year among Minister of Foreign Affairs. And I know that when you are sharing and have the chairmanship of this organization, you have a possibility to also raise and invite Minister of Foreign Affairs to have meetings more often than once a year. You are good represented by the ambassadors, but to be present and own the values decided in Reykjavik, it's not a signature, you also have to do something. So thank you.
Thank you, Inger. Titus Korlaten.
Thank you. Thank you, President. Madam Speaker, Minister, first of all, I would like to wish the best success to the Lithuanian presidency on behalf of my national delegation and the Romanian delegation. One particular question. You have made reference during your speech to the Reykjavik 4th Summit of the Council of Europe. I make reference on my side to one particular subject, which is the accountability in international law for the crimes, serious crimes, in this case, the crime of aggression. For that, we need three things. First, the legal norm. Secondly, the jurisdiction. Third, the political will. Because if there is a clear political will, we can find the legal solutions. We have the legal norm updated in 2010 in Kampala conference to the Rome Statute, Article 8 bis. So we have the definition of the crime of aggression, which is a very serious and very good, solid definition. Secondly, the jurisdiction. Can you express your concrete assessment, expectations, and predictions about the perspective to reach this important, fundamental, I should say, goal, the establishment of a special international criminal jurisdiction for judging and punishing the crime of aggression? Thank you.
Zanda Lukasevica.
Thank you, President. And dear Minister, dear Gabrielius, thank you for introductory speech. Indeed, 75 years is a remarkable time and responsibility for any international organization, and this accumulated knowledge and experience is vital, especially today, to defend the values that unite family of democratic states. So, and I'm sure that Lithuania will brilliantly preside the Committee of Ministers. So please accept my sincere wish of all the best luck. And thank you for your commitment regarding many important topics of this Assembly: Ukraine, Georgia, human rights, artificial intelligence. And I would like to use this opportunity to ask for your comment of a very topical question right now here in Baltics regarding Russia's provocations regarding the maritime border with Finland and Lithuania, and the proactive actions regarding Estonian border in Narva River. Thank you.
So, Mr. Minister, I'll give you the floor now because I have three more colleagues and I'll take them in a group after your replying.
Thank you for the question. So, first one regarding the meeting of the ministers. So, the meeting is not foreseen during the Lithuanian chairmanship, but if we would see the agenda forming, we could definitely explore the possibility to meet. That the question would be raised. So that would be clear a bit later in the year. In principle, if there's agenda, there is no disagreement that the meetings could and should be held. Regarding the accountability, so I can tell you that Lithuania was the first country to raise the question into international fora regarding the accountability. We've explored multiple of paths towards the actual framework that could be implemented with a very close cooperation with our Ukrainian colleagues, which I think is a paramount question. United Nations as a forum for accountability obviously would serve best. But unfortunately, we don't believe that this path has manifested itself as something that would be executable. Therefore, at this stage, Council of Europe our belief is the next best arena to raise this question. Again, and I mentioned that during my initial intervention, that if it suits the vision of our Ukrainian colleagues, then it will suit us. About the border question, what we're seeing, and we have witnessed during the last, I would say, half a year, the increase in Russian hybrid activity in a wider Baltic region, which now also involves countries like Poland and parts of Northern Europe. And we consider this part of this hybrid Russian effort to destabilize the situation in our countries, to raise division, influence political processes, especially in the countries that have elections, such as Lithuania. We have election this week in a couple of days. So it is, it has malicious intent and has to be met with strength. Because again, our belief is that Russia is testing borders, testing reaction, and where they see none, they continue moving forward with even more aggressive action. Therefore, we're closely coordinating with our colleagues, and we will be raising this question as well. Next week, we're having NATO ministerial, and my knowledge is that the Baltic states will be raising this question in this format. But no format is wrong to raise this question. And again, thank you for using this opportunity to ask this question.
I will give the floor now to Mr. George Stamatis.
Hello, dear Minister. I would like your opinion about the new situation after the elections in North Macedonia. We have elected a party from VMRO, and the new president called the country not with a constitutional name. Not only inside in North Macedonia, but until yesterday with a meeting with the new president in the Vatican with the Pope. So what is your opinion about why this country don't use the president, new elected president, the constitutional name of North Macedonia after the agreement with Greece? Thank you.
Kimmo Kiljunen is next.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Foreign Minister, you mentioned earlier that you carry two hats when presenting us here. First of all, you have the government, your Foreign Minister of Lithuania, and secondly, you are coming chairman for Council of Europe. At personal level, lower level, I also chair in the two hats, being head of Finland's delegation here in Council of Europe, but also being chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee in Finnish Parliament. And that two hats have a big implication in terms of the security situation in Europe today. You and we are somewhat in front line in terms of witnessing the weakening situation, and we are discussing even Lithuania and concretely Finland, that we do have the problems even in terms of sea border demarcations with Russia. Amazing enough, our long border with Russia, 1,348 kilometers, is closed. It's totally closed. Abnormal situation, obviously, for Finland, abnormally, obviously, in terms of Europe, also in terms of NATO, even that, because it's a double of we doubled the NATO border with Russia when Finland joined. Now the question to you. We see the weaponizing the asylum-seeking process, which is a security concern in Finland very concretely. At the same time, we are a member of Council of Europe, we are a member of human rights conventions here. We have the double problem, how to solve the security problem side, and at the same time, having the commitments for these organizations in terms of Geneva Convention agreements, in terms of the obviously respecting the international law and respecting international commitments on human rights. How you solve it personally, having those two hats? We have the dilemma.
And last but not least, as we all were waiting, our beloved friend Emanuelis Zingeris, the head of the delegation of Lithuania. Emanuelis, you have the floor. Press Mike Emanuelis.
I'm so glad to see all our friends, especially for me it will be strange to ask some question to my dear colleague, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania, but marking 75 years of our, being in 50th year of our organization, and Lithuania started with 75th year, I cannot avoid to share our membership in Lithuania. We marked 30 years last year. Secretary General, thank you for your contribution, especially coming in Lithuania in '93, being with us together from '93. Thank you. And from our point of view, we would like to say that we feel here probably like a harbor for democracy, having Madam Tsikhanovskaya, she will speak, Mr. Volkov, actually just attacked by some mob, but behind the mob was clear conspiracy by some states to annihilate Democrats in Vilnius. And actually, having all those guys in Vilnius, being a harbor of democracy, how you will recommend to behave as other state minister to harboring those extremely brave people who are acting on the key commitments related to our Council of Europe values. And about today, 4 o'clock we are starting with the General Prosecutor of Lithuania about the companies who are avoiding circumvening the sanctions. And just Madam Speaker a few minutes ago mentioned that we would like to establish the second register. First register was established during the Reykjavik summit, thank you for Iceland, and second register for companies who are avoiding and circumvening the sanctions. Your point about that possibility in the future, having the list of shame. And the last one is only to remind that we just adopted last resolution about Alexei Navalny and measures against regime. So the question is very simple. I would like to inform you, Mr. Minister, that among the points were unanimously adopted the point that Ukraine, who is presented here by proud members of Rada, have right to target Russian territory and the oil companies from which revenues Russia continue the war. Thank you.
So thank you so much. And Minister Landsbergis, we have no more questions, so you have the floor to reply.
Thank you so much. Regarding the first question, the wording that was chosen by the newly elected officials in North Macedonia was unfortunate. I can stress that the agreements reached in Prispa agreement need to be upheld. Regarding the migration question, so on this, definitely this is a very good fora to discuss these sort of questions. Lithuania was the first country to face what we call the instrumentalized migration, when the flows of refugees are not of regular kind, but more of a political nature, meaning that they are being brought to the country, such as Russia or Belarus, pushed to the border with an intention to sow political problems. So, one might even call it a weaponization of migration without any regard to the situation of those poor people, but also with a very clear intent with a malign action. It's one of the forms of the hybrid activity. So there is a clear distinction, at least in our eyes. We're defending it in European Union. We're defending it also legally, that there has to be a difference where we would see this activity. At this point, the situation at the border is rather stable when it comes to at least our border with Belarus. But we know that Russia has amassed a big number of migrants, of people who are being held in big urban centers of northern Russia. And again, I don't think that there's, it would be very difficult to ascertain that they have an intention so that these people would be again pushed to a European border. And therefore, it is an understandable concern of the countries of our northern neighbors, such as Finland or Estonia or others, who would be probably facing this, this issue in the future. And in this regard, I thank Finland for joining Lithuania's case in European Court of Human Rights. And I invite other countries to join as well. It is an important case that would set a legal precedent for especially this particular hybrid activity that we call instrumentalized migration. Now, when it comes to a notion of a second register for sanctioned circumvention, definitely it is noted. It has merit, and definitely should be investigated further.
So, Minister Landsbergis, thank you so much for exchanging views with us. Dear colleagues, we will now take the advantage of the presence of the Minister of Foreign Affairs to take a family photo. May I please invite you all to come closer to the podium so that we will have this family photo. Most of the members who are used to participate in the Standing Committee knows that this is the moment. Mr. Minister, can you please come with us for this family photo, and Mrs. Speaker as well.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We continue. And now we come to the customary items on our agenda. Point 5, examination of new credentials. We have received credentials for a new member of the French delegation. They are contained in document 15987. Are there any objections to the change in the composition of the delegation? That is not the case. The credentials are ratified. Point 6, modifications in the composition of committees. We will consider the modifications in the membership of a committee communicated by the French national delegation. In addition, the Socialists, Democrats and Greens group has nominated a member to the monitoring committee. The changes are set out in document Commission's 2024-05 and its amendment. Can we agree to the proposed changes? Yes, thank you. The changes are agreed. Point number 7, requests for debate under rules 52 and 53 of the rules of procedure. Before we adopt the draft agenda, we need to consider requests for debate under the urgent and current affairs procedures. The Bureau has received the following. Urgent procedure debate requested by Mr. Oleksiy Goncharenko from Ukraine and other members of the Assembly. The 75th anniversary of the Council of Europe, how to ensure the participation of all Europeans in the future of our organization. Current affairs debate requested by the leaders of the political groups. Recent challenges to democracy in Georgia. Current affairs debate requested by the leaders of the political groups. The 75th anniversary of the Council of Europe, how to ensure the participation of all Europeans in the future of our organization. The Bureau, at its meeting yesterday, agreed not to hold an urgent debate on the 75th anniversary of the Council of Europe, how to ensure the participation of all Europeans in the future of our organization, but to hold a current affairs debate on the same subject and proposed that Ms. Ingrid Shishu from Norway opens the debate. It also agreed to recommend holding the current affairs debate on the recent challenges to democracy in Georgia and proposed that Ms. Edith Estrela from Portugal opens this debate. We will first consider the request for a debate under urgent procedure. Does the Standing Committee agree to the Bureau recommendation not to hold the urgent debate on the 75th anniversary of the Council of Europe, how to ensure the participation of all Europeans in the future of our organization, but to hold a current affairs debate on the same subject instead? I see no objection, so the Bureau's recommendations is accepted. It is therefore agreed to hold a current affairs debate on the 25th anniversary of the Council of Europe, how to ensure the participation of all Europeans in the future of our organization. This debate will take place as the last item of the morning sitting and will be opened by Ms. Shu. We now come to the request for a current affairs debate. The Bureau was in favor of the request for a current affairs debate on the recent challenges to democracy in Georgia. Are there any objections to the Bureau recommendation? There are no objections, so the Bureau's recommendation is accepted. It is therefore agreed to hold a current affairs debate on the recent challenges to democracy in Georgia after we finish dealing with the customary items of our agenda. The debate will be limited to 1 hour and will be opened by Ms. Estrela. Now we come to the point 8 of our agenda. We must adopt the revised draft agenda for this meeting. Are there any objections to the revised draft agenda? I don't see any objections, so the revised draft agenda is adopted. And now we go to the point 9, third part session of the Parliamentary Assembly in June. At its meeting yesterday, the Bureau drew up the draft agenda for the forthcoming Assembly part session in June. Rule 27.4 of the Assembly's Rule of Procedure stipulates that the draft agenda shall be submitted, where possible, to the Standing Committee. The Standing Committee is invited to take note of the draft agenda. We go to the point 10, references to committees. Document AS per 22404 contains the proposals which the Bureau made yesterday. The Standing Committee is invited to ratify the proposals made by the Bureau. Are there any objections? No objections. The references are ratified. I would. Sorry? Okay. Okay. So now we need a short break. Thank you, and in a few minutes, we will return here with the speaker of the committee. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, we decided to hold a current affairs debate on the recent challenges to democracy in Georgia. The allotted time for the debate is 1 hour, and I will first give the floor to Madame Edith Estrella. So, dear colleagues, let me repeat that we have decided to hold a current affairs debate on the recent challenges to democracy in Georgia. The time for the debate is 1 hour, and I will first give the floor to Mrs. Edith Estrella to open the debate. Madame Estrella, you have 7 minutes.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Chers collègues, bonjour à toutes et à tous. En tant que co-rapporteur de la commission de suivi pour la Géorgie, c'est pour moi une triste occasion d'ouvrir un débat d'actualité sur les récents défis posés à la démocratie en Géorgie. Il y a quelques années, la Géorgie était souvent citée en exemple dans la région pour sa capacité à mener des réformes et sa volonté de s'engager dans un dialogue ouvert et constructif avec la communauté internationale afin de s'assurer que ces politiques et ces réformes respectaient les normes européennes les plus strictes. Ce n'est pas plus le cas. Les événements récents ont fait naître excusez-moi, mais les événements récents ont fait naître des doutes quant à l'adhésion de la Géorgie aux normes internationales et à son engagement en faveur de l'intégration euro-atlantique. La coopération constructive et les dialogues ont été remplacés par une rhétorique dure et intransigeante et par des attaques contre quiconque exprime des inquiétudes quant à certaines des politiques mises en œuvre par les autorités. Nous ne parlons plus de progrès, mais de détérioration et même de recul. Comme beaucoup d'amis de la Géorgie qui suivent le pays de près, je suis convaincue de la capacité de la Géorgie à surmonter les défis qui se dressent sur sa route et de l'engagement clair de son peuple en faveur de la démocratie et de l'intégration européenne. Mais je suis également convaincue que la situation doit changer de toute urgence. Il faut répondre aux inquiétudes. La confrontation doit être remplacée par la coopération et le dialogue. Les développements concernant la loi sur les agents étrangers sont bien connus. Le 3 avril, la majorité au pouvoir a réintroduit de manière inattendue un projet de loi très controversé sur la transparence de l'influence étrangère. Cette réintroduction a suscité de nombreuses protestations de la part de la population géorgienne et a été critiquée par la communauté internationale qui a averti les autorités géorgiennes que l'adoption de cette loi détournerait le pays de son chemin vers l'intégration européenne. Afin de faciliter le dialogue entre les autorités et les opposants à la loi, le président de notre Assemblée a demandé un avis urgent à la Commission de Venise. Malheureusement, le Parlement géorgien a adopté la loi dans une précipitation inutile, sans attendre l'avis de la Commission. La présidente de la Géorgie a estimé que la loi était fondamentalement imparfaite et a opposé son veto le 18 mai sans présenter d'autres amendements que celui qui limiterait la validité de la loi à un jour. La critique de la majorité au pouvoir sur le fait que la présidente a opposé son veto à la loi avant que l'avis de la Commission de Venise ne soit rendu est, à mon avis, fallacieuse et incorrecte. C'est au législateur et non à la présidente qu'il incombait d'attendre l'avis de la Commission de Venise avant d'adopter la loi. La procédure de veto présidentiel n'est pas un mécanisme approprié pour réconcilier un projet de loi avec les normes internationales et elle est strictement limitée à 2 semaines, ce qui n'est pas propice à un processus d'amendement adéquat. La Commission de Venise vient de rendre son avis qui est univoque. La loi, dans sa forme actuelle, est fondamentalement erronée. Elle porte atteinte à la liberté d'expression et d'association. Elle nuit au pluralisme politique et à la démocratie et doit donc être abrogée dans sa forme actuelle. En tant que rapporteur, nous avons donc publié une déclaration demandant instamment à la majorité au pouvoir de ne pas passer outre le veto présidentiel et d'abroger cette loi. Il est impossible de discuter de la loi sur les agents étrangers et des manifestations de masse qui s'opposent sans exprimer inquiétude face au rapport faisant état d'un usage excessif et disproportionné de la force par la police à l'encontre des manifestants pacifiques, ainsi qu'aux attaques et campagnes d'intimidation menées contre des journalistes, des militants de la société civile et des chefs de file de l'opposition. J'appelle les autorités à mener une enquête approfondie sur ces incidents et à garantir les droits de la sécurité de tous les citoyens, quelle que soit leur opinion sur cette loi. Récemment, des amendes des amendes très élevées ont été infligées à des manifestants pacifiques sur la base de la loi sur les infractions administratives qui date de l'ère soviétique et qui permet ces amendes excessives élevées et qui est vulnérable aux abus. Comme je l'ai dit, la réintroduction de la loi sur les agents étrangers n'est pas un événement isolé, mais fait partie d'une série de développements qui ont suscité nos inquiétudes en tant que rapporteur. Voici à titre d'exemple quelques développements survenus au cours des 2 derniers mois qui ont suscité notre inquiétude. Le 25 mars 2024, la majorité au pouvoir a déposé des projets de la loi constitutionnelle sur la protection des valeurs familiales et des mineurs. Ce projet de loi soulève des sérieuses inquiétudes quant à sa compatibilité avec la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme. Il est discriminatoire et limite sérieusement la jouissance des droits civils par les personnes LGBTI. Le 4 avril, dans le cadre d'une procédure très active et non inclusive, le Parlement a adopté des amendements au Code électoral qui abolissent tous les quotas par sexe. Le 20 février 2024, contre la recommandation de la Commission de Venise, le Parlement géorgien a adopté des amendements au Code électoral qui modifie la composition de la commission électorale centrale et supprime le poste de vice-président réservé à l'opposition. Sur proposition des reporters, toutes ces propositions ont été envoyées à la commission de Venise pour avis, mais nous sommes préoccupés par cette tendance à adopter des textes législatifs controversés à l'hâte, sans processus de consultation inclusive avec toutes les parties prenantes. La question est maintenant de savoir ce que nous pouvons faire en réaction à ces développements et j'ai 3 suggestions concrètes à faire. Tout d'abord, la loi sur les agents étrangers ne devrait pas être promulguée. En tant qu'Assemblée, mais aussi en tant que Parlement individuel, nous devrions exhorter les autorités géorgiennes à ne pas passer outre le veto présidentiel et abroger la loi. Nous devrions également être clairs et fermes quant aux conséquences de l'adoption de cette loi. Deuxièmement, nous ne devons pas oublier que ces développements ont lieu dans le contexte des prochaines élections qui sont cruciales pour le pays. L'impact des développements que j'ai décrits sur la perception de la légitimité de ces élections est réel. L'Assemblée devrait donc accepter d'envoyer une mission d'observation électorale de grande ampleur en Géorgie pour ces élections. Enfin, nous devons maintenir le dialogue et pour ce faire, nous devons être très clairs sur nos attentes, nos préoccupations et nos recommandations. C'est pourquoi je soutiens pleinement les suggestions qui ont circulé parmi les membres ici présents, à savoir qu'un débat selon la procédure d'urgence devrait avoir lieu au cours de notre session de juin. Mon collègue co-rapporteur Claude Kern et moi-même sommes prêts à présenter un tel rapport à cette occasion. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Madam Estrella. Dear colleagues, 3 days ago I had the opportunity to have a teleconference with the Speaker of the Georgian Parliament, and me and Mrs. Hadjivasiliou, we had the opportunity to listen to his views about the law that was already voted in the Georgian Parliament. I kindly asked him to be with us today, and he is with us today, and so I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Salva Poposvili, who, as I mentioned, is the Speaker of the Parliament of Georgia and who is already online. Mr. Speaker, you have 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Dear President, distinguished members of the Standing Committee, ladies and gentlemen, I'm thankful for the opportunity to address you today, reflect on recent developments in Georgia, and shed some light on an issue that was mystified and stigmatized many times. Concealed foreign interference poses threats to national interests of many countries around the world. In response, they are desperately trying to find solution to this ever-increasing challenge and secure integrity of their political, economic, and security systems. Georgia is no exception. Georgia's geographic location and complex regional setting further aggravate the situation and leave my country and society vulnerable. We continue to uncover numerous shadow schemes that fuel polarization and undermine state institutions in Georgia. We cannot afford to be disarmed in the crosswinds of these emerging threats. It is not an either-or situation, but rather the absolute necessity in face of threats. If non-profit organizations in Georgia are to engage in decision-making at all levels and enjoy influence over public life, they must provide basic standards of transparency. Population must know who stands behind any actor. This is true to state institutions, this is true to political parties, this is true to civil servants, and this must be true to non-profit organizations too. Financial transparency of all these key actors of decision-making cycle is a basic principle. Despite my multiple attempts since last year to persuade both international donors and local recipients to voluntarily ensure transparency to the public, these efforts have been futile. Despite recognizing the flaws and legitimate concerns, no practical steps have been made to improve the transparency. The law on transparency of foreign influence addresses this problem of non-transparent foreign funding in a streamlined and proportional way, fully respecting fundamental human rights and political freedoms. Ladies and gentlemen, what continues frustrating us is the stigmatization of this law by international and external actors, as well as their tendency for jumping to quick conclusions. From the very beginning, the law was labeled as Russian. Russian law is a discrediting political metaphor to stigmatize legislation and cause public outcry. In fact, whether somebody likes or not, other international analogs are much stricter since their legal provisions are stricter than the Georgian version. Moreover, there is no mention of a foreign agent in the law, but the organization pursuing the interest of a foreign power. It resembles the European Union's wording, organization carrying interest representation on behalf of third countries, suggested in European Commission's proposal for a directive. We have studied the practice of the European Court of Justice and European Court of Human Rights, and this law is compatible with international human rights standards. It imposes no restriction on foreign funding or prohibition on accessing foreign funds whatsoever. It does not require prior authorization of financial transactions. It does not envisage funding controls or administrative dissolution. It does not envisage criminal liability. The law by no means restricts NGOs seeking, receiving, and using foreign funds, nor does it restrict their legitimate activities such as human rights and democracy promotion. In Georgia, non-profit organizations are free and will be free after the adoption of this law. In turn, the law introduced a single, simple, and non-burdensome obligation for non-profit organizations to declare annual finances if their foreign funding is more than 20%. Natural persons are not subject to the law. This is the absolute minimal and proportional interference. There is no other lesser obligation on transparency in any other legal jurisdiction across the globe. The law on transparency of foreign influence will raise level of responsibility and accountability of non-profit organizations. This improvement will improve the integrity of the political and electoral system in Georgia and allow more inclusive participation of non-profit organizations in public policymaking. Dear colleagues, it was for this reason that we do not share the opinion of the Venice Commission in components of legality, legitimacy, or necessity and proportionality, duly communicated to the Venice Commission experts in our meetings. After all, we cannot understand how transparency can be non-democratic and non-European. Therefore, the veto of the President of Georgia will be overcome and this law will come into force. Spreading disinformation against Georgia is not new for us. One of such notorious cases of disinformation was the former President Mikhail Saakashvili's criminal sentences. European Court of Human Rights just yesterday ended all speculations about his so-called political prisonership. This myth was mentioned numerous times in resolutions and statements of various organizations and politicians. Even the Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe voted for the resolution 2463 of 2022, where he is portrayed without a single factual argument as a political prisoner. Therefore, it was no surprise that yesterday, judgment of the European Court of Human Rights once again debunked myths and disinformation about him and all such resolutions. Time has clearly demonstrated that the fact that despite aggressive disinformation campaigns, Georgia and its institutions are maturing on their democratic consolidation path. I'm confident that much like all previous cases of disinformation campaigns, the time will show only one thing about the law on transparency of foreign influence. Its only purpose is to maintain integrity of political, economic, and security systems and to strengthen resilience of Georgia in face of threats. We are always ready for constructive and fact-based dialogue and for listening to critical assessment. Thank you.
Dear Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for being with us before the online meeting is over. Let me just make a short statement, and it is because you used two words which has a Greek root. It is stigmatizing and criticizing. We must not be confused. We're not stigmatizing, we're criticizing. And of course, we all know that this organization, which is celebrating the 75th anniversary this year, is able and available to criticize its member states when the Assembly believes that there are dangers that are being faced in our principles. So, having said that, I know that you do not wish to answer questions, but anyhow, I want you to thank you for being with us. It was a pleasure listening to your views. So, dear colleagues, now we go on, and I will give the floor to Mrs. Veronika Bilkova, Vice President of the Venice Commission and member in respect of Czechia, to present the urgent opinion on the law on transparency of foreign influence issued by the Venice Commission on the 21st of May 2024, just 2 days ago. She's also connecting online. Thank you, Mrs. Bilkova. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished members of the Standing Committee. I am honored to have this opportunity to join you and to introduce the urgent opinion of the Venice Commission on the law of Georgia on transparency of foreign influence. It is important to clarify from the outset that there are two types of laws which are sometimes confused and which both tend to be labeled as laws on so-called foreign agents. On the one hand, there are laws which apply to entities acting at the direction or control of a foreign actor. That means laws on lobbying. The United States FARA is an example of such a law. On the other hand, there are laws which apply to entities simply because these entities receive a part of their funding from abroad. Such laws have been enacted, for instance, in Russia, Hungary, or Kyrgyzstan, and have been assessed mostly critically by the Venice Commission and by various European courts, including the European Court for Human Rights. The Georgian law that we are discussing today is of this second type. The law, as already mentioned, creates a new category of so-called organizations pursuing the interests of a foreign power. These are defined as non-commercial organizations, broadcasters or online media receiving more than 20% of their funding from any source abroad, including, for instance, the Council of Europe. Such entities have to register in a special register. They shall do so themselves, but the Ministry of Justice should also actively look for those who fail to do so in order to make them register. Registered entities must submit special annual financial statement, and all their documents, including personal ones and internal ones, shall be made accessible to the public. The Ministry of Justice may request any information related to such entities, including those containing personal data. Harsh administrative sanctions are foreseen for entities which either fail to register or fail to abide by other obligations foreseen by the law. The Venice Commission opinion assesses the law in light of international standards enshrined in the United Nations International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the Council of Europe's European Convention on Human Rights, especially standards related to the freedom of expression, freedom of association, the right to privacy, and the prohibition of discrimination. The opinion concludes that the law is incompatible with those standards for several reasons, out of which I will indicate four reasons. Firstly, the law is drafted in a vague language, and it grants excessive discretionary powers to the Ministry of Justice and to other state institutions. This is at odds with the requirement of legality, under which legal acts need to be clear and understandable, and discretion has to be limited, so has to have certain limits. Secondly, the law relies on the presumption that any foreign funding, however limited and dispersed, entails automatically foreign influence. This presumption, which risks creating an atmosphere of general mistrust in the society, not only is hard to sustain, but it also contradicts the principle of discrimination or non-discrimination, because it applies to some entities only. So only NCOs or NGOs and media entities are targeted, not, for instance, business entities. That was the second point. Thirdly, the existing Georgian legislation already requires entities concerned by the law, that means NCOs and medias, to register and report, including on their sources of funding. No convincing explanation has been given either in the explanatory reports or in the discussions with the Venice Commission on why these existing obligations, which are already quite extensive, would not be sufficient to ensure transparency. Fourthly, the law would have a dramatic effect and consequences for the entities concerned by it in the first place, and for the Georgian society more broadly in the second place. The label that the law introduces, that means these organizations that pursue the interest of a foreign power, is clearly stigmatizing, and I'm using the word with a purpose. It risks tarnishing the reputation of these entities and making it very difficult for them to operate. Moreover, the obligations, the additional obligations imposed on such entities are quite burdensome, especially the reporting obligations, and smaller entities might have real difficulties meeting them. As I already mentioned, the right to privacy and any privacy of these entities is basically denied. That places the entities concerned by the law in a very difficult situation. If they register, they will not be truly able to operate because their reputation would be tarnished and they would have all these additional burdensome obligations. If they, on the contrary, do not registrate, they will also not be able to operate because the fines that will be imposed on them will most probably ruin many of them. It's hard to see how such extensive interference or how a regulation entailing such an extensive interference with the operation of these entities and with human rights could be found proportionate and necessary in a democratic society. So the conclusion of the opinion is very clear. The law is not compatible with international standards, and it shall be repealed, or rather, it should not be adopted after the veto casted by the President of Georgia. If, however, the Republic of Georgia has data suggesting that there are entities acting at the direction and control of foreign actors, and it considers that its legislation on lobbying is not sufficient, it may decide to revise this legislation. And the Venice Commission would be ready to assist it in this effort. Thank you for your attention, and I'm very happy to address any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Vilkova. And dear colleagues, now I will open the floor First, I would like to give the floor to the representatives of the political groups who have 3 minutes each. Madame Estrela has already spoken on behalf of the Socialist Democrats and Green, and I give the floor to Zanda Kalina Lukasevitsa, who will speak on behalf of the EPP. Zanda.
Many thanks, President, and thank you also for inviting the Speaker of Georgian Parliament to address us today. It's obvious that Georgia is a very close friend of Latvia. So we have excellent bilateral relations and people-to-people contacts, and I believe that history of Latvia, other two Baltic states, there are many similarities. And we have experienced similar experiences, especially in the last 3 to 4 decades. So the will of our people to have free and independent countries was an unstoppable driver that helped dissolve the Soviet regime and laid the way to have a bright and prosperous future among other democratic countries. So the will of the people is a driver of the development of any country. Today we see that Georgian society aims to become a member state of the EU. And indeed, I truly believe that Georgian people deserve to be part of the EU and enjoy the privileges and opportunities of the EU citizens. Recently, EU stepped ahead and offered the promising perspective of the EU to the country, and I would like to congratulate also the Georgian citizens and the institutions and government on this achievement. It was the right decision. But so today, for a candidate country, it is of utmost importance to uphold its commitments and not to deviate from its EU objectives. And of course, not to deviate also from the commitments to uphold the human rights and rule of law principles as such. As it was already underlined by previous speakers, the Assembly has concerns about the law on transparency of foreign influence. I have concerns about that, and our political group has great concerns. So we know that actually we are challenged every day by the foreign interference. We know it very well here in the Baltics. And yes, there are sometimes also many suggestions from politicians or experts to have an easy way to deal with that. But our obligation is to find the right way, to find the wise way, to find a way according to the principles we committed to uphold. So we heard that Venice Commission, in its urgent opinion, strongly recommends repealing the law of Georgia on transparency of foreign influence in its current form. And as it is, fundamental flaw will involve significant negative consequences. So it can have implications in regards to further steps of Georgia's EU integrations. I know that Georgian colleagues have previously expressed readiness to pay close attention to the Venice Commission opinion. And not denying the idea of the Georgian institutions to deal with also malicious foreign interferences, there could be an option to think once again and to find a way that do not contradict the principles of this organization, this assembly, and could get a positive recommendation also from the Venice Commission. So to conclude, I would like to use this opportunity to reiterate our support to Georgia's EU membership as wished by the absolute majority of its citizens. And therefore, I would like to express my hope that the Georgian Parliament will find a wise solution of the situation and choose European path. Thank you.
Thank you, Zada. Lord Keane, on behalf of the European Conservative Group and Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, President and colleagues. Our concerns are as much about the legislative process as they are about the substance of the foreign agents law itself. Beginning with the generality, membership of the Council of Europe is not a right, it is a privilege. And that privilege carries with it certain obligations on the part of member states, including the implied obligation to respect the institutions of the Council and to act towards them and engage with them in absolute good faith, not dissimilar to the obligation of sincere cooperation that one finds in the treaties of the European Union. And such respect and good faith appears to us to have been lacking in respect of this matter. The original Foreign Agents Law was introduced into the Georgian Parliament in March of 2023. The chairman of the Parliament then requested an opinion from the Venice Commission. At that point, the law was withdrawn. It was suddenly reintroduced in April of this year without any request from Georgia for an opinion from the Venice Commission. That was sought by the Council itself. Now, the Venice Commission has pointed out that the adoption of human rights sensitive law should be transparent, accountable, inclusive, and democratic. And it has also pointed out in its opinion 2 days ago that the present legislative process does not correspond to those requirements. And it cites as one example that the substantive changes made to the law during the third reading of the legislative process were not even made public immediately. Indeed, it goes on in its opinion to point out that the legislative process left no space for genuine discussion. In saying these things, the Venice Commission is not engaged in the stigmatization of the Georgian legislature. It is not engaged in disinformation. And I pick up one of the final remarks from the Speaker of the Georgian Parliament, that it is always ready for constructive dialogue. That was the very thing that you, President, and the Secretary General sought to engender by requesting that the Georgian legislature await the opinion of the Venice Commission before confirming this law. And it's the very thing that they failed to do. And it is in that context that I say that there has been a fundamental lack of respect for the institutions of the Council and a failure of Georgia in this regard, and it's unfortunate, to proceed in absolute good faith in its engagement with such a fundamental issue, an issue which, as the Venice Commission observed, has a chilling effect on certain fundamental freedoms, such as association and expression. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Keane. And on this occasion, allow me to thank once again the Venice Commission for its urgent opinion and sharing views with us today. Now I'm going to give the floor to Madame O'Loughlin, Alliance of Liberals and Democrats for Europe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And some, I have no doubt, would advocate for us to be moderate, that this bill was adopted by a parliamentary majority and that we should not intervene in the internal affairs of a sovereign state. But I say no, I do not agree, and I appeal to all of my colleagues here. We cannot allow ourselves to be moderate. We made that mistake with Russia in 2012 when it adopted its Foreign Agents Law, and look at how that turned out. I remind all of my colleagues that Georgia willingly subscribed to our ethos and basic values of upholding democracy, human rights and the rule of law. And I believe that it is our duty to react when we see the risk of a measure being adopted which clearly puts at risk the Georgian people's European aspirations as well as civil society, and at the same time, of course, giving great comfort to the Russian dictatorship. I say no, we cannot be silent when the measure was taken despite numerous calls to reconsider, despite our organisation's open concerns regarding the draft laws and the incompatibility with European democratic and human rights standards. And I say no, we cannot look away when every day through different channels we receive reports of police violence, intimidation of opponents and pressure on their families. This is a mockery of, as well as a complete disrespect to European values and democratic standards that our organisation is obliged to defend. So I say no, I cannot, and I say no, we cannot, our ALDE group cannot, accept that the future of a country is jeopardised by its leadership in such an irresponsible way. This is happening ahead of the Georgian parliamentary elections, and you're all aware, colleagues, that for a long time in our Assembly we have been respecting the unwritten rule that we should not discuss a country in the 6 months before election. And I think we should consider this self-censorship, because quite often our democracies are most fragile during the pre-electoral period. So I call on our Assembly to hold an urgent debate at the June session. Our Georgian colleagues need to listen to our concerns, and I want to commend the President for her courage in immediately vetoing this law. There is time to do the right thing. If this does not happen, the Council of Europe must be prepared to intervene and help Georgia get back on track using all instruments at our disposal, including the joint procedure. But for now, the Council stands ready to help, but in June we must be proactive. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. We'll give now the floor to the members of the Standing Committee, starting with Madame Sepashvili, member of the Georgian delegation.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me express my gratitude that you are interested in developments in Georgia and you bother about my country. And we really appreciate such kind of attitude towards my country. But let me explain some kind of attitudes that are not totally true. For instance, when the Commission has said that there are two types of law. One is it's about lobbying, for instance, like FARA, and the second one it's about foreign influences. But let me remind you that whenever financial flows and financial resources come from abroad, not from inside the country, it always entails foreign influence as well. As we all may know, Piper's paymaster calls the tone. And this is the case that we try to make more transparent, because Georgian people have right to know who are behind this non-governmental organization and what kind of activities they are financing. Of course, there are some cases when such kind of foreign financial flows go in a, in not a right way to the political parties, and it is direct interfere in political situation in the countries, because we have witnessed some cases in Georgia when NGOs are falsificated. I mean, political parties established fake NGOs and they receive money from abroad. And so we try to avoid such kind of developments. As a matter of fact, I have to convince you that in the first article of the law, it is written that this law is not restricting activity of any NGOs and any media entities. So before we adopted this law, we have made some public opinion poll, and it appears that 81%, more than 80%, is for transparency. Transparency is a key European value, and of course we are trying to pursue our European path in regards with making more transparent. For instance, Ursula von der Leyen announced that foreign interfere in domestic democracies became a problem. That's why the European Union initiated directive on transparency. And we took this transparency and make this as a basis for our law, so though our law is a little bit softer than the EU directive on transparency. Moreover, Manival, that is one of the body of the Council of Europe, have recommended to Georgia to increase transparency of NGO sectors, which is not so good in terms of information about their activities. And as you may know, Manuel is the organization which tries to avoid terrorism and money laundering and so on, so on. So in this regard, this law coincides with the European values. As for the democratic development of Georgia and our European path, we are going towards our European path, of course, and we are currently implementing association agreement, which is fulfilled more than a half. And nowadays we are working on the global project, which is not only in Georgia's interest, but in EU's interest as well. I mean, EU's energy security issues and EU's transport communication towards the east part of the planet and digital hubs. I see that my time is over, so I have a lot to speak, but unfortunately, I have to stop.
Thank you, Eka. Thank you.
Thank you.
Franks Baba is next.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Edith, for your introduction. So the bad thing is that member countries of the Council of Europe learn from each other, and I understand that in the news, Turkey announced now to have a maybe similar law as well in Turkey. So we have to focus on this there as well. So really, I will say something about the speaker, but I don't understand. So just 81% you mentioned in the polls are in favor of transparency.
81% is
Yeah,
I
understand it. Just 81%. I would say 100% of people should be in favor of transparency, but you don't mean transparency, you mean labeling. You mean labeling, you want to put a label to some organizations to say this are
Dear
against
Frank, I would like to listen to your views, but please don't make it a dialogue
I just
now.
mentioned something. I don't ask for an answer now. You can do it later.
For instance, in American law and in Russian
Dear
law,
Eka.
they require labeling, but
Dear
don't
Eka.
say not our law.
Yeah, it was
is
clear.
not true.
There was a poll, and it was clear that it was 81%. Okay.
So, and I listened to the speaker, and for sure it's nice that he accept our invitation. This is very good. But do I understand that he mentioned?
If I may interrupt, sorry. The poll was about transparency in general or the law per se? Eka? The poll was about transparency in general or the law implemented?
About the law.
About the law.
It was
okay.
about the law.
It is good to know. So, really sorry to
81%
interrupt.
are in favor
So
of the
it's a
law in Georgia,
democracy.
so
Okay.
we can see it on the
Not
streets.
everybody is.
But anyhow,
Let Frank continue. Thank
Democracy.
you. Thank you both.
So, do I understand, maybe the time you have to look, do I understand that the speaker say we are undermining Georgia because he mentioned that there are, whoever is undermining Georgia, we are threatening Georgia. He mentioned that Georgia is threatened, and he say there's an aggressive campaign of disinformation. Who is making this campaign? We? Is it the Venice Commission? Is it the European Union who is making this aggressive campaign of disinformation? So for sure, we are just doing our job, like the president underlined. We are the ones who should look for democracy, rule of law, and human rights. And it's not up to you to decide about Venice Commission's position. The Venice Commission is one of the most credible organizations all over the world. And they give you a chance, to be honest.
Sure,
they give you
but I provide you information.
Eka, sorry, I will not allow this. Don't interrupt. You had your time, and now you.
So they give you a
listen to
chance. Sorry, they give you a chance to rethink the situation. And I have to say, what is very infamous, I have really to say this hard word, is that you combine it with an anti-LGBTIQ law, because you want to break those one who are against this law and who are supporting democracy in your country. You are leaving the European way. This is the truth. You are leaving the European way. If all others in Europe say you are leaving, you cannot say we don't leave the European way. And my concern is that the main aim are the elections on the 26th of October. This is the main aim. And you have organizations who control the elections, who go to the polling stations, and it's true, they are financed from other international countries, and this is good. This is very good. in every member country, it is very good when we have people who control the polling stations and who control the elections. And I just ask us to be very prepared to organize a very good election observation mission, because these elections are very crucial and very important. I don't like usually to mention heads of states and governments, but as I'm a German, I can say I am in a close communication with Olaf Scholz, with the Chancellor of Germany, about the situation, and he's very concerned about it as well. So at the end, you leave the European way, and it's not that there's no criticism in Georgia. It's not just from the opposition. The former prime minister is against the law. The president is against the law, and you lose a lot of members in your governmental parties over the last years. And so really, the Venice Commission is a chance to learn, but it's always a change as well, to change position and to come back to the right way of this organization. And I really ask and urge you to do this.
Thank you, Frank. Pierre Lenfriede.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je m'exprime en français. Comment être contre la transparence? C'est difficile, mais j'aimerais juste vous parler de mon expérience par rapport à la notion d'agent étranger, parce que en 2021, j'ai présidé en fait la délégation d'observation des élections en Russie, les élections à la Douma. Alors on aurait dû être beaucoup, 45 ans de l'Assemblée, 500 d'OSCE, mais comme vous le savez, la Russie est un tout petit pays, il y avait le Covid, donc on pouvait y aller à 10 ou 20, en définitive on y allait à 5. Mais ça nous a quand même permis de faire une évaluation et de rencontrer notamment les représentants du parti Yabloko, qui est un parti minoritaire d'opposition, qui nous ont expliqué clairement ce que représentait cette notion d'agent de l'étranger. Donc vous imaginez, vous faites campagne dans un pays, et puis sur vos papiers de campagne, vous devez, sur le 15% de la surface de cette feuille, marquer les choses suivantes. Nous, Yabloko, parti de l'étranger, nous agissons contre les intérêts de la Russie. Je vous promets que électoralement, c'est très efficace. Donc, transparence, oui, mais ensuite, quelles sont les dérives possibles? Et ça, c'en était une en Russie, et je pense effectivement que ce genre de loi peut, selon, conduire à n'importe quelle dérive et limiter en fait les droits d'expression, ça peut stigmatiser et ça peut effectivement poser d'énormes problèmes à tout ce qui déplaît à un moment donné dans un pays. Donc je pense qu'effectivement, il y a un très grand danger.
Thank you, Pierre Lenfriede.
Thank you. Thank you, President. As we are witnessing the backsliding of the democracy also in Council of Europe member states, this debate on the situation in Georgia is necessary. Georgia is an important and valued member of our Assembly and the Council of Europe. But we must speak up when the values and principles of our organization are disregarded, as they are in Georgia now. Upon request by our President, the Venice Commission issued its urgent opinion on the draft law on transparency of foreign influence on Tuesday. The opinion was clear, and we heard it also today. The law must be repealed. The Commission concluded that the fundamental flaws of law will involve significant negative consequences for the freedom of association and expression, and the right to privacy, the right to participate in public affairs, as well as the prohibition of discrimination. The Georgian people has taken to the streets showing their opposition. Our rapporteurs on Georgia have spoken up. It is commendable that also our President and the Secretary General of the Council of Europe have voiced their critical opinions. But now it is time to address the Georgian leadership directly. I encourage both our President and the Secretary General of the Council of Europe to go to Georgia to engage directly with the Parliament leadership and Prime Minister Kobahidze. We have a mandate to get involved when member states don't follow up on their commitments. Georgia, as all member states, have signed up to the European Convention on Human Rights. This draft law will impede freedom of association and expression. I see no reason to delay addressing this directly with the leadership in Georgia. Adopting the law can also derail the process of Georgia's future membership of the EU. President Zurabilishvili must be commended for her veto of the law. It is a strong signal. Regrettably, it is expected that her veto will be overturned by the parliament, a parliament which should listen to public opinion and international advice. The commendable efforts of the Georgian people showing their opposition to the draft laws have been met with harsh reactions from the authorities. Reactions limiting freedom of speech and assembly, and reactions not in line with the principles and values of our organization. And it is sad, Mr. President, that we see a member state adopting legislation inspired by Russia, legislation which we have seen strictly limited civil society, media and political opposition there. We can't allow this to continue. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ingrid. Oleksiy Goncharenko is next.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, I hear so much hypocrisy now and so much lies from Georgian representatives of Georgian government, including their speaker.
Oleksiy, sorry to interrupt, but I think that we should not use such expressions because you have a lot. You know English better than me. You have a lot of expressions that you can use. There's no need to insult anybody. I'm talking about hypocrisy, which is a Greek word as well. I know very well what does it mean. It's bad. Don't use this kind of words, please. Thank you.
Dear President, definitely I can go the way how Speaker of the Parliament of Georgia and representative of Georgian Dream and their satellites, is it good word? Their satellites around them are speaking about this so-called law. We can really use this Orwell language. Freedom is slavery, right? War is peace, right? We can call, like Orwell wrote, pacification when millions of people are killed, and denazification in Putin's language, and other words. But the reality is very clear. There is happening of Belarusization of Georgia. The next step will be occupation of Georgia by Russia, exactly like it happened with Belarus. We are here just 25 kilometers from Belarus. And if we want to see one more new Lukashenko, one more new regime which first starts to label and stigmatize civil society, then to fraud elections, then to kill oppositioners, then to put them in detention, and we will just say, oh, one more oppositioner is killed. Oh, 10 more are killed. Oh, hundreds more are in the prison. Oh, one more country is no more in European way anymore, but occupied by Russia. We can just say words, or we need to act. That's what we should do. So what can we do? That's the question. When Bidzina Ivanishvili, who is real owner of Georgia, unfortunately now, is switching to Putin's language. I want to tell you, Bidzina Ivanishvili publicly said in Georgia, it's not Russia who attacked Georgia in 2008. It's not Russia who attacked Ukraine in 2014 and 2022. It's a global party of war. It's we. It's Venice Commission who said that this law is nonsense and not law at all. It's all of us who wants to see Georgia prosperous, free, European. We are the party of war. And Putin is great because Putin is a real friend of Ivanishvili. That's the reality which we have today. So we need to act. Yes, we can go, and President, you shouldn't go there alone or just with the Secretary General, Deputy Secretary General. Take all of us with you. All stand in committee where I think many of us are ready to come, to say nice, to speak, because Georgian people deserve it. Next, sanctions. Next, force. We need to show Ivanishvili and so-called Georgian Dream, because unfortunately it's not Georgian, looks more like Russian Dream. What they're doing is unbearable, unacceptable, and we will do everything we can to support Georgian people. And in the end, I want to address Georgian people. Dzvirpaso mego brebo, dzvirpaso dzmebo, Sakartvelos gaumardžios, kartvelebo ir dzolet, ta visų plebi viscis. Slava Gruzijai.
Thank you, Alexei. Emanuelis Ingeris is next. Emanuelis, you have asked for this floor. Am I right? Aulus.
Thank you. I was just listening to Alex also. So, extremely pity. In this room, just a few years ago, we forbid to call Georgia, Georgia, and we called Georgia Sakartvelo. It was it's native name of Georgia. In this parliament, I explained you yesterday in my office, dear President, we printed 34 years ago, when a few years before Despina arrived, we printed 65 newspapers in Georgian language, anti-Soviet, anti-communist newspapers in Kazakh languages, in Ukrainian language. So we were here cradle of our anti-Soviet revolution, and we looked to the war liberation of Ukraine like to the last chapter of liberation from this Soviet slavery, Soviet yoke of the regime created by Bolsheviks in 1917. It was a long story, and Georgia was a part of our dear nation who were leading in Caucasian region, leading, I would like to mention you, leading the European way and European integration. So it's this backsliding, and the Venice Commission clear words, I'm sorry, just they're asking to recall the law, simply, Venice Commission. And President, she vetoed. And now somebody trying to say that we are only on the side of opposition when we tried to save Georgia from the Russian during the war, and my president was during the bombing of Tbilisi, together with late Kaczynski, president of Poland, being with Georgians during the bombing. So in this case, I think it's a key turning point. I understand that for ruling coalition it's better to label before elections in October, or better to label their opponents. But labeling the opponents, they're going away from our concept of Europe. European Union leadership make their clear, absolutely crystal clear recommendations to delete the law from the Georgian reality. The people in the streets declare that, and I would like to mention one more. You have, I'm sorry, one political prisoner more in Georgia. It's Mikhail Saakashvili. And I'm sorry to say, this man contributed some years ago to your way in integration to West, with the West, and we would like to see him free. It was mentioned in all our papers. And I would like to say that it's last moment when we should, in our Council of Europe, Mr. President, probably to come to the end after Bureau and Presidential Committee meeting, decisions and consultation with Lithuanian Minister of Foreign Affairs. And I just would like to stress, we should form the delegation and go in friendly way, finally, to warn the government of Georgia.
Thank you, Emanuelis.
And to be on the side of Georgian integration to European space. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, the speaker list is closed, and I'm going now to give the floor again to Mrs. Bilkova, the Vice Chair of the Venice Commission, for 3 minutes. Mrs. Bilkova, are you with us?
Yes.
Are you still here?
Yes.
Okay, we can
Yes.
listen to you. You have the floor.
Thank Thank you very much. I just have 3 points. The first one, there is no doubt that transparency is a value. It's a European value. That, however, does not mean that any measures which are justified by transparency and taken in the name of transparency are necessarily legal and legitimate. And that was our point in the opinion. Secondly, Georgia is among the 4 most important and most loyal clients of the Venice Commission. We have had this long-term constructive cooperation, and despite the harsh words which have recently been uttered by some Georgian politicians with respect to the Venice Commission, we sincerely hope that this constructive and decent cooperation will continue. And the third point, I actually agree with the Speaker of the Georgian Parliament that this is not an either-or issue. That means that the Republic of Georgia does not have an either-or choice. It's not you don't do anything or you adopt this law in the current version. As I said at the end of my presentation, and it is also written in the opinion, there are other ways to address legitimate concerns that the Georgian politicians might have, such as amending certain already existing laws. And the Venice Commission would be very happy and pleased to help the Georgian authorities to find the right way to fix any problems they might feel they have. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for this very interesting exchange of views.
Thank you, Madam Bilkova. And I finally call now Mrs. Estrela to reply to this debate. Did you have 3 minutes?
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je suis étonnée et un peu triste avec la réaction des intervenants représentants de la Géorgie. J'ai parlé de mener un dialogue constructif et quelle est la réaction des représentants de la Géorgie. Madame Verespashvili vous avez votre attitude et pardonnez-moi, mais votre attitude est exemplaire de ce que vous voulez faire. C'est peut-être vous voulez faire taire les personnes, toutes les personnes qui ne partagent pas de vos opinions, notamment les membres de notre Assemblée. Ce que vous avez fait avec M. Frank Schwab, ce n'est pas incroyable. Vous avez dit, vous désirez plus de transparence. Oui, toutes et tous sont pour la transparence, mais moins de liberté d'association et d'expression, nous sommes contre. Moins de pluralisme politique, nous sommes contre. Plus de violence, nous sommes contre. Mais nous sommes bien sûr en faveur de la transparence, du dialogue et des lois qui soient adéquates. Je regrette que, je ne sais pas si Monsieur le Président du Parlement de la Géorgie continue avec nous. Je regrette que vous ne partagez pas l'avis de la Commission de Venise et l'opinion des co-rapporteurs de l'Assemblée parlementaire du Conseil de l'Europe. On n'a pas fait une campagne de désinformation. Pour nous, la loi sur les agents étrangers doit être révoquée dans sa forme actuelle. La loi n'est pas compatible avec les normes internationales. Et comme je l'ai déjà dit, je suis convaincue de la capacité de la Géorgie à surmonter les défis que se dresse sur la route et de l'engagement clair du peuple géorgien en faveur de la démocratie et de l'intégration européenne. Je ne sais pas si les collègues, les membres de l'Assemblée ont déjà reçu la notice hier. Les États-Unis annoncent des restrictions de visa et une révision de toute coopération entre les États-Unis et la Géorgie. C'est dommage, je regrette ça. Je regrette que la Géorgie s'isole et s'éloigne du chemin de l'adhésion à l'Union européenne. Nous sommes amis de la Géorgie. Nous voulons que la Géorgie soit membre de l'Union européenne. Nous voulons que la Géorgie soit un membre du Conseil de l'Europe en plénitude. Donc, il faut faire un effort de la partie de la Géorgie pour revenir au chemin de la démocratie. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Edith. Dear colleagues, we have decided to hold the second current affairs debate on the 75th anniversary of the Council of Europe, how to ensure the participation of all Europeans in the future of our organization. And I will first give the floor to Mrs. Inget Skau to open the debate. Inget, you have 7 minutes.
I stand up, I think. It's better. President, it is very appropriate to have this debate here in beautiful Vilnius during the 75th anniversary month of the Council of Europe. Lithuania is a country with a rich history of resistance to dictatorship and bravery in the face of opposition. It is symbolic of the achievements of the Council of Europe that we, parliamentarians from 46 European countries, come together here in Lithuania. Throughout all those dark years, the Lithuanians kept their faith in the values of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Now, 3 decades since they regained their freedom, they have rebuilt their society around those values. In this 75th anniversary year, we may feel that there is not much to celebrate. There may be voices asking whether the Council of Europe is succeeding in its mission. We may feel that European citizens have lost faith in the European values and in our democratic institutions. Some are even turning to exclusion, hatred, and populism. The challenges before us are enormous. The ongoing war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine brings death and suffering to the Ukrainian people every day. 2 years after the full-scale invasion, there is no doubt that the decision to expel Russia was wise. I'm proud that our Assembly was resolute and crystal clear in drawing the red line. The war of aggression requires us to unite more closely than ever around our common European identity based on democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. It has been said before, but cannot be repeated enough. Ukraine is fighting this war for the values we all share, not just for its own freedom and sovereignty, but for the freedom and security of us all. Colleagues, it is not the only challenge we must meet. Climate change, the rapid growth in artificial intelligence, equality for all, decent social rights, the dangers of democratic backsliding. These are just a few. The Reykjavik summit last May set out the priorities and the roadmap for the months and years ahead. Here, too, I am proud of the role of our Assembly played in shaping that vision. We will continue to focus our work on these priorities. New priorities emerge. The world around us changes, and we must adapt and adjust. But the basis of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law must remain rock solid. As a political body, our Assembly cannot stay silent in the face of clear and continuing breaches of the standards. Dialogue and negotiation are key words. Our Assembly will always stand ready to discuss, to provide advice and support, to keep all channels open. Our engagement with the opposition and democratic forces of the Russian Federation and Belarus are a proof of this. Both our strength and influence depend on our clarity on the need for respect of the values and standards. A clarity which is based on both the facts we see before us and on the legal framework to which all Council of Europe member states have committed. We cannot compromise on the foundations, or the building can never stand firm. Our European citizens are looking for our leadership and for answers to the dangers we face. We must find ways to engage with the citizens of all of Europe. As politicians, we must win this trust. We must show them that they have a role to play. We must find ways to prove to them that the Council of Europe, the international multilateral institutions, are not just distant talking shops. These bodies matter, and they make a difference to their everyday lives. To get this message out, to prove the relevance of our organization, the foreign minister of our member states must be more active. Meeting once a year on the ministerial level is not enough. The foreign ministers need to actively engage in the work of the Council of Europe and to engage their citizens in our work. We must especially reach the younger generations. Their futures are at stake, threatened by war and climate change, as well as the weakening of basic human and civil rights, rights we cannot take for granted. It is terrible to see the disillusionment and disengagement of many of our young people. But it is also a source of hope and promise when we see young citizens thinking outside the box on so many issues and standing up to defend their futures. We must reach those groups in society who are outsiders and vulnerable. Those who are marginalized, who face discrimination, and whose voices we do not hear. We must reach out more to civil society and be their trusted partner, continuing on their contributions as they count on ours. Let us keep faith in our values. And let us trust in the strength and purpose of this organization and our Assembly. In so doing, we can look with confidence to the future. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Ingrid. Now, the floor is open, and I would like to give the floor to the representatives of the political groups. Mrs. Kau has already spoken on behalf of the group of the European People's Party, and then I will give the floor to Mr. Svabe, who will speak on behalf of the Socialist Democrats and Green Group.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you very much for the opportunity to have this debate. Since Alexei was the mover of the idea of an urgent debate, I just want to ask you, because you spoke about how we can have all the Europeans on board. I think you are the one who insists not to have one country with Europeans on board, no? It's Russia. So that means, for sure, we should try to have each and everyone on board, but we have to make clear on the other side that there are values and rules and there are red lines, and if you cross the red line, it's a problem, and you step back and you push yourself outside of this European family. The Council of Europe is the best organization in the world, not the biggest one, not the best known organization, maybe it's not the best, but one of the best organizations all over the world, so we should not be too... it's a very, very
I will keep
important...
the first, that it is the best. I will erase the second phrase.
It's the best.
Okay.
It's a value. And sometimes when I see what's going on in some member countries, I cannot even believe that we have this organization. That it was founded, and it was with this fundamental idea that there is something when you come to an end on the national level, that the nations, the member countries committed themselves that there is something, the court in Strasbourg, who make a judgment, and then you have to implement it even if you don't like it. Even if you don't like it. Even if you don't like it, you have to implement it in the country. And for sure, we should try to have each and every one on board. And I want to refer again on Kosovo. I think we should insist as PACE. The Committee of Ministers has a prerogative, to quote the Secretary General, of welcoming a new member country. But they ask us for an opinion, and we gave our opinion with the overwhelming majority. And there is an expectation in Kosovo that we proceed. We need to give the chance to 1.8 million people to have the right to go to the court, including the Serbian minority in Kosovo. So I have really some hope. And I want to quote the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Lithuania, that there is a momentum and that we should not lose the momentum. And my hope is that under the chairmanship of Lithuania, and I have some hope, we will have another ministerial, and not just only every 1 year, where we can welcome Kosovo in this organization. And since I know that, let's say a little bit the motivation for the urgent debate was Azerbaijan, I want to say, yes, Azerbaijan should be on board. And although the government is seeing me as the main criticizer or whatever of the country, I have to say I get a lot of positive news from the country and from outside, hundreds and thousands of letters, of emails, thanking that we are here, and that we are underlining the values of this organization. And if there is something Azerbaijan want to show us, then they should show us it to us. Just to put someone into house arrest, and we commented hopefully, and at the same time to imprison much more people, including Anna Madmadli, who get the prize, our prize, the Václav Havel Prize. It's unbelievable what kind of signal this should be. So if they are prepared to come back to our values, we welcome them immediately here back. So we need a dialogue with all the partners all over Europe, but we need to be clear on our rules as well. If not, we will not lose just the values and rules for some concerned countries. We will lose it at the end for all the other countries. I think this should be the message from this debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. On behalf of the European Conservatives Group and Democratic Alliance, Alexei Goncharenko. Alexei, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Dear Frank, yes, I moved these debates and speaking about all Europeans. But for me, European is not about geography. For me, European, it's even not about passport. For me, European is about values. That's the most important. And yeah, unfortunately, Russia is not a European country. Some of Russians are. Vladimir Kara-Murza, who are detained in prison, he is. Those Russians who are fighting shoulder to shoulder with the Ukrainians today against Putin's regime, they are. But unfortunately, Russia as whole is not. Who else is European? Definitely Kosovans. And they deserve to be in Council of Europe, for sure. I completely agree. We need to push this agenda. We need not to stop. Okay, we said what we think and that's all. No, we need to push. There should not be gray zones in in Europe. One more thing. For example, we see how Georgia, there is an attempt to steal Georgia from Europe. This is very dangerous. Who is this bull who wants to steal Georgia from Europe? We understand this bull is from Kremlin and Kremlin controlled. And I want to tell you about one more European. Her name was Mahsa Amini. Mahsa Amini, that's Iranian girl who was killed by Iranian police for opposing mandatory hijab. She was European. And she was killed by bloody Ayatollah's regime. And what we see today, when I see in the United Nations minute of silence for Ibrahim Raisi, who is the butcher of Tehran, and people are standing up, I'm shocked. I'm shocked with this. When I see that some European countries, Western world countries are sending condolences to Iran about butcher of Tehran, who killed Mahsa Amini, who killed hundreds of people, thousands of people in Iran, who killed Ukrainian children with Iranian drones. I am shocked. Here are the students from Lithuania. Can you confirm and accept that you are making condolences for Raisi, killer, butcher, and we are just silent about this? We can't be silent about this. We not just not have any right to make any minute of silence and condolences about Raisi. Him and people like him should be punished. And when finally God punished him instead of us, I was happy. I am saying that openly. I was happy. And when such people who are enemies of humankind are punished, we should be happy. We shouldn't be, oh, you know, this, I'm sorry, hypocrisy. No. The strength, the values, and the whole world, we need to fight for our values. In other case, we will have disaster in the world. That's what I want to tell you. And I want to ask you in the end to stand up for the minute of silence for Mahsa Amini and thousands of Iranians who were killed by Ibrahim Raisi and Ayatollah's regime. Please stand up in a minute of silence for them. Thank you. Manuelis.
Dear Oleksiy, there was a discussion in the Presidential Committee that the silent will be declared by the President. Please.
I didn't know.
I didn't
know.
Sorry.
This.
I don't want to bring anybody in a difficult situation. But on the other hand, it is not on every parliamentarian whom I respect personally and all of you to decide when a minute of silence will be declared in this room. So I respect what you have proposed, but please, we have to respect the decision of our Presidential Committee taken in April in Strasbourg.
Sure, we didn't know this, sorry.
Yeah,
but
no, I'm not blaming you. Thank you,
thank
you so much for understanding. Thank you for understanding, you and the other colleagues here in this room. So now, I open the floor to the members of the Standing Committee, and I would like to give the floor to Zanda Kalnina Lukasiewicz. Zanda, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. And indeed, 75 years is a remarkable time. And we can and we have to remember and acknowledge what has been achieved. So the role of the Council of Europe in strengthening the human rights, rule of law, democracy is enormous. So the Council of Europe has done so much so that our countries can be really free and democratic and our citizens can enjoy life in a democratic countries. But today we are again in a crossroads. Yes, we are looking forward to the many good initiatives we have in the Council of Europe and in this Assembly. For example, the Convention on the Artificial Intelligence will be, again, a very important milestone when we look in the future. But I think what will define us is our ability to underline the accountability and justice. So this Assembly has done so much to support Ukraine, has excluded Russia, but we cannot just rest on our laurels. We need to do even more. So our obligation is to continue to do this work. So yes, we have register of damage. We now have to proceed with the compensation mechanism and also convincing member states to confiscate the frozen assets and to transfer them to Ukraine. We need to create an international tribunal to hold Russia and its leadership accountable. And I believe that exactly these decisions to be taken will define the role of the Council of Europe in the future and will define the strengths of the rule of law, democracy, and human rights in Europe. So I hope that we will continue our work in this spirit, and we will be able really to create tribunal compensation mechanism and take the other needed decisions soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Zanda. Dear Fiona Laughlin, really sorry I should have given you the floor earlier. On behalf of ALDE, you have the floor now.
Thank you, President. In Ireland, we're very proud of being one of the founding members of the Council of Europe. We joined this European family of nations as a fledgling state before we had even been admitted to the United Nations. The mandate of the Council of Europe, of course, is the pursuit of peace based on justice. And peace was brought to my island, the island of Ireland, in no small part thanks to the Council of Europe, as the European Convention on Human Rights is a foundational part of the Good Friday Agreement. Of course, the pursuit of peace based on justice became once again the focus of this entire organisation in 2022 and remains our priority in the face of an unjustified, unprovoked and unlawful aggression against Ukraine. It is important to recognise 75 years of the Council of Europe and the work that has been accomplished in safeguarding and promoting genuine democracy in Europe, as well as upholding human rights and the rule of law. Democracy, of course, is not just a system of governance. It's a fundamental that should be protected and nurtured. It is the fundamental of any society that believes in freedom, human rights, and the pursuit of common good. Today, we bear the responsibility of preserving the democratic values that our predecessors fought so hard to secure. And part of that responsibility is confronting the challenges that face us in guaranteeing a genuine democracy for European citizens. In safeguarding and promoting genuine democracy in Europe, we must not shy away from the importance of upholding the rule of law. An independent judiciary, a free press, and a vibrant civil society are the cornerstones of a healthy democracy, and we must defend these institutions from any attempts to undermine their legitimacy or independency. As we look around the world, we witness erosion of democratic values and the rise of authoritarian tendencies, and it's our duty as defenders of democracy to take action and ensure that our democratic system remains robust and resilient. Last year, at the Reykjavik Summit, our member states recognised that there was an urgent need for Council of Europe member states to renew their commitment to safeguarding and promoting democracy. Of course, this is not just a commitment of each member state towards their citizens, but also a responsibility to other member states. And in Reykjavik, our heads of government and state renewed their commitment undertaken when joining the Council of Europe. In the face of the extraordinary challenges that Europe faces, these values of democracy, human rights and rule of law must continue to be our compass as we look back on the last 75 years and look forward to the next 75 years and with the new generation of human rights. Last year, our focused call was for a renewed, improved and confident Council of Europe with a greater capacity to contribute to our shared democratic security. We must work together to protect democratic values and build a Europe where democracy thrives and where the rights and freedoms of all citizens are respected. And can I add my voice of welcome to Kosovo with the hope and expectation that during the Lithuanian presidency that they will become full members of the Council of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Fiona. Emanuelis Zinges has asked for the floor. Emanuelis.
Dear friends, looking to your last remarks, I would like to echo that we should have probably a Committee of Ministers meeting. You're absolutely right. Looking to the turbulent events, President, friends, I think we should react like Parliamentary Assembly. So parliamentary freedom is defended here, and we were always the first. I would like to say thank you to Ingrid for her very valuable and pleasant remarks about our bravery fighting Soviet communist regime and our freedom fighting. But we continue freedom fighting in this organization, and all the standards were implemented. Despina, you remember how it was difficult to implement abolishment of capital punishment, and it was done. And it's become better, less hatred in our countries. It was our key priorities in the 90s, and it was done smoothly. So, looking to the current situation, I would like to express my deepest worries that space of democracy is shrinking. Dear President, we are losing our war against dictatorships. They're more synchronized. China, Russia, Iran, their intelligence are working against us on every daily basis. I don't know like it's in Greece, but in the East European region, we see that on daily basis. And probably Mr. Volkov will say about that in few hours later. IPU organization, for example, is last meeting in Geneva. I am a member of delegation. It was impossible to put the item of Ukraine on IPU agenda. Impossible. Russia delegation, it was done everything from Russia side, and there are satellites in Africa and Latin America to took out. I'm extremely worried, Despina, about OSCE answer and not answered until last about the elections in Azerbaijan, why they were blocking actually our attendance together with ODIHR, and it was no answer from General Secretary, and I have some remarks about his behaviors, not only in this case, but in other cases too. So I think we should clarify that we are now leading organization in all European space and even more about human rights. That's huge duty. I would like to congratulate you with 75th year. Remember then 1996 when Russia joined Council of Europe, and they said that we will withdraw our army from Moldova and we will compensate Baltic deported people to Siberia during Joseph Stalin time. It was done no one commitment from Russia's side. So I would like to say now we should be even more serious about the commitments of other members just mentioned 30 minutes ago, not to go to give the backslide to the Russian side, and Russia declare a war against us, and we should respond adequately. In this case, I'm very proud to be a member of this organization, and I will do everything together with you during presidency of Lithuania to implement as much as more duties related to human rights standards. And I would like to say we are so lucky that we have Council of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuelis. I will now call Ingrid Skau for 3 minutes to reply to the debate.
Thank you, President, and thanks to all colleagues also that took the floor and participated in this important case. I heard and still hear that you are mentioned Kosovo, and I like also to underline and also have some expectations to the Lithuanian when you have the chairmanship of our organization to get the ball into the goal in a way, because there is 2 issues considering Kosovo that we have to solve, but they are moving in the right direction, and their applications to be member of our organization, we should really try to end and say yes and include Kosovo in our family. We are stronger with one more country, and Kosovo is the next on the line, I think. I also have some expectations to be more active, but to our excellent President Rosopoulos, I know that you are active, and together with the new Secretary General, I expect that you do what you are have started to do, and to be present and meet with the authorities, presidents, and the prime ministers in countries that are backsliding in democracy and where we have difficulties. And I also have clear expectations that our foreign ministers of our member states must be much more active. It is far too less to meet once a year, and it's a possibility to have an extraordinary minister meeting also with ambassadors when they have the accept to have decisions. But I do think that also governments, together with our organizations, have to see this worrying time. Our organization is a really important part of the international architecture. It's not so many places where countries can meet and really have this debate. You can see NATO have military solutions, and EU have sanctions against financial system and so on. But we have the possibility to have dialogue, to confront, and also to say that when you have signed a declaration, you also have to live the declaration. You have to take care of our values. It's not only the signature. You have to it has to be a part of your daily routine and your thinking, and also to be a serious member. And I mentioned in my first speech that our European citizens are looking for our leadership and for answers to the danger we face, and we are a part of that answer. So thank you, Mr. President.
Ingrid. So, thank you so much, dear Ingrid. Dear colleagues, we have reached the end of discussing the 75th anniversary of the Council of Europe and how to ensure the participation of all Europeans in the future of our organization. Having listened to our colleagues, it is for sure that participating in the organization has obligations and rights. And one of the rights is to believe that all who share the same ideas with us are, as Mr. Goncharenko earlier said, Europeans, sharing European values. Mahsa Amini was just 22 years old when assassinated by a so-called religious morality police of Iran's government. I will now accept the proposal declared by our colleague Mr. Goncharenko and ask you for a minute commemorating a woman who shared the same values as this Council is doing for the last 75 years. Thank you. Before interrupting our meeting, I will announce that we will have a flower-laying ceremony at the Seimas Memorial for the defenders of freedom in front of this emblematic and historical building of the modern Lithuanian history. After the ceremony, I invite you to enjoy and join the buffet lunch. And we will resume our meeting this afternoon at 2:30. Thank you.
1, 2. Dear colleagues, let me kindly invite you to go outside in the front of building 2, in the front of entrance, and to participate in the flower laying ceremony to show the respect for those who defended the freedom of Lithuania. And afterwards we will go straight for the lunch. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, please be seated. Welcome back. Thank you for your attention, dear colleagues. We have the pleasure of having among us today Mrs. Svitlana Tsikhanovskaya, leader of the Belarusian Democratic Opposition. It is my pleasure, Mrs. Tsikhanovskaya, to welcome you today at the Standing Committee of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. I want to inform you that this morning we heard from the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Lithuania and the President of the Committee of Ministers on the priorities of the Lithuanian presidency. The top priorities are focused on the protection of the Council of Europe's values against aggression and authoritarianism, and in particular, on the support for civil society, independent media, and human rights defenders from Belarus, from your country. The Assembly is prepared to work with the Committee of Ministers on this issue. The role of national parliaments in addressing the challenges faced by Belarusians in exile will be the topic of the event co-organized by the Assembly and the Chamber of Deputies of Luxembourg on the 6th and 7th of June this year. I'm looking forward to meeting you there as well and discussing how we as parliaments can help those who have been forced to leave their homes, to leave their country due to the oppressive regime by Alexander Lukashenko. We can only admire the resilience, the courage, and determination of your fellow compatriots and yourself, of course. So now I give the floor to Madame Tsikhanovskaya to address to our Standing Committee.
Dear Emanuelis, dear Assembly, let me congratulate my dear Lithuania on taking over the chairmanship of the Committee of the Ministers of the Council of Europe. As you know, Lithuania is not just our neighbor, it is a staunch ally in our fight for freedom. Lithuania has accepted dozens of thousands of Belarusians fleeing persecution, imposed sanctions on Lukashenko's regime, and supports our democratic movement. I'm grateful to PASE, but also to each of your countries and your parliaments for your commitment to free Belarus and sovereign Ukraine. We fight against the same evil. We fight for the same values and for the same future, peaceful, democratic, and prosperous Europe. To win this fight, on the one hand, we need to isolate the dictators, Putin and Lukashenko. On the other, to support all those who fight for freedom. Sanctions. Sanctions are not the silver bullet, but a way to weaken dictatorial regimes, deprive them of resources to conduct the war and terror. Sanctions mustn't have loopholes and derogations. As we speak, European Union is discussing a new package of sanctions aiming to stop bypassing of sanctions by criminal regimes. Transatlantic sanctions against the dictators should work, and they have to be fulfilled. Let's not forget, Lukashenko's regime is a threat not only to Belarusian, but to regional security. Exactly 3 years ago, the regime hijacked the Ryanair flight to Vilnius and forced it to land in Minsk. And the dictator must be held accountable for this crime and many others. However, isolating Lukashenko, I ask you not to isolate Belarusian people. Draw a clear line between the people of Belarus and the regime. Belarusians want freedom. Belarusians want democracy, and Belarusians stand with Ukraine. Thanks to PASE for adopting the January resolution on Belarus, calling to support the mobility of Belarusian people, issue visas, and strengthen people-to-people ties. We mustn't allow a new Iron Curtain between Belarus and Europe, because this is exactly what dictators want. As we speak, less than 100 miles from here, Putin is meeting Lukashenko in Minsk. With the help of Lukashenko, Putin is trying to anchor his control over Belarus, destroy our sovereignty and national identity. Belarus is a key element of Putin's military machine, but also its weakest link, because Belarusians don't want Russia. Only 4% of Belarusians support the participation of Belarusians in the war, and less than 5% support the unification of Belarus with Russia. As we prepare for the summit on peace in Ukraine, we are very hopeful that Belarus will not be given to Putin as consolation prize. Belarus mustn't be seen as Russian colony or sphere of influence. But I call on you to see Belarus not only as a threat, but also as an opportunity. Investing in free Belarus, you invest in peace and you invest in democracy. We don't ask you to fight instead of us. It's our task of Belarusians, but we ask you to stand with us. Changes in Belarus will help Ukraine to win this war, but also it will be a big blow to Putin and integrity of his regime. I do believe that Belarus will become a success story, a story of transition from dictatorship to democracy. Free Belarus will contribute to peace and stability of the whole region. Dear Assembly, I ask you to continue supporting the democratic forces of Belarus and, first of all, the victims of the regime's repressions. In the last 3 months alone, more than 1,000 people have been arrested. Just this week, the regime opened criminal cases against 250 candidates to the Coordination Council of Belarusian Democratic Forces. The regime thugs crack down on their apartments, confiscate their property, and terrorize relatives. They came even after those who participated in solidarity rallies on the European Union soil. We need to fight for the release of our brave political prisoners. As we speak, thousands of them are behind bars, including Nobel Peace Prize winner Ales Belyatsky, journalist Andrzej Poczobut, activist Masha Kolesnikova, or my husband Sergei, whom my children haven't seen for 4 years already. Like many others, he is kept incommunicado mode, and I actually don't know if he is alive. Dear friends, I invite you to join the campaign of adopting political prisoners. Already more than 400 parliamentarians from all over the world became godparents. Just last week, 8 Swedish parliamentarians joined the campaign. You can tweet about these people, write in articles, communicate to their families, or send a parcel or letter to prison. And every gesture of solidarity matters. And groups for democratic Belarus in your parliaments play a huge role as well. And here I'm great to see Chairman of Friendship Group of Ukrainian Parliament, Spadar Hanchirenko. It's high time to strengthen the cooperation between the PASE and Belarusian Democratic Forces. Thank you for inviting Belarusian political parties to participate in the work of PASE. This is where we can not only learn and practice democracy, but also develop an efficient strategy on Belarus. On June 6-7, I invite you to join the conference on Belarus in Luxembourg, organized by the PASE. We will discuss the role of national parliaments in addressing challenges faced by the Belarusians in exile. As you know, the regime deprived Belarusians abroad of documents which made hundreds of thousands of people de facto stateless. We want Belarus to join the Council of Europe. It will be our first step in the integration with the European Union. As for now, support our call to grant Democratic Belarus the observer status in the Committee of Ministers. Let's deprive the illegitimate regime in Minsk of the right to represent Belarus. I know that it's unprecedented, but we live in non-conventional times that needs non-conventional decisions. Dear friends, let me assure you that Democratic Belarus will be a cornerstone for stability and security in Europe. With your help, we will restore the justice and rule of law. We will conduct free and fair elections, and democratically elected parliament from Belarus will take their seats in this room. And it's not just a dream, it is a plan. Of course, it will take some time and will take some efforts, but with your help, we will walk this path faster. Thank you. Живи Беларусь. Слава Украине.
On behalf of our Assembly, I would like to thank once again the leader of the Belarusian Democratic Forces, Mrs. Svitlana Tsikhanovskaya, for being with us today. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, I will be in Luxembourg on the 6th and 7th June, participating the event which is co-organized by the Assembly, the Chamber of Deputies. Dear colleagues, we will now continue our meeting with the consideration of the report on ending the detention of socially maladjusted persons. The rapporteur of the Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development, Mr. Stefan Senna, is here with us to present his report. Dear Stefan, you have 10 minutes in total to be divided between the presentation of your report for 7 minutes and the reply to the debate for 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I will use my normal language, German. Dear colleagues, unser Ausschuss, das Social Committee, sowie die gesamte Parlamentarische Versammlung setzt sich schon seit Jahrzehnten für die Menschenrechte schutzbedürftiger Gruppen ein. Menschen mit geistiger Behinderung oder mit Problemen mit der psychischen Gesundheit, Menschen, die Alkohol oder Drogen konsumieren oder Menschen, die am Rande der Gesellschaft gedrängt werden, weil sie keinen festen Wohnsitz haben. Ich selber stehe heute mit dieser Resolution in der Tradition meiner Vorgängerinnen als Berichterstatterinnen zu diesem Thema. Das war früher aus Georgien die Psychologin Frau Margaratze, die heutige EU-Gesundheitskommissarin Stella Kyriakides, die niederländische Kollegin De Bruyn-Wesemann und nicht zuletzt auch mein irischer Kollege Joseph O'Reilly, die alle die inakzeptable Behandlung dieser schutzbedürftigen Menschen angeprangert haben. Das Problem, welches wir haben, ist, dass diese inakzeptable Behandlung in unseren Mitgliedstaaten durch die Europäische Menschenrechtskonvention in großen Teilen gedeckt wird. Der Freiheitsentzug, die unfreiwillige medizinische Behandlung mit Medikamenten oder Elektroschocks, die furchtbaren Nebenwirkungen haben. Nur in unserem Europa ist es rechtens, bestimmten Gruppen aufgrund geistiger Behinderung oder Probleme mit psychischer Gesundheit, Drogen, Alkohol oder fehlendem Wohnsitz das Menschenrecht auf Freiheit zu nehmen. Unser Ausschuss hat letztes Jahr in einer beeindruckenden Anhörung in Paris vom britischen Historiker Professor Durda, wie es möglich war, dass der Artikel 5.1e so von den Eugenikern beeinflusst war, dass es bis heute, fast 75 Jahre später, rechtens ist, soziale Kontrolle über Menschenrechte zu stellen. Es ist daher Zeit, das Übel an den Wurzeln zu packen und diesen Artikel der Menschenrechtskonvention durch ein Zusatzprotokoll zu verändern. Dies ist umso notwendiger, als dass innerhalb des Europarates unser Appell, die 2006 verabschiedete UN-Konvention zu den Rechten von Menschen mit Behinderungen vollständig umzusetzen, immer wieder scheitert im Blick auf diesen berühmten Artikel der Europäischen Menschenrechtskonvention. Anders als die UN-Konvention enthält die Europäische Menschenrechtskonvention zum Beispiel kein Verbot der Inhaftierung aufgrund einer geistigen Behinderung. Der Menschenrechtsschutz droht damit zu zersplittern, da die UN-Konvention keinen Durchsetzungsmechanismus enthält, der dem Europäischen Gerichtshof für Menschenrechte gleichkommt. Natürlich könnte der Europäische Gerichtshof für Menschenrechte seine Rechtsprechung den sich entwickelnden internationalen Menschenrechtsstandards anpassen, denn schließlich ist die Europäische Menschenrechtskonvention ein lebendiges Instrument. Aber dies geschieht bisher leider nur sehr selten. Der Gerichtshof verwendet überwiegend weiter den Artikel 5.1e, diese Terminologie, die in der Menschenrechtsgemeinschaft als diskriminierend und stigmatisierend angesehen wird und nimmt nur selten Abstand von einem paternalistischen Ansatz. Die Rechtsprechung des Gerichtshofs erlaubt die Inhaftierung von unzurechnungsfähigen Menschen und diskriminiert Menschen aufgrund ihrer psychischen Gesundheit. Darüber hinaus birgt die unklare Definition des Gerichtshofes die Gefahr des Missbrauchs von Freiheitsentzug durch die Mitgliedstaaten. Unsere Versammlung hat sich bereits 3-mal gegen die Inhaftierung und Zwangsbehandlung in der Psychiatrie ausgesprochen, ebenso wie die verschiedenen Menschenrechtskommissare des Europarates und die einschlägigen UN-Vertragsorgane und Menschenrechtsmechanismen. In Portugal durften wir den seit mehr als 20 Jahren angewandten, auf die öffentliche Gesundheit ausgerichteten Ansatz für Personen mit Suchtverhalten untersuchen. Dieser hat sowohl seine Wirksamkeit als auch seine moralische Überlegenheit gegenüber dem Krieg gegen die Drogen bewiesen. Die Inhaftierung und Zwangsbehandlung von Personen, die Drogen oder Alkohol konsumieren, funktioniert einfach nicht und stellt zudem einen Entzug der Freiheitsrechte dieser Personen dar. Abschließend kann ich nicht genug betonen, wie dringend notwendig es ist, dass der Europarat als führende Menschenrechtsorganisation den weltweiten Paradigmenwechsel hin zu einem modernen, menschenrechtsbasierten Ansatz in seine Arbeit voll integriert. Das Ministerkomitee sollte auch die Mitgliedstaaten dabei unterstützen, in Zusammenarbeit mit der Europäischen Union, den Vereinten Nationen und ihren Organisationen, wie zum Beispiel der Weltgesundheitsorganisation, den Nichtregierungsorganisationen und den Organisationen von betroffenen Menschen die notwendigen Schritte zu unternehmen, die für eine uneingeschränkte Wahrnehmung des Rechts auf Freiheit für alle erforderlich ist. Vielleicht wissen Sie es, aber ich habe für die Versammlung bei vielen Sitzungen des CDBio oder früher DGBIO vertreten, was deren Arbeit zu freiwilligen und nicht freiwilligen Maßnahmen in der psychiatrischen Versorgung betrifft. Das CDBIO arbeitet derzeit an einem Empfehlungsentwurf für das Ministerkomitee, für der den Mitgliedstaaten Leitlinien zur Förderung freiwilliger Maßnahmen in psychosozialen Diensten an die Hand geben soll. Dieser Empfehlungsentwurf wird in enger Zusammenarbeit mit den einschlägigen NGOs ausgearbeitet. Es sieht ganz so aus, als ob der endgültige Text auch von der Versammlung begrüßt wird. Daher ist diese Initiative den Entwurf eines Zusatzprotokolles, der leider Gottes, so wie die Oviedo-Konvention immer wieder versucht, nach wie vor auf Ablehnung stößt, der mit der UN-Konvention der Rechte für Menschen mit Behinderung unvereinbar ist. Deshalb, liebe Kollegen und Kolleginnen, bedanke ich mich für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit und ich bitte Sie dringlich um die Unterstützung, dass unsere Menschenrechtskonvention fit wird für das 21. Jahrhundert und wir hier einen ganz, ganz großen Schritt weiterkommen. Und es hat einige Aufregung gegeben, weil das Legal Komitee ursprünglich hier nicht eingeladen war, welches nicht der Fehler des Sozialkomitees ist und auch nicht des Berichterstatters. Das ist eine Entscheidung, die einzig das Büro vornimmt, aber es gab dann trotzdem die Befassung durch das Legal Komitee. Ich war leider nicht da, weil ich das natürlich nicht wusste. Danke sehr.
Thank you, Mr. Senna. The floor is now open for the debate. Who wishes to take the floor? Yes, Lord Keane.
Thank you, President, and thank you, dear colleagues. As was just mentioned by the rapporteur, the Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee was not made aware of the recommendation contained in this report, and as a consequence has been only able to move with regard to this matter by means of an amendment, which is Amendment 2 to the report. I understand that last night the Rules Committee, having considered this issue, decided that in future such reports would always be referred to the Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee. I should add that the present amendments have the full support, the unanimous support of the Legal Affairs Committee, and I should also explain that we perceive there to be a fundamental problem with the recommendation at 4.1. First of all, the report headlines the term socially maladjusted. That is not a term that appears in Article 5 of the Convention. It's not a term that I would ever use. I suspect it's not a term that anyone here would ever use. And as far as I can ascertain, it's not a term that the European Court of Human Rights has used for over 25 years. But nevertheless, moving under reference to that, we then see a confusion between that term and the purpose of Article 5.1e of the Convention, a conflation of two distinct issues. And why is that important? It's important because the Convention itself is a very delicate ecosystem. When you try and adjust one part of an ecosystem, you have to explore and be aware of the impact of that on other aspects of the same ecosystem. And that applies with equal force to this convention, a convention that we've had for 75 years. The present Article 5.1e provides for the detention of, amongst other persons, persons of unsound mind. Why does it do that? Well, I will give a very recent example from England. A person suffering from severe paranoid schizophrenia went out into the street a few months ago and randomly stabbed to death 3 innocent members of the public. There was no criminal intent. There could be no criminal detention because of his mental state. But clearly he represented a very real risk to other members of the public and indeed to himself. And that is why there is such a fundamental requirement, such as set out in 5.1e, for the detention of such individuals. And yet the recommendation at 4.1 of this report would guarantee his right to liberty. This really is wrong. And could I add this? If we were to put such a recommendation up to the Committee of Ministers, why would we be at all surprised if they simply ignored it? This Assembly sometimes is concerned that recommendations going to the Committee of Ministers do not receive the attention they should. In this instance, we are diminishing our position in the eyes of the Committee of Ministers. We cannot proceed with this report with recommendation 4.1, and that is why the Legal Affairs Committee unanimously approved that I should move Amendment 2 to this report. Now, I'm aware the reporter will add that on 4 occasions, his Social Affairs Committee voted for this recommendation. That doesn't make it right. If they were wrong the first time, they were wrong on the other 3 occasions. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Keane. Who else would like to take the floor? So we come now to the conclusion that Mr. Senna will take the floor to respond. You have 3 minutes.
Mr. Keane brought the case from UK, which is an extremely case and but we discussed, and what we saw are normal cases, and the normal cases are far away from human rights. And I remember when I was young, I was in the NGO Democratic Psychiatry, and when I was young, there was Franco Basaglia in Venezia, which opened the psychiatric clinics, and tourists in Vienna, they will come and visit the so-called Narrenhaus, where they locked people with psychosocial illness in a way that you can see today what was happening in the past. And we should not continue in that way. And I'm a specialist of that, and I know exactly, and all the other rapporteurs before knows that also, that a forced medical treatment cannot be successful. That is not possible. You need the agreement of the sick person to change things, and I can only apply. I know the legal committee is a little bit angry about this initiative, but it goes through the bureau and comes to the social committee, and the social committee was invited to make a resolution, and we worked very, very serious. We had a hearing, we had fact-finding mission, we had different votings about, and it was always unanimously. I underline, all the votings about this resolution was unanimously. And I really apply to you to support that. That is only the first step. The next step will be done by the CDBIO and by the Council of Ministers to discuss it. And I think we should not forget that we are in the 21st century, and that some things what was done by the eugenic people is not really the right thing for the problems of today. And I apply to help that this resolution go the right way. And I got 3 amendments, and for the amendment 1, I'm in favor.
Thank you, Stefan. In the absence of Mr. Mutkern, does the Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development, Mr. Armen Gevorkyan, wish to take the floor?
Thank you. Mr. President, this Assembly has denounced in several reports the unacceptable treatment and the detention of vulnerable people, such as persons with mental disabilities, mental health problems, or people who use alcohol or drugs. The report underlines that the problem is that the detention of these persons in our member states is in line with the European Convention on Human Rights. Indeed, Article 5 of the Convention includes a limitation to the right to liberty, specifically on the basis of impairment, drug or alcohol use, or being homeless. By considering this exclusion of a fundamental right as incompatible with our 21st century understanding of human rights, the report recommends considering drawing up an additional protocol to the European Convention on Human Rights in order to remove this exclusion. It is a complex subject that can be divisive. I must say that some members of our committee, who are doctors, mentioned during the discussions that there were situations where deprivation of liberty was necessary for assistance purposes. However, following the discussions, our committee unanimously adopted the recommendations, thus considering that these individuals should fully enjoy their rights and should not be deprived of any fundamental rights enriched in European Convention of Human Rights. I must add that our committee did not have the opportunity to take its position on the amendments tabled to the draft recommendation. But at the same time, I would like to thank Rapporteur Mr. Schenach for his commitment and the tremendous work he has done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gevorkyan. Dear colleagues, the debate is closed. The Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development presented a draft recommendation to which 3 amendments have been tabled. We will take the amendments in the order they appeared in the compendium of amendments. We start with Amendment 1. I give the floor to Lord Keane to present the amendment in 30 seconds.
Thank you. Amendment 1 simply underlines the fact that the term socially maladjusted is wholly out of date and inappropriate, and is not a term that has been used by the European Court of Human Rights for many, many years. And I add that this has got nothing to do with references to eugenics. That's quite inappropriate.
Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? Stefan Sana. Sorry. No? The Social Affairs Committee could not take position on the amendment. Now I put the Amendment 1 to the vote.
You can give the floor to Mr.
Okay.
Can I speak as rapporteur?
Of course.
We used this wording socially maladjusted to refer to persons the organic belief must be socially controlled. But it is particularly regrettable that the court has used this language in the past, so I can really accept this, and it's a good way of clarification.
Okay, then now we have to go to put Amendment 1 onto the vote. All those in favor, please show. Those who are against? Abstentions? So, Amendment 1 is adopted. We come to Amendment 2. If this amendment is adopted, Amendment 3 falls. I give the floor to Lord Keane to present Amendment 2.
I've already explained why it's necessary to retain Article 5.1e in certain instances, and why it's necessary to consider far more carefully the implications of making an amendment of this kind without considering its implications for the other parts of the Convention. I remind colleagues in particular of Article 2, the right to protection of life by law, which would be intruded upon by this proposed recommendation, and Article 8, the right to private life and family life, which again would be directly intruded upon if this recommendation was to proceed. I therefore invite colleagues to vote for the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Who wishes to take the floor and speak against? Mr. Sana?
With this amendment, you kill the heart of this resolution. I'm so sorry to say that, because what we need is an additional protocol to the European Convention on Human Rights. And if you take it out, then you kill the resolution and the heart why we worked on that, and this is what the UN did, drafted, so I really can only say, please vote against this amendment, because if you delete it, then you delete the right of liberty without discrimination on the basic on health condition. Thank you very much.
The Social Affairs Committee could not take position on the amendment, on this amendment, and now I put Amendment 2 to vote. All those in favor, please show. Nine. It's 9. Can you please show again? 10. So it's 10.
Can we show again, please?
No, we counted it. Okay. It's okay. So those who are against? 1, 2.
They're not members, they can't vote. There are 2 people. Yeah, don't count those members.
Okay, 9 are against, so abstentions.
President, point of order. I also counted 11 against.
Those who are not members cannot vote.
Yes, but those who are not members cannot vote, and I saw that some who are not members,
With the blue sign.
so with the blue sign, so
Okay.
that's why this is not the right number, Ingrid. So,
Is it okay? Just a second, President. I want to
yeah, okay.
Just a second.
So, amendment is accepted. Since Amendment 2 is adopted, Amendment 3 falls. We will now proceed to vote on the draft recommendation contained in document 15983 as amended. To be adopted, a two-thirds majority is required. All those in favor, please show. Dear colleagues, I repeat, we will now proceed to vote on the draft recommendation contained in document 15983 as amended. To be adopted, the two-thirds majority is required. All those in favor, please show. Those against? Once again, please, those against, Heike. Those who are against, please show. 2. So it is adopted. Sorry, it's abstentions. I have to ask about abstentions. If we have any, no abstentions, so this is adopted. One abstention. George Lukadis, okay. So my congratulations to the rapporteur and the committee. We now come to the consideration of the report on children in the world of work, eradicating harmful child labor. The rapporteur of the Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development, Madame Eka Sepasvili, is here with us to present her report. Ms. Sepasvili, you have 10 minutes in total to be divided between the presentation of your report for 7 minutes and to the reply to the debate for 3 minutes. The floor is yours for 7 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, dear colleagues, I am pleased to present my report on eradication harmful child labor. That is a major goal of the international community. Unfortunately, the latest figures suggest a worsening global situation by the impact of recent socio-economic crises, the COVID-19 pandemic, and armed conflicts, which revealed a lack of resilience of society. 1 out of 10 children in the world is involved today in harmful labor, and around 3.3 million children are subjected to forced labor. In 2020, around 3.6 million children were employed in Europe, with half of them in hazardous work. For the first time in 20 years, progress to end child labor has stalled. This is why my report seeks to provide guidance to policymakers on how the situation could be improved. In this report, I use ILO definition of child labor, and here it is. a work that deprives children, any person under 18, of their childhood, their potential, and their dignity, and that is harmful to their physical or mental development. Certain sectors are particularly affected by child labor, with most significant being agriculture, manufacturing, service sector. The worst forms of child labor includes all forms of slavery, trafficking of children, recruitment and use of child soldiers, abuse of children for prostitution, the production of pornography or unlawful activities such as drug trafficking. There are many root causes that force children into labor. Children are less aware of risks and less capable of making informed judgments. They are often willing to go the extra mile without realizing the risk. They are also more likely to accept work for less pay and in vulnerable conditions. But the most vulnerable children are those of low-income family units who often lack the means to send their children to school and are not always aware of the value of education. As we know, access to quality education can help break intergenerational cycle of poverty and provide equal opportunities for children. As highlighted in the report, there are always various legal frameworks that address child labor. Yet rights of the child are still violated on a daily basis. This is due to the gap between law and practice. For this reason, in my report, I highlight three-pronged strategies that could provide a sustainable responses to the harmful child labor. In the short term, efforts must be directed towards reducing vulnerability, raising awareness, enhancing coordination, exchanging information between social partners and countries, setting up cash transfer programs and alternative income generating opportunities to support vulnerable households and strengthen labor inspectors to monitor the implementation of labor regulations. In the medium term, protective measures must be implemented, such as conducting research to detect new and emerging patterns of harmful child labor, forced labor, and human trafficking, or working closely with boards of education and ministries to boost re-enrollment and to reduce the number of children dropping out of the schooling system. And lastly, the long-term strategy should address structural issues in accordance with international labor standards. Furthermore, the role of NGOs in ending child labor is crucial and can provide educational alternative and offer quality education. They can also facilitate incorporating the prevention and elimination of child labor into the government's social economic development agenda and translate these goals into national policies and programs. Other measures to help eradicate harmful child labor include targeted education programs. Supporting stakeholders who shed light on such cases is a form of advocacy that can be utilized to drive social change in order to combat the prevalence of harmful child labor. Additionally, by reducing investment in business that exploit child labor, investors not only express their opposition to human rights violations, but also remove the financial motivations behind child labor. Finally, various organizations can promote a universal labeling system that certifies products free from child labor. The draft resolution presented to you today urges the Council of Europe member states to implement measures proposed in the Durban Call to Action on the Elimination of Child Labor adopted in May 2022. States should clarify and strengthen the responsibilities of enterprises for ensuring respect for human rights and effectively eliminating child labor in global supply chains and public procurement, in line with the United Nations guiding principles on business and human rights. States should also employ laws, regulations, and policies to end child labor, in particular forced labor, by reducing the informal economy and enhancing the capacity of law enforcement bodies labor inspectors and child protection services to detect and eradicate harmful practice. And last, national parliaments should monitor the implementation of national measures, especially for eradicating the worst forms of child labor, and to keep governments to account on their commitments to achieve by 2025 target 8.7 on modern slavery, trafficking, and child labor of the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I would like to thank our colleagues who have already worked on the issue related to child labor in various reports. Their work is an important tool for us. And I would also like to once again thank the Secretariat for their work on this report. In this end, dear colleagues, I hope I can count on your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Madame Sepasvili. The floor is now open for the debate. Who wishes to take the floor? Yes, Mr. Goncharenko, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to tell that definitely it's a very important report, and I want to, in context of this report of child labor, I want to speak also about children who were stolen from Ukraine. We spoke about this already today, that it's one of the priorities of our organization and Lithuanian chairmanship in the Council of Europe. I just want to stress your attention and underline that, unfortunately, it's very possible that part of children which were stolen from Ukraine are now also used in Russia as a labor force. We don't have enough information about what's happening with them, with those who are with teenagers. First of all, we know that Russia changes their names, and that they are throughout the whole country, and this is an awful crime which happened in our eyes. We're speaking about tens of thousands of children, and something we need to keep in our focus that is very important. And when we're speaking about other issues like this one, but which is connected with children, we need always to remember about this issue of stolen Ukrainian children, which is part of crime of genocide. And this is clearly one of criteria according to United Nations Convention on Prevention of Genocide. Unfortunately, all 5 criteria are met in Ukraine. These are public declining of existence of a group, in this case ethnic Ukrainians, which Russia and Putin is doing constantly. Secondly, it's about forceful deportation of people, and first of all children, which we have unfortunately and which we are speaking now. Also sexual violence, also destroying of cultural heritage, and also mass murders. All of this is happening, and now we again have it in Vovchansk during Russian attack on Kharkiv region. We already have a coverage and we have videos of killed civilians, and we understand that unfortunately genocide is again happening on Ukrainian soil at a newly occupied small town of Vovchansk and surrounding villages. So that makes the situation so awful from a human point of view and so dangerous from a political point of view. Thank you very much. I just wanted to stress our attention to what is happening right now just around us. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexei. Does anyone else wish to take the floor? Then the speakers list is closed, and I will call again Madame Sepasvili to reply to the debate for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, the issue is really very contradiction and very urgent currently, and of course we are taking into consideration children from Ukraine which were stolen and taken to Russia. That's why we have mentioned here armed conflicts and impact of armed conflict on the child labor that make the situation worsening. So thank you for your contribution, and we regard that this situation and these circumstances is already highlighted in the report.
Thank you. In the absence of Mr. Mutken, I would like to ask the Vice Chairperson of the committee, Mr. Gevorkian, if you wish to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As mentioned by a reporter, there are many root causes of child labor. They need to be addressed one by one at both national and international levels, with parliaments overseeing government's action. As our countries have already many legal tools and at international, European and national level on which to rely to combat and eradicate child labor, our proposed recommendations call in particular for national action plans in order to better use law to ensure more effective action. The Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development unanimously adopted the draft resolution and the draft recommendation, and I hope that today the Standing Committee will also endorse the important steps forward proposed by the report. I would like to thank you, dear Eka, for your report, which inspires us on a very important matter. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Gevorkian. The debate is closed. The Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development presented the draft resolution to which no amendments have been tabled. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 5982. To be adopted, a simple majority is required. All those in favor, please show. Those against? Abstentions? Sorry, Maria Mezentseva, you vote in favor because you hold it. Okay, so it is the draft resolution is adopted unanimously. The Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development presented a draft recommendation to which no amendments have been tabled. We shall now proceed to vote on the draft recommendation contained in document 5982. To be adopted, a two-thirds majority is required. All those in favor, please show. Those against? Kimo, are you against? Okay. Absent-minded. Thank you. Abstentions? Can someone bring a cup of coffee to Kimo? So, the draft recommendation contained in document 5982 is adopted unanimously. My congratulations to the rapporteur and the committee. We now come to the consideration of the report on cultural heritage and climate change, document 15926. The rapporteur of the Committee on Culture, Science, Education and Media, Mr. Andreas Griffroy, is here with us to present his report. Mr. Griffroy, you have 10 minutes in total to be divided between the presentation of your report for 7 minutes and the reply to the debate 3 minutes. You have the floor.
Thank you. All of you were yesterday at the state dinner at the Palace of the Grand Dukes of Lithuania, where the Speaker of this Parliament has told about the history in a tangible heritage building, which was completely restored. So this means what is important if we need this conservation and preservation of this tangible and intangible heritage, because it's a question of recognition of our past and our identity. The conservation of cultural heritage and its sustainable use have human development and quality of life as their goal. We are individually and collectively enriched by cultural heritage and consequently impoverished by its degradation or loss. And awareness of the risk to cultural heritage sharpens our appreciation of what might be lost. We need to protect for all kinds of threats. And one of the threats is climate change. And then we think, okay, we have to protect it by adaptation. But the aggressive war from Russia against Ukraine makes us also conscious about something else, the security of energy supply. And this was the start of an energy crisis with high prices of energy. And this has triggered a lot of institutions, museums, other cultural institutions, just to start to save energy because it's needed, because they could not pay anymore their bills. And then we talk about mitigation. Means less CO2 and means less emissions. If we talk about mitigation adaptation strategies, adaptation, in fact, may be viewed as the poor partner of mitigation, required as a fallback position when mitigation has failed. But it's nevertheless urgently required, and we should endeavor to identify mitigation and adaptation strategies for different types of cultural heritage, tangible and intangible. If we talk now about cities, coastal areas, and cultural landscapes. By studying, for example, traditional methods, we might rediscover traditional maintenance measures and integrate them with modern conservation techniques, combining low and high technology. And in doing so, it's particularly important to avoid maladaptation so as to guard against losing the elements which give cultural heritage its value. This is a pressing matter since the cheap energy which enabled the development of modern machine-based maintenance and building service methods is no longer an affordable or climate-friendly option. And we had a lot of discussions with a lot of stakeholders, starting from Venice, but we went also to Estonia, we studied our own country, etc. And I've seen one constant need. One, this is, well, in words, it's more words, but it's one, innovation and research. But also awareness, also raising and education and training and need for skills, because that's at the moment the biggest issue. And if we look to the different required policy actions that we have foreseen here in this resolution, is that we have to change our institutional behavior. We have to create new partnerships and new business models. We have to adapt planning processes in cities and rural areas. We have to include changes to existing standards. For example, the museums, I was in Versailles and also in Chantilly, they are discussing now about, well, do we need heat or climatization in the museums? Do we need that for the artifacts or do we need it for the visitors? Can we change the standards or can we not change the standards? And these are discussions which are very important. In the Green Deal of Europe, nothing is foreseen for heritage, intangible and tangible. Maybe okay, because otherwise it will be advocating. But on the other hand, this means also that now the policies are not urgent enough for this problem. So we have to ensure efficient resource and energy management. We have to invest in research. We have to combine high-tech with low-tech solutions. We have to innovate and learn from traditional sustainable solutions offered by the cultural heritage. When I'm walking around here in Vilnius, beautiful city, and I go into an Orthodox church or a Catholic church, it's cold inside. Of course, the walls are 1 meter thick. So in the past, they were not so, let's say, they were clever, and they were also taking account about temperatures. So we have to take good use of these traditional materials and methods, and this all in full transparency. Adequate political responses at national, regional, local, and European level will require a radical change of mindset. Most current methods and processes will have to be altered to change institutional behavior, to create new partnerships and business models, to adapt planning processes in cities and rural areas to ensure efficient resource and energy management, to invest in research and combine, like I said already, this high-tech with this low-tech. And before I conclude, I want to give one small example of what I have learned in Versailles and Chantilly. This was a visit that I've done as a fact-finding for this report with the Chateau Musée. In the Chateau Musée, they have a huge issue because they have to protect their artifacts. And the number one threat is dust. The number second threat is humidity. And in fact, the third threat is combined with the first two, is mass tourism. So sometimes everything is in one bubble. but we have to break this closed circle to come down or to come to a proper solution. And therefore, I recommend to the Committee of the Ministers to encourage transversal cooperation of this culture, heritage, education, and youth sectors, which are all different sectors at the moment, to work together in the field of the sustainability and climate action to support the implementation of these guiding principles for an integrated approach to culture, nature, and landscape management. For a participatory governance model to involve the public, and especially young people, to engage in climate action and climate-related decision-making process and build community resilience to climate change in adaptation and mitigation, and to develop further synergies with the European Union, with the Council of Europe, with UNESCO, with the United Nations Educational and International Heritage Institutions on evaluating the impact of climate change on cultural heritage, because cultural heritage is our identity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grifoy. I now open the debate. Who wishes to take the floor? Mr. Goncharenko.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thanks to Rapporteur for a very important report. And I just want to add to this very important topic that unfortunately today, like my native city, Odessa, which is UNESCO World Heritage List included with a historical center, is constantly attacked by Russian Federation and destroyed. And this is how we see how cultural heritage is attacked by aggressor. Unfortunately, it's not just climate, which is a danger for our cultural heritage, but there are bigger threats. But climate definitely is also a challenge, climate change meaning. And also we need not to forget that the big war which is happening in Europe now, Russian aggression against Ukraine, already caused quite serious climatic changes too. For example, after destroying of Kakhovka Dam on in the southern part of Ukraine, we had a big humanitarian ecological catastrophe, which has consequences for everything, including cultural heritage. Also, I want to again remind all of you that attack on cultural heritage is one of the criteria of what is genocide. And unfortunately, it's fixed by UNESCO and all other organizations and international community that Russia is deliberately and consciously attacking Ukrainian cultural heritage throughout the whole country. And this is a big threat. Once again, thank you very much for a big job done. You addressed a very important issue, but we need to see the picture as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kiljunen. Kimo.
Mr. President, thank you very much, and I very much would like to contribute also in this discussion. I also appreciate so much that Alexander Goncharenko, my very good friend, is so frequently speaking here, so I hope that we can also make additional elements. Thanks very much, Alexander, once again. Excellent speech. First of all, this report is a very important one. Very important, first in the way that we are discussing about climate change. I would absolutely say that climate change is one of the biggest challenges of whole mankind today, and we must obviously, as a whole mankind, together try to work to prevent the consequences of climate change. Secondly, I'm more than pleased for the report itself that you are focusing on the cultural heritage side of the climate change. Very good report indeed, full support. Thirdly, I would like to remind you that climate change does have different impacts on different parts of the world. The biggest impact is obviously on the more the north you are, the bigger impact in terms of temperature changes. The biggest changes are obviously close to North Pole. In Europe, there is only one indigenous people, Sami people. Those are living in north. There are 4 countries where they are living. First of all, in particularly biggest country is Norway. Secondly, in Russia. Third country is Finland. And fourth country is Sweden. That's the only indigenous people in the north. And I'm very pleased that the report notes that one and also takes up the Sami people's right, not only the right, but also the cultural heritages, what they are carrying, And that's why it's so crucial and important that we involve them also. That it's not only governments ourselves, Finns, Russians, Swedes, Norwegians as a whole, but also the indigenous people of Sami people who can participate. In Arctic Council, Sami people have their representation, which is a crucial body also to address these issues. So thanks very much for Rapporteur mentioning the Sami people's rights and even duties on these regards. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimmo. Maria Mezentsova.
Thank you so much, dear President. I would like to thank the rapporteur for this enormous job you've done, because it's not necessarily obvious that climate change, culture, and many other issues which today in international law we call ecocide, which is currently evolving at the subcontinent of Europe and actually impacts food chains, food security, climate change, and many other things. And this is one of the newly recognized international crimes which can't be fully assessed, unfortunately, and now I'm talking about the Russian aggression against Ukraine, which brings also the changes to the world in general. And I would like to support my colleague Kimmo, who mentioned indigenous people of Finland. Also, we can talk about more longer-lasting occupied territories, for instance, of a former member state, Russian Federation, and indigenous people of Russian Federation, and their natural resources are also occupied and misused currently by the state, aggressor state. Of course, culture remains one of our important heritage, cherished not only by such special institutions as you've mentioned, UNESCO, but also the Council of Europe, and we can see how cultural events are promoting the values we share, how important it is to get a present from the country in the building of the Council of Europe, but to leave our culture, which is united in diversity, of course, for the whole organization. Definitely, I would like also to support the arguments of my colleague Oleksiy, who mentioned the targeted war crimes and assault on the heritage of Ukraine, famous libraries, famous museums, and yesterday event which happened in my home city, Kharkiv, where people got killed and many employees of the special printing factory were injured. And now this 500,000 books that were printed will never be read, which means erasing the culture is also a huge issue which we have to address, not only in a very obvious Russian aggression, but among the states as well. This is what we have to cherish and to protect. And I think this resolution deserves to be debated in a bigger scale of the plenary. But I hope that that paves a way to other resolution in June, which we will also vote, concentrating on cultural heritage. Thank you so much, President.
Thank you, Maria. Does anyone else wish to take the floor? So the speaker list is closed, and I will call now Mr. Grifoy to reply to the debate. You have 3 minutes.
I try to be sharp in 3 minutes, so I will be very short. First of all, on the first speaker, yes, it's true. And I also mentioned climate change is one of the threats. We have a lot of other threats, of course, the war, but also, for example, the lack of skills maybe for the future. This will be also a very big threat. Concerning the Sami, yes, I was had interviews with different people from the Sami, of course, online, and I was quite a little bit embarrassed because there you see a mixture of, at one side, because of the climate change, politics decided, for example, to build more hydropower plants because this is green energy, but this makes it impossible for the Sami to predict water flow. I've seen, for example, giant wind farms because of the green climate policy, but this has destroyed reindeer pastures and also the migration routes, and all not on discussion about is it their land or not. So for me, it was quite embarrassing and quite new to see all this. And then I was thinking, well, 3 of the 4 countries that you mentioned are from member of the Council of Europe. So can we have more debate on also this topic? I found that very important. And I have to say, in the committee, there was no debate concerning the Sami, no debate from no one. And I'm very happy that you mentioned here, because for me, it was a very important part of the study. The last speaker, what you said is very correctly. Sometimes cultural heritage is put in a kind of a bubble, and for people it's more like, oh, you go to the museum, or like a very nice castle, there's a nice church, and we have to do this and this and this. And it's exactly that in the Green Deal, nothing is mentioned concerning the protection, mitigation, adaptation, etc. for this, the whole world, the cultural heritage. And maybe it's okay, because otherwise it will be suffocating also for this sector. Because you cannot compare a church, for example, with a new office building. But it's more than only climate change. I've seen it through my whole report. We were discussing about, for example, the skills. If you want to rebuild, for example, the palace that we were yesterday, you need the skills, you need the people. It's handicraft. It's innovation, it's research, so it's going much broader than only the topic of climate change. And that was what I tried to do here in my report, to not only talk about climate change as such, but also to talk about the broader context and to find some very specific examples. Thank you. Thank you for the support.
Thank you, Andreas. In the absence of the chairperson of the Committee of Culture, Science, Education and Media, does the first vice chairperson, Mrs. Fiona O'Loughlin, wish to take the floor? Fiona? You have the floor for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I want to speak on behalf of the committee in support of this report. At the Reykjavik Summit in May last year, the heads of state committed to strengthening the work on the human rights aspect relating to the environment, and they set out a very forward-looking agenda for the Council of Europe. And our committee is convinced that new standards, while needed, cannot stand alone, and they should be based on recognition and acceptance. And this often requires changes in societal perspectives and people's mindsets. In other words, there should also be a strong cultural dimension in our efforts to uphold the right to a safe, clean, healthy and sustainable environment. And of course, we're not the only ones, because the Faro Convention has this right at its heart. So this report builds on this innovative and forward-looking vision, with environmental concerns as part of the heritage preservation strategies, and heritage as a tool to raise awareness on the compelling need to respect environment. And we have to wonder why there has been insufficient coordination between ministers that look at different aspects and issues related to climate change. So, as the rapporteur has eloquently argued, the challenges posed by climate change to cultural heritage require adequate political responses at national, regional and local, as well as European levels. And these political responses, as I mentioned before, will require a radical change of mindset and institutional behaviour, and a review of current methods and processes. It's essential that all member states of the Council of Europe include cultural heritage concerns in national strategies for mitigation and adaptation to climate change. And also the intergovernmental sectors of the Council of Europe should assist countries in this process. And we therefore recommend to the Committee of Ministers that they encourage transversal cooperation of the culture, heritage, education and youth sectors in the field of sustainability and climate action, and in particular to support the implementation of guiding principles for an integrated approach to culture, nature and landscape management. And we want to see people becoming engaged in climate action and building community resilience to climate change. So on behalf of the Culture Committee, I'm inviting all of the members to back the proposals that are outlined in the draft resolution with your vote today, and of course to support in your own parliaments tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. The debate is closed. The Committee on Culture, Science, Education and Media presented a draft resolution to which no amendments have been tabled. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15926. To be adopted, a simple majority is required. All those in favor, please show. Those against? Abstentions? The draft resolution contained in document 15926 is adopted unanimously. The Committee on Culture, Science, Education and Media presented a draft recommendation to which no amendments have been tabled. We shall now proceed to vote on the draft recommendation contained in document 15926. To be adopted, a two-thirds majority is required. All those in favor, please show. Those against? Abstentions? The draft recommendation contained in document 15926 is adopted unanimously. My congratulations to the rapporteur and the committee. We now come to the consideration of the report on quality education for children with special education needs, challenges of the pandemic, war and digitalization, document 5984. The rapporteur of the Committee on Culture, Science, Education and Media, Mr. Pavlo Susko, is here with us to present his report. Mr. Susko, as you know the procedure, you have 10 minutes, 7 now and 3 after the debate. You have the floor for 7 minutes.
Thank you. Dear members of the Standing Committee, dear colleagues, today I am honored to present the report aimed at ensuring quality education for children with special education needs. In times of pandemic, war, and other crises, it is extremely important to provide the most vulnerable children with proper education. It is our obligation, all of us, as the Council of Europe member states, as parents and human beings, to do our best to provide comprehensive and continued education to children with special education needs. This is not just a report. This is a real tool enhanced by hope and hard work for the education system to make a significant step towards meeting the real needs and interests of children with special education needs. Here I would like to sincerely thank the expert, Dr. Judith Hallenberger-Haskell, and the committee secretariat for assistance and contributing greatly to the report. First of all, by preparing this report and recommendations to it, we strive to develop concrete steps, the guiding principles to make education more accessible, adaptable, and acceptable to children with special education needs. These principles advocate tailored teaching, inclusive learning spaces, collaborative planning, flexible curriculum, innovative environments, digital integration to ensure accessibility and prevent discrimination against learners with special needs. In the report, we focus on the necessity of broadening the common understanding of inclusion. Inclusive education should be based on respect for human rights, dignity, diversity, and social cohesion. It is vital that inclusion will provide for responsiveness to the diverse situations of children with special education needs and flexibility to accommodate learning space both online and offline to respond properly to their needs. We also pay attention to Ukraine's case, the country which has suffered the COVID-19 pandemic along with other countries, now fighting against Russian aggression and still has outstanding results in providing children with special education needs with education even in shelters, in underground school or online. It's key that children with special education needs should be provided with specially adapted literature, accessible learning materials, and technical equipment in order to allow for innovative approaches which fully meet the diverse needs of children with disabilities and learning difficulties. Another priority is investing in infrastructure, including digital one. We need to invest into developing teacher competencies both in inclusive and special education, as there is a lack of professionals who are able to provide necessary education services and assistance to children. We also focus on the right of parents to choose where it is best for their child to study, either in an inclusive class or in a special education school. The right to choose is one of the key fundamental human rights, and parents who perfectly know the needs of their children should be able to decide which type of education fits their kid best. Moreover, we call on to ensure a paid leave for parents of children with special education needs in cases when they need to take care and assist their children, while those have to take distance learning mode. By supporting this resolution and recommendation, we all will facilitate building capacity of schools able to reach out to all children, whether physically present in school or not, build bridges between different learning spaces, provide continuity of education, and ensure that no child will be left behind. I hope for your support. Thank you. I will be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Susko. The floor is now open for the debate. Mrs. Komenko has asked for the floor. Olena.
Dear colleagues, I would like to commend my colleague Pavlo Sushko on the excellent report that aligns with the organization's principle and the current challenges we face. It is especially notable that this report further enhances our common stance towards ensuring the rights and opportunities of the most vulnerable category, our children. Indeed, the notion of inclusiveness has acquired a broader meaning today. Therefore, when I talk about the special learning needs of children, I cannot overlook any child from my native Ukraine, both those who have remained in the war-torn country and those who have found shelter abroad, including in the Council of Europe member states. As the rapporteur appropriately noted, Ukrainian children are currently facing their 5th year of fragmented education. First, COVID-19 forced them out of their classrooms, and now Russia's full-scale invasion is damaging their schools and destroying their homes, with the learning process constantly interrupted due to alarms, power cuts, and stress. Thus, I would like to draw your attention to the vital inclusive needs of Ukrainian children in terms of education today. They are all about security that is at stake. In addition to air defense systems that can save hundreds of Ukrainian lives daily, we require proper bomb shelters in schools so that every child can receive quality offline education without fear for their lives. Moreover, thousands of Ukrainian educational facilities have been destroyed and are still being destroyed by Russia and have to be rebuilt, considering inclusive conditions for children physically and mentally affected by the war. In addition, Ukrainian children who cannot attend school due to the danger of daily Russian attacks lack technical facilities for online studies. In meeting all these needs, we rely on the support of you, our partners. As for Ukrainian children abroad, they also require a tailored approach. In particular, these children are exposed to a dual academic load, receiving education in Ukraine and in the member states simultaneously. Combined with the stress they endure, This creates an unfavorable environment for the child's studies and makes them feel excluded. Thus, we call on the Council of Europe member states to recognize a coinciding curriculum for Ukrainian children in solidarity with similar decision of Ukrainian Parliament, of Ukrainian government, and to promote comfortable socialization through peer-to-peer communication. High-quality psychological support for such children is also critical to help them cope with stress, workload, and at times even bullying. Resilient Ukrainian children keep on with their education despite all the challenges. For instance, in Kharkiv, Ukraine's first underground school was built on the metro station, enabling hundreds of children to study in safety, yet without daylight. However, it is our common goal to ensure that every child has an opportunity to study even when Russia to try to deprive them of it. Let us ensure that every child has access to quality education, addressing their needs, as our children are our chance for a prosperous future for all. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Thank you, Elena. Mr. Goncharenko, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank and to congratulate Rapporteur for excellent job. And you know, this is the example, my friends, when we can make a difference. Because this report will have a big consequences for those who are in need. And we are changing the policy which was not fitting all the needs of children with special educational needs. And now we have a chance to change it for our huge continent, for 46 countries. I think this is something incredible. That's the moment when you understand why politics matter, why what we are doing here matters. And we need to remember this, because we can help these exactly people by making right decisions and showing right way. So thank you very much for this report. That is really very needed. Also, I want to encourage all of you colleagues to implement this report as soon as possible in your countries, because that will make it real and they will finish this job. And also, I want to tell you that I have personally big experience in work with such children. In Ukraine exists the biggest in Ukraine network of educational, cultural, non-governmental educational cultural centers, which is called Goncharenko centers. We have 34 centers throughout the whole country, from east to west, from north to south, and we are working free of charge with adults and children, including children with special educational needs. And we know how important it is. So, first of all, I just want to say, once again, want to encourage all of you to invest in education, in culture, because this is the main wealth of our countries and of humankind. It's not oil, it's not gas, it's not grain, it's people. And we need to invest in people, we need to invest in education, in culture. Let us do it together. And everybody who are interested in sharing the experience of promoting education and culture, of working such centers, of helping children with special educational needs, we are all open to cooperate, to work together in this direction. So once again, great report, very important, and please, colleagues, let's do everything we can to support education for all. That will make the world better. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexei. The speakers list is closed now, and I will call Mr. Susko to reply to the debate. Mr. Susko, you have 3 minutes.
I will answer Ukrainian with translator. Я хотів би дуже подякувати всім членам, всім депутатам, які приймали участь у захисті цього репорту, підготовці цього репорту, секретаріату та міжнародним експертам. Дуже важлива тема, дуже складна, тому я виступаю українською за допомогою доповідача. Від сьогоднішнього рішення залежить реальність, зможуть діти навчатися, чи всі діти зможуть навчатися чи ні. І пандемія, спочатку, а сьогодні війна, змусила дітей з особливими освітніми потребами прилаштовуватися. От уявіть собі тільки, як коли діти пішли на дистанційне навчання і могли просто за допомогою онлайн-навчання, там по Zoom навчатися, то незрячі діти просто не могли
продовжити своє навчання, і це був виклик. І саме тут, в стінах ПАРЄ, ця тема була перший раз піднята, і визнано, що її ніколи не досліджували в такому вигляді. І проділена чудова робота, і сьогодні є рекомендації всім країнам, що потрібно зробити, щоб наші діти, незалежно від їхніх особливих потреб, змогли так само, як і всі, проходити навчання, отримувати освіту, бо освіта – це їхнє майбутнє, це їхнє просто право на життя в майбутньому. І якщо вони отримують гарну освіту, ми будемо впевнені, що ми зробили максимально все, що від нас сьогодні залежить. Бо саме для цього ми тут працюємо, щоб захистити самих незахищених, по кому вдарила війна, по кому вдарила пандемія. Тут є і рекомендації для України, тут є і рекомендації для всіх країн, як можна допомогти сьогодні українським дітям, які сьогодні дійсно в підвалах продовжують займатися без гаджетів, а діти, які мають особливі потреби, продовжують навчатися за допомогою застосунків, які на них не розраховані. Тому є і такі рекомендації. Тут є все те, що і реальні інструменти, які допоможуть урядам різних країн впроваджувати ці дії. І саме головне, ПАРЄ визнало, що інклюзія як такова вузько сприймалася, що недостатньо просто забезпечити фізичну присутність дитини у класі. Важливо забезпечити те, щоб вона усвідомлювала матеріал разом з усіма дітьми. І саме головне, ми захищаємо право батьків на вибір, навчатися в інклюзивному класі чи навчатися в спеціальних школах. Дякую вам за допомогу і прошу вас підтримати. Дякую.
Thank you, Pablo. Fiona O'Loughlin, as the Vice Chair of the Committee of Culture, will take the floor now for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I'm really pleased to support the excellent report from my colleague, our rapporteur, Mr. Sushko, to ensure quality education for children with special education needs. And as the rapporteur has already mentioned, valuable lessons can be learned from emergency situations such as the COVID-19 pandemic or indeed the war in Ukraine. And we need to learn from those experiences and see what we can put in place to support similar situations arising again. So the committee absolutely recommends that the Council of Europe develops guidelines on inclusive education, digital transformation and democratic citizenships, and that we should support Member States in building more resilient and more responsive education systems. We have to help those with learning difficulties and those with learning disabilities to become the best that they can be in terms of being fully functioning citizens within our world. As we're aware, ministers of education met in Strasbourg last September, and they set out new priorities and actions to implement the Reykjavik Principles for Democracy. They adopted 5 resolutions, and they endorsed the Council of Europe Education Strategy, Learners First. The well-being of learners, as we know, is fundamental for this holistic long-term development and academic success. And children with special educational needs should absolutely be an integral part of the Learners First strategy. In the draft recommendation, there are 5 key issues that we would like to see considered. Firstly, teaching and learning strategies should be tailored to the specific needs of individuals and groups to strengthen motivation, self-esteem and competencies. Secondly, there ought to be a stronger interconnection between physical, social and digital learning spaces which should share a common vision of inclusion and learning. And we would also include specific training for teachers in relation to that. Thirdly, we call for a flexible curriculum as a key factor. Across Europe, there are many examples of innovative learning environments that provide opportunities, and these should be promoted and become the norm for children with special needs. Fourthly, we recommend that the digitalisation of education should be in line with the principles of the Council of Europe Digital Citizenship Education Project. And finally, We would urge the Committee of Ministers to cooperate with relevant internal organisations, including UNICEF, the World Health Organization, and the European Agency for Special Needs and Inclusive Education to redesign disability assessments in order to avoid discrimination and labelling. One final point, we say disability assessments should be mutually recognised across national borders. This is really, really important for displaced families and children with disabilities, as is the case today with families from Ukraine. So on behalf of the Culture Committee, I invite all of you to support these proposals that are outlined and would appreciate your support and, of course, to bring the message home to your own parliaments. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. The debate is closed, and we will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15984. To be adopted, a simple majority is required. All those in favour, please show. Those against? Abstentions? The draft resolution is adopted unanimously. We shall now proceed to vote on the draft recommendation contained in document 5984. To be adopted, a two-thirds majority is required. All those in favour, please show. Those against? Abstentions? The draft recommendation contained in document 5984 is adopted unanimously. My congratulations to the rapporteur and the committee. Congratulations, Pablo. So now we come to other business, the last item of our agenda. I would like to remind you that the deadline for submitting nominations for the 12th edition of the Václav Havel Human Rights Prize is 30 June 2024. I encourage you all to reflect on possible nominees and submit your nominations before this deadline. Is there any other business to be raised? Emanuelis, that's why I was waiting. You have the floor. Please press the button. Press the button, Emanuelis, the mic,
Yeah,
yes.
Thank you. I'm pressing the button last 34 years. So thank you so much. Be sure I will shock you being extremely short. But yesterday during the Bureau meeting, we decided to go to the Standing Committee and have to enter our philosophical debate about our dear Georgian way either to Europe or let's say out of Europe, from those two formulated mostly by European Union. It's become our common knowledge that you, Mr. President, and Minister of Foreign Affairs will do probably a joint statement about that very soon. That's extremely good news. But one of the items debated by us was probable visit, mixed visit of our after rapporteur visit from monitoring committee visit of our group to Tbilisi. So let's say, can you formulate for us the perspective of those visits? Well, we are have very heavy schedules, all of us, and about possible timetable for the visits after the visit of rapporteur from monitoring committee, and we are behind her absolutely. So tell me how we can end. Well, yesterday during the Bureau, your remark was that we will today finalize the vision of our possible visits in this time of turbulence in Tbilisi. Thank you.
So, dear Manuelis, thank you so much. We are all concerned on what is happening in Georgia, and that's why we had asked for from the Speaker of the Georgian Parliament to be with us today. And of course, we have heard the response of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania. A statement will be released maybe the next 5-10 minutes on behalf of the Assembly.
Thank you very much.
As the President of the Assembly, I will make a statement. It is one of the priorities. You know very well that it is one of the priorities of the Lithuanian presidency, and I want to thank you for reminding that, and we are going to follow the issue the best way we can. Dear colleagues, I want to inform you that our next meeting will be held in Luxembourg on the 29th of November, 20 and 24. But allow me, before I close the meeting, to thank all the participants as well as our colleagues from the Seimas for the excellent organization. And I repeat it, it is an excellent organization. Thank you all, and especially to Emanuelis for our meetings. I want to thank the technicians, the interpreters, of course, who helped us these 2 days, and everyone involved as well as the staff of the Parliamentary Assembly. My sincere thanks goes to Lithuanian delegation and the head of the delegation, our beloved Emanuelis Zingeris, for their warm welcome and hospitality here in Vilnius. Dear colleagues, the meeting is closed, and as the speaker earlier talked to me, I have to do this. Is it okay, Emanuelis? Do you close the sitting in your parliament this way? It is closed. We will continue with the side event, so those who want to participate, and I would like, if you can all participate, to be there.
Can I add
in a few minutes.
Yes, thank you. Dear friends, in the name of Lithuanian Republic, not only delegation, I would like to ask you to be with us for a short time for this extremely sensitive question, avoidance of the sanctions, and means massive avoidance of the sanctions. And listen to the best professionals who are in front of us, Deputy General Prosecutor of Lithuania, Deputy Minister of Justice, other extremely prominent speakers. Be sure that it will be extremely short procedure, and I am just begging you to be with us together and not to leave this room. Thank you.
Dear all, let me start by welcoming the participants to our hearing on sanctions against the Russian Federation and companies assisting with evasion. Let me start by some practical announcements. This event is live streamed and recorded. If anyone has any objections to being recorded, please let us know. Allow me to thank very much the Lithuanian Parliament, and in particular the chair of the Lithuanian delegation, Mr. Emanuelis Zingeris, for organizing and helping us this event, and also for hosting this event in the Seimas. As you know, the aim of this hearing is to address a pressing issue. This was mentioned earlier on in the discussion. We have to face the reality and the pressing issue of ensuring the effectiveness of sanctions against the Russian Federation. May I start by highlighting the role that our Parliamentary Assembly has played in mobilizing efforts to hold the Russian Federation accountable for its violations of human rights and international law, and this from the first days after the aggression war started in February 2022. I'm referring particularly to our Resolution 2506/2023 and the Reykjavik Declaration, which emphasized the political imperative of supporting Ukraine and curtailing the Kremlin's ability to finance its war efforts. It's our hope that today's hearing will provide a comprehensive review of the existing sanctions, analyze their impact, and discuss mechanisms to enhance their effectiveness and prevent circumvention. We will also explore the role of parliaments, national parliaments, in ensuring these sanctions achieve their intended objectives. Let me now introduce the speakers for this afternoon side event. We have the honor to have the President of the Parliamentary Assembly, Mr. Theodoros Rousopoulos, and Mr. Emanuelis Gingeris for the Lithuanian delegation to deliver opening statements. We will then have thematic interventions, including by Mrs. Mia Petra Kumpula-Natri, Member of the European Parliament, Ms. Gablia Grigaite-Daugirde, Vice Minister of Justice of the Republic of Lithuania, and I apologize for certainly not pronouncing well your name, Madam Minister, Mr. Benjamin Hingestork, Senior Economist at Kiev School of Economics, as well as the Deputy Prosecutor General of the Republic of Lithuania. I understand that the prosecutor had some health issues and cannot be with us. So it's with my great pleasure that I give the floor to my President, President Theodoros Rousopoulos, for his opening statement. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Secretary General, dear Minister, dear distinguished guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I am particularly happy to open this hearing dedicated to the complicated issue of sanctions against the Russian Federation and companies assisting with evasion. Let me stress it from the outset. When I say complicated, I do not mean it from a substantive point of view. We all agree, indeed, that effective sanctions are one of the means to support Ukraine by curtailing the Russian government's possibilities to finance its war of aggression. There is no doubt, nor procrastination about that. But we need, as I said, to have effective sanctions and not merely window dressing declarations. The Parliamentary Assembly, as the Secretary General just mentioned, made it clear in its Resolution 2506, adopted last June, stating that we believe that the international community should address the problem of sanctions avoidance and bypassing, sometimes made through sophisticated techniques involving third countries, with resolve and without any further delay. This can only be done in concentration and cooperation among member states in a genuine spirit of multilateralism. We also decided in the same resolution to encourage a further reflection on the issue of sanctions against the Russian Federation in our own work. Indeed, a report on the role of sanctions as a protective measure for human rights and democracy is under preparation, and it is expected to be adopted at our June session. I therefore welcome the initiative taken by our distinguished Lithuanian hosts, and especially the chairperson of the Lithuanian National Delegation to the Parliamentary Assembly, my dear Emanuelis Gingeris, for having organized today's hearing in coordination with the Parliamentary Assembly and Electoral Cooperation Division of our Assembly. Thank you, dear Emanuelis, for your faithful commitment for our member state, Ukraine, and your long-standing dedication towards the core principles of the Council of Europe and our fundamental freedoms. I wish that today's hearing will help us all progress in our reflection on the just application of the sanctions and our knowledge on the issue. By increasing our common wisdom and resolve, we will live up to the mandate given to us by our founding fathers 75 years ago and to the expectations of our fellow European citizens. Thank you once again for inviting me here.
Thank you, Theodoros. Emanuelis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Despina, dear Theodoros, our great leadership of our Parliamentary Assembly. So, I would like to explain you why Lithuania chose to have this topic like a main side event, consolidating our European countries, cementing them against effectiveness, dear Chairman, dear President, Madam Secretary General, dear friends, especially Ukrainian delegation, about the level of seriousness of our answer to dictatorships. So those countries who are attacking us, you cannot decline the fact that they are extremely effective. I'm sorry to say, I don't think that we can make good level European anecdotes about how serious they are to destroy our common democratic world. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. So, in the moment when democratic space, looking to all poles, are declining, making smaller and shrinking, and dictators are making humoristic remarks about our capacities to act against them, we should bring some proof that we are serious, and our sanctions against them are serious. Not looking to the fact, dear President, that free market world is vulnerable and every businessman is looking for possibility to become rich. So, and everyone is trying to use every niche to avoid, or some big number of people trying to avoid the sanctions. So, Russia's economy is growing. They are selling oil, gasoline, and even gas, and to the military purposes. Our Parliamentary Assembly just voted in favor that Ukraine have right to target oil fields in Russia for the reason that they, from this money sources, the war is financed. Now we are coming to the moment. We are coming to the moment when we would like to unite ourselves with European Union and with Euro-Atlantic sanctions and go through possible recommendations from the best experts we have now in our plenary, in our side event, who will tell us in which direction we can go and say no to those smart and too smart boys who are enriching and the enrichment is coming from the blood of heroic Ukrainians. So we will try to stop this. We are deadly serious about that, and we will look to your recommendations, friends. That's all. So I would like only to mention that we have a few internal European means problems with Russian Federation and with Belarus, having even a small part of that problem of avoiding circumvening sanctions, and our goal to establish a register in The Hague and register for those who are evading sanctions, register for those who are circumventing sanctions. I will now not mention countries name by name, but in the future it will be the fact that we will not let Russia to enrich from the blood of Ukrainians. About a small footnote from my side, Latvia, Estonia. I would like to say thank you to Latvia and to Latvian delegation chairman and to Estonian friends that they just finished the process of dismantling bilateral treaty on mutual cooperation in criminal matters with Russian Federation. Well, that was heavily used politically against our countries using criminal matters like political matters. And we know that. And thank you for Latvia, Estonia. Lithuania is underway to do the same. That is official declaration from our side. We would like to encourage other countries to look extremely carefully how the Interpol is used from Russia Federation side and from Belarus. It was done by many Despina, by probably 3 or 4 our resolutions where we encourage Interpol to be extremely careful, examine papers coming from Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia and Ministry of Internal Affairs of Russia and the Justice Ministry. They are criminal or they are political, means against the opponents. For that reason, I would like to ask you permission, dear friends, to open this important side events and in the future to draft the new law recommendations from our side. And you know very well that register for the people who are avoiding the sanctions, entities, firms, will be our Lithuanian project. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zingeris, dear Emanuelis. And after this introduction, it's my pleasure to open the floor for the thematic interventions. And Mrs. Kumpula-Natri, you would have the first thematic intervention. You may speak from your seat or from here as you wish.
I have to press it? Oh, no, I didn't. So, did you hear my thanks for the invitation and then also for the timely topic that I congratulate, and also greetings to Lithuanians. We all know that you are forerunners with the ideas and dedication for sanctions regime to work. So, European Union is working on its 14 sanction packets. The last one, the 13th, was accepted on the 2 years horrible anniversary of which the date remarks the 2 years of the unprovoked brutal aggression of the Russian army across the border of the independent European country, Ukraine. So today we don't talk about whether we should have sanctions or not, but we are talking how to help Ukraine most and make sanctions to help them most and harm Russia for not being able to destroy Ukraine, not to destroy Ukraine cities, its civil infrastructure, energy infrastructure, and kill civilians, children, women, no matter who. Kharkiv is not only here with us, it is in our hearts. So I'm leaving European Parliament after 10 years, and I was able to be the chair for the Russian monitoring group in the International Trade Committee. But my very last evening in Brussels, I spent watching a document, 20 days in Mariupol. So we had the step-by-step living pictures of what happens during the days of army entering and military occupation of the city. So not only watching these painful facts, but I was doing it together with the mayor of Mariupol, with Vadim Boychenko. So having the same Kharkiv is part of our European cities, and we feel it, and that's why we do everything we can. So, you are parliamentarians, you are politicians, you are in charge of your own countries, what you can do, what we can do all together. We should be thinking broader security every day. The broader concept of security is also including these sanctions, how to make Russia weaker, not to be able to use its violation violation army powers that it is now showing being able to use without respecting international orders. So for me, the sanctions are the foremost is, of course, the battlefield goods, and I hope my friend from Kiel Studies of Economics, they have very good statistics and facts, how it's still ending up in the Russian army, the battlefield goods. So there, I'm happy that even the 14th package would find more broader ways to block them. But then also how to make Russian economy harmful. I sometimes hear that Russian economy still is growing, so for the public opinion, we need facts to citizens, to everyone to know that without sanctions, the Russian economy would be 5% bigger. Without our sanctions regime so far, Russia would have additional $400 billion that they could use, buy weapons or provide their own buildings. So due this economy is smaller than it would be otherwise, but also they have been forced to make significant cuts to research and development funds, welfare, education, and other sector. So if we see some good figures of the Russian economy, it is not that it is the economy for people, it is economy for war and not for well-being, as we want to see our economies always being doing. So I want to emphasize that public opinion is one enemy if we don't manage as politicians to tell that what we are doing is right. And it is challenged even during the European Parliament elections. So I very much welcome this kind of talks that we say that the morning there is new stuff going to Kremlin to find the ways to circumvent sanctions. We have to act every day, every morning, again and again. So European Union has been setting the framework with these 27 countries, but then also together with the international partners. As mentioned here, transatlantic partners, but many, many international cooperators. So alone, even European Union would be small, and then circumvention is more easier. So international partnerships, special regimes. Is it on the steel? Is it on the diamonds? It is eternal work also to talk to third countries and plead them to join us and not to help to circumvent the sanctions. So also when we go for already the second year of these heavy sanctions, the implementation relies on the member states. So I was happy to read that Lithuanian initiative together with the border countries was signed a couple of weeks ago on their customs unification of the way to also protect and work. So that is very concrete way that in exchange of information in between the countries is crucial here. Also, it is at the level of the very concrete actions nowadays. Who calls from the ministry, from the parliament, to the originators of these products? Who calls the German factory? Who calls the Finnish factory? Who calls the Spanish one that your equipment might end up to the Russian army? So this is the level of concrete actions that we need to do today. And sometimes the smaller companies might say that it is difficult because there are so many, and then our duty is to inform, but then also be able to do. Your parliaments are in charge of the budgets. Do you set your hand on heart that you have enough resources for those who look for the trade schemes? That do they pass by too easily? Is there enough resources in budget? Have you increased it since the last evasion? Since the last news that you see that Kharkiv is under attack? Since you see that the children's hospitals were bombed, 70% of the Ukrainian energy infrastructure is bombed. Did you check your budget that you could maybe put more effort on the sanctions implementation with the certain departments of your trade ministry, with your customs, with the prosecutors, and so on and so on? So I will not speak longer here, but then really emphasizing the need to have the ambitions for this package. It is including the proposal, more ways to avoid sanctions to be circumvented. Like I said, every morning we have to do that better, not to allow it. We do work with the David O'Sullivan, who's the special envoy to work with the third countries, and he is traveling a lot in Southeast Asia to also explain and show them. The trade streams are analyzed by the Commission, so the member states can also look and predict where the risks are, so not to let that happen, that your companies are transporting battlefield goods or other goods abroad. And then I also want to finish that also sanctions on individuals are meaningful. So whether it's the oligarchs financing this, whether it's the good international businessmen that do not care about the lives of the innocent people, or is it then Russians or other country nationals who help abducting Ukrainian children to Russia? So even those names are there already. Do not take Ukrainian children for the adoption programs in Russia, where you change the name, where you change the birth certificates, and then give them a warm house and education and love. It is not true. It is the horrible war crime and lie. So that's why also names of those involved in the kidnapping or taking the children forcefully and not let them then live in their future in the home of Ukraine, those names will be more added to the listing as well. So it is many-fold that where we work, but I'm very happy we work there together for that. Ukraine being an independent, free country, and Russia stop aggression towards the whole Western and international order to make us feel unsecure. Thank you for your invitation.
Thank you for staging the discussions this afternoon. Mrs. Kumpula-Natri, I kept some key words, if I may, from your speech. It's not about whether or not sanctions, but how to effectively implement them. Even European Union cannot do it on its own. It's an every morning's work. So it's my pleasure now to give the floor to Mrs. Gabija Grigaitė-Daugirdę, Vice Minister of Justice of the hosting country, Lithuania.
Do you hear me? Yes. Good. Madam Secretary General, Chair of Lithuanian Delegation to Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, dear Emanuelis, distinguished members of the Parliamentary Assembly, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to share my gratitude for organizing these hearings on the enforcement of sanctions, because no doubt that challenges do exist in this area, wherefore all the discussions and exchange of ideas definitely contribute to sanctions being far-reaching and effectively implemented. Second of all, I would like to commend Council of Europe for its constant leadership towards bringing justice for Ukraine and its people, including establishment of a register of damages, recent developments concerning special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine, and all important resolutions of the Parliamentary Assembly being adopted. Russia, after full-scale aggression against Ukraine, has become the most sanctioned country in the world by list-based measures, with more than 14,000 sanctions on Russian individuals and entities, in order Russia's war financing capabilities decrease, and responsible for the aggression against Ukraine face clear consequences. European Union has imposed 13 packages as of February 2024, and recently the Council of the European Union adopted sanctions against disinformation and war propaganda, entailing the suspension of the broadcasting activities of 4 more media outlets in the European Union or directed at the European Union, in view of the role supporting and justifying Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. And all these sanctions come on top of the measures already imposed on Russia since 2014, following the annexation of Crimea. The sanctions include targeted restrictive measures that are individual sanctions, economic sanctions, diplomatic measures, and visa measures. The individual sanctions target people responsible for supporting, financing, and implementing actions which undermine the territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence of Ukraine, or those who benefit from such actions. The aim of economic sanctions is to impose severe consequences on Russia for its actions. As part of the economic measures, the EU has imposed a number of import and export restrictions on Russia. The list of banned products is designed to maximize the negative impact of the sanctions on the Russian economy while limiting the consequences for EU businesses and citizens. Since December 2023, there is a new clause which applies to EU exporters and contractually prohibits re-exportation to Russia and re-exportation for use in Russia of all limited number of goods when selling, supplying, transferring, or exporting to a third country. And the clause covers prohibited dual-use goods, advanced technology items used in Russian military systems found on the battlefield in Ukraine, or critical to their development, also aviation goods and weapons. To hit Russia's economy, which is highly dependent on the import of services from European companies, the EU has prohibited the provision of certain business-related services to the government of Russia or to any legal persons, such as companies and other entities or bodies established in Russia. Prohibited services include accounting, auditing, tax consulting services, as well as business and management consulting or public relations services, including lobbying services, IT consultancy, legal advice, also architecture and engineering services. New ban was also introduced on Russian nationals from owning, controlling, or holding any posts on the governing bodies of the legal persons, entities, or bodies providing crypto asset wallet, account, or custody services to Russian persons and residents. Presentation of sanctions allows me to conclude that sanctions being imposed covers broad areas of application and is an essential tool of European Union's common foreign and security policy, allowing the European Union to respond to aggression against Ukraine and defend its values. Sanctions imposed on Russia have multiple purposes towards the fundamental objective to make Russia stop its aggression and face negative consequences of breaching the core principle of international order, that is, non-use of force. But today, enforcement is crucial. And starting point that I want to make is that European regulations imposing sanctions directly prohibit to participate knowingly and intentionally in activities the object or effect of which is to circumvent prohibitions set in sanctions packages. And member states must lay down the rules for responsibility in cases of circumvention of sanctions and to take all measures necessary to ensure that EU regulations are being implemented in the due manner. The penalties must be effective, proportionate, and dissuasive, including measures of confiscation of the proceeds of such infringements. In Lithuania, the law on international sanctions foresees that all natural and legal persons are responsible for compliance of the sanctions regime and implementation of sanctions. Different forms of responsibility are established to fight against sanctions evasion. Law on international sanctions foresees fines that are calculated on the basis of the value of the goods or services that were the subject of the infringement of sanctions regime. The penalty ranges from 50 to 100% of the value of the goods, services, or funds that were the subject of the breach, with minimum of fine being 10,000 euros and plus confiscation. Just recently, Customs of Lithuania, for the first time, imposed the fine under this law amounting to almost 330,000 euros for the company which bought goods from entities being under individual sanctions. Furthermore, according to the Code of Administrative Offences, violation of sanctions incurs a fine for individuals up to 6,000 euros, as well as for managers of legal entities or other responsible persons. Finally, criminal liability is also established in Lithuanian Criminal Code for those who violated international sanctions implemented in the Republic of Lithuania or the restrictive measures established by the laws of the Republic of Lithuania, and such violation caused significant damage to the interests of the Republic of Lithuania. Practice, of course, will show how this significant damage is being interpreted, because there are still discussions on what should be treated as significant damage to the Republic of Lithuania. A natural or legal person may be punished by a fine or arrest or even imprisonment for up to 5 years. According to the report of the year 2023, Customs of Lithuania has started more than 500 cases of administrative responsibility. Financial Crimes Investigation Service has received almost 300 reports relating to circumvention of sanctions. 2 criminal investigations have also been started for violation of sanctions regime. Bank of Lithuania has performed 14 investigations on the implementation of international sanctions in the activities of finance market participants. And for 2 of them, activities were even restricted. And I believe that Deputy General Prosecutor of Lithuania will probably provide you more actual information on certain developments in the criminal field also. And of course, number of investigations is increasing. And not only Lithuania, but the whole European Union faces the unprecedented scope of sanctions that consequently lead to various challenges in relation to the implementation and circumvention. At the heart of the 11th sanctions package is the anti-circumvention instrument, which is based on close cooperation with third countries, blacklists for individual companies, and as a last resort, export bans on dual-use goods vis-à-vis entire third countries. EU is strengthening bilateral and multilateral cooperation with third countries and providing technical assistance to them, broadening the listing criteria to be able to target those who facilitate circumvention and listing entities which are located in third countries and involved in the circumvention of trade sanctions. Also, notifications are now required for transfers of funds exceeding 100,000 euros outside the EU by any entity established in the EU that is owned or controlled by Russia. And I am sure that in the nearest future, we might be pressed to start discussion on imposing secondary sanctions on states that do not show willingness to invest the efforts in sanction circumvention and cooperate with entities from the aggressor state while helping them to find the new routes for delivery of sanctioned goods. Confiscation of frozen Russia's assets still needs important decisions on the EU level. As legal solutions, they do exist, but there is no unanimous political will to do it. The needs of Ukraine in defending itself and rebuilding its life are still greater than funds distributed to Ukraine from windfall profits from frozen Russia state's assets. So European leaders will have to find consensus in doing it sooner or later, because Russia will never compensate all the damage being made by its own and goodwill. As you also know, recently Estonia has adopted the law on confiscation of frozen assets of private entities for remuneration of damage being inflicted by Russia's aggression against Ukraine. The president still has to sign it, And of course, there are rumors that it can be vetoed or that it will be referred to the Constitutional Court of Estonia because of concerns in relation to compliance with Constitution and European Union law. So we will still have to wait until these legal uncertainties are being answered and solved. But coming back to the problem of circumvention of sanctions, I would like to remind that in September of the last year, European Commission published its guidance for EU operators, implementing enhanced due diligence to shield against Russia sanctions circumvention, advising EU companies on how to spot circumvention risks when dealing with business partners within and outside the European Union, and on how to act in this situation. The guidance gives an overview of the potential actions that are in line with due diligence requirements set out in EU law. Examples of customer-related, goods-related, and country-specific risks indicators are given to show what criteria should typically result in further inquiries. And as a key basic mitigating measures include rigorous screening for onboarding and continuing relationships with all business partners, particularly those located in or with links to sanctioned countries, checking not only counterparties, but also the major stakeholders, shareholders, directors, and senior managers to determine whether the counterparty is owned or controlled by a designated person. And in Lithuania, I would like to mention that from the very beginning, we understood the importance of providing the tool for businesses to screen and verify its existing or potential business partners. And as all entities are obliged to implement sanctions, we consider that it is obligatory to verify partners before entering with them into agreements. So according to the law on international sanctions, the fact of the imposition of international sanctions is being recorded in state registers. For this reason, the Center of Registers constantly monitors EU regulations and records data in the Register of Legal Entities on international sanctions applied to legal entities, the management bodies of a legal entity or the members, participants, and of course beneficial owners of the legal entities. Moreover, what is important that the register, after receiving information from the Financial Crimes Investigation Service about legal entities that are included in the national list of persons subject to sanctions because of the links with sanctioned persons under EU regulations, such information is also recorded in the register about these entities. All above-mentioned information related to the application of international sanctions is publicly available online on the website of the Center of Registers, and all natural and legal persons can check it without any restrictions. So understanding that ability to get the information and manage potential business risks is of key importance, another idea could be in the same register to record information of entities that were found responsible for violation of sanctions regime and circumvention of sanctions, because companies can definitely pay the fine being imposed on them, but as soon as this information becomes public in the register, reputational damage turns to be much greater. And reputation is very often the most cherished thing by companies. And this is important to do not only in Lithuania, but for other European countries also. And as you may know, EU has agreed on having interconnection system of beneficial ownership registers of member states, which currently actually does not enable exchange of information on applied international sanctions to concrete entities. In my opinion, exchange of such information is crucial for effective implementation of sanctions in EU, wherefore European Commission should follow practice of Lithuania, amend the implemented acts on this interconnection system, and to afford possibility for entities operating across the whole Europe to get exhaustive information in relation to the potential business partners around Europe, including information if the entity is not sanctioned or fined for circumvention of sanctions. Of course, interaction with future register that dear Manuelis has mentioned would be also of crucial importance. To conclude, I would also like to stress that journalists and broader society also play an important role in fighting back circumvention of sanctions, as some of really important cases of circumvention have been disclosed with the help of media. Awareness-raising campaigns, as well as naming and shaming campaigns in media, contributes greatly to the prevention of circumvention of sanctions. Wherefore, enforcement of sanctions definitely requires consolidated efforts from the state, from the private sectors, and broader society. Only by working together, we can be successful in making Russia feel negative effects of sanctions being imposed on it. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you, Madam Vice Minister, for this very comprehensive overview. We noticed very well your last words also, although the whole presentation was so useful. Together, state, private sector, and society. This is exactly the words that our Assembly has been advocating for. May I now give the floor to Mr. Benjamin Hilgenstock, Senior Economist at Kiev School of Economics. May I please remind the participants that we have maximum 40 minutes left, and we have another speaker after you, Mr. Hilgenstock, and I would like to have the possibility for a discussion. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Is this working? Okay, sounds good. Madam Secretary General, members of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by expressing my profound gratitude for the invitation to this hearing and for being given the opportunity to address critical issues related to the Russia sanctions regime. Today, Russia's brutal war of aggression against Ukraine is entering its 28th month. 822 days of dying and suffering in front of all our eyes. It is important that we soberly assess where our efforts to defeat Russia's attempts to redraw European borders by force have led, including in the field of economic sanctions. Sanctions alone will not be able to end this war, but without sanctions, our strategy of military and financial support to Ukraine is unlikely to succeed either. Let me be clear. Sanctions have had a meaningful effect on the Russian economy and the regime's ability to manage it. Ukraine's allies have taken unprecedented steps against the aggressor and maintained their commitment and unity for more than 2 years. Having or not having access to $300 billion in reserves makes a big difference. So does having or not having an additional $200 billion in trade surpluses. But clearly, sanctions have not constrained Russia enough yet to force a change in behavior. I'm afraid that there may be a lack of sense of urgency within the coalition to make sanctions more impactful. Like in other areas, military support, financial support, confiscation of Russian assets, there seems to be hesitation to take further and decisive measures. More than 2 years into Russia's full-scale invasion, we have to conclude that the Kremlin continues to have too much money for this war. Currently, the most important grade of Russian crude oil is trading around $70 per barrel, $10 above the price cap. For a whole year, this means close to $20 billion in additional export earnings for Russia. Or to put this number in perspective, 1/5 of the country's military budget in 2024. At such a price, it is almost impossible for Russia to experience any meaningful external imbalances or budget financing challenges. Problems with the enforcement of the oil price cap are not new. In fact, we have known for more than a year that suspicious traders and brokers are lying about the price of Russian oil. But our enforcement efforts have not kept up with Russia's attempts to evade energy sanctions. There's a more fundamental problem, however, Russia's infamous shadow fleet. These are ships that do not have any connections to Western maritime services, and as such, the price cap does not apply to them. In April, roughly 85% of Russian crude oil was transported on shadow tankers, more than 4 times the share at the start of the full-scale invasion. This means that the policy's leverage is about to disappear completely. Why has not more been done to address these challenges? Fundamentally, it is the concern over trouble in the global oil market and thus rising prices at the gas station that are preventing us from taking decisive measures to enforce the price cap and rein in the shadow fleet. These concerns are not entirely unjustified, but it appears as if many decision makers are now looking for sanctions that carry zero costs. Such sanctions do not exist. We have demonstrated that we can, in fact, find new suppliers of energy and reduce Russia's ability to blackmail us over our support to Ukraine. This is an enormous achievement that should not be underestimated. But why then do Russian oil and gas continue to flow to Europe, including in the form of liquefied natural gas? We have to finally decide whether we truly see Russian aggression as an existential problem or not, and act accordingly. Unfortunately, energy sanctions are not the only area where we see substantial challenges. Another is the export controls regime, which is intended to limit Russia's ability to access dual-use military goods that are critical for its war effort. While the Kremlin appears to pay sharp markups for parallel imports, the quantity of microchips, CNC machines, and other high-tech equipment reaching Russia, including from Western companies, shows that something is not working as intended. In 2023, Russia imported so-called common high-priority goods worth $12.5 billion. 40% of the total came from companies headquartered in countries that have imposed export controls on Russia. These dynamics are unfortunately reflected on the battlefield and in the sky over Ukrainian cities. Of the roughly 3,000 foreign components that Ukrainian authorities have found in Russian weapons since the start of the full-scale invasion, 96% are from companies headquartered in coalition countries. 72% stem from US-based companies alone. What we're witnessing here is a systematic problem with the enforcement of export controls. One that, if not addressed, will undermine the credibility of technology sanctions far beyond the Russia case. Our own companies will have to play a key role to improve the situation. Right now, we're not asking them to do enough to control their distribution networks. To be clear, this is not an easy task, but 20 years of compliance efforts in the financial industry with regard to anti-money laundering and countering financing of terrorism show that it is possible. We're also not doing enough to go after intermediaries in China, the UAE, Turkey, as well as countries in the Caucasus and Central Asia, which sell war-critical goods to Russian buyers, including some that are already sanctions. The US, EU, and others have imposed sanctions on some of them, but these steps have not been sufficient. In particular, we're too slow at responding to Russia's constant adaptation of its sanctions circumvention schemes. The leverage of export controls to seriously constrain Russia's military industry, and thus its brutal war on Ukraine, remains intact, as Russia continues to rely on Western technology. On the point of leverage, while it is true that countries that Russia perceives as friendly can help it evade sanctions, these countries are far from willing to run into serious trouble with the coalition's enforcement authorities. Take President Biden's executive order on foreign financial institutions, for instance. The threat of secondary sanctions appears to have significantly altered risk perceptions, including in places like China, Turkey, and the UAE. We should employ this tool more aggressively going forward. Please allow me to also discuss a topic that is somewhat related to the issue of sanctions, the possible confiscation of Russian assets. We all know that Ukraine will require a very large amount of money for reconstruction, close to $500 billion according to the latest World Bank estimate. We also know that coming up with funding has become more difficult on both sides of the Atlantic in recent months. At the same time, there are $300 billion in immobilized reserves of the Russian central bank that, as the G7 have made clear, will not be returned to Russia until Russian troops leave Ukraine and the country pays reparations for the damage caused. It is actually not legal concerns that are stopping us from confiscating these assets. Many legal experts have argued that such a step would be justified as a countermeasure against Russia's blatant and continued violations of international law. Economic and financial concerns, while legitimate, are also ultimately not convincing. For instance, People raise questions about the future of the euro as a reserve currency in the case of seizure of CBR assets. I would like to ask them how they envision the future of the euro should Russia win in Ukraine and set its eyes on a Baltic country. What is more, if the 300 billion are not seized and given to Ukraine, Western governments will have to explain how they're planning to pay for their ongoing support to Ukraine and how Ukraine's reconstruction will be financed. Just a few weeks before the start of the Ukraine Recovery Conference in Berlin, we still do not have good answers. And it is important to recognize that the EU-Ukraine facility and the US's recent, much delayed foreign aid package are far from sufficient for this purpose. These are measures that we have to take to keep Ukraine in the fight. Reconstruction is a challenge on an entirely different scale. I would like to conclude by emphasizing the sense of urgency. If we do not succeed at making the current strategy with regard to Russia work, and this includes not only sanctions, but also financial and military assistance to Ukraine, the medium and long-term price to pay will be extremely high. If Vladimir Putin's geopolitical ambitions are not stopped in Ukraine, they will only grow. And our lack of determination will certainly be seen by authoritarian leaders elsewhere who are already pushing the boundaries of a rules-based international order. I'm afraid that many people in Europe and the United States do not fully comprehend the magnitude of this threat, and many governments appear to be unwilling to clearly articulate what must be done and what the consequences of inaction will look like. Again, thank you so much for the opportunity to address this hearing today, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Helgenstock, for sharing with us with exact figures the price of hesitation. May I now give the floor to the Deputy Prosecutor General, Mr. Saulis Versekas. You have the floor, Mr. Versekas.
Pone generalinė sekretorė, Lietuvos Seimo delegacijos pirmininkė, gerbiami svečiai ir kolegos. Šiandien kalbame apie tarptautinės sankcijas taikomas Rusijai dėl jos vykdomos žiaurios agresijos Ukrainos žmonių atžvilgių. Visų pirma, kaip pasiekti, kad sankcijų apribojimai nebūtų tik deklaracijos, bet efektyviai veiktų. Nes matome, kad vis dar yra būdų sankcijoms apeiti. Kalbant apie Lietuvos Respubliką įgyvendinamų tarptautinių sankcijų taikomų Rusijos federacijai apeimo problematiką, pažymėtina, kad Lietuvoje fiksuojamas tarptautinių sankcijų apeimo suaktyvėjimas ir Lietuvos Respublikoje veikiančių subjektų, tiek juridinių, tiek fizinių asmenų dalyvavimas joje. Valstybės saugumo departamento duomenimis Rusija deda daug pastangų tarptautinėms sankcijoms apeiti, kuria naujas sankcijų apeimo schemas, kuriuose dalyvauja Rusijos žvalgybos tarnybos, naudojasi ryšiais ES šalyse veikiančiomis kompanijomis, pasitelkia Rusijos ir Baltarusijos piliečius. Rusija yra sukūrusi platų įmonių skirtų sankcijų apeimimo priedangai tinklą ir jį sistemingai plečia. Visos Rusijos žvalgybos tarnybos, Rusijos užsienio žvalgybos tarnyba, Rusijos ginkluotų pajėgų generalinio štabo vyriausioji valdyba ir Rusijos federalinė saugumo tarnyba dalyvauja organizuojant ribojimų prekių importą į Rusiją. Rusijos strateginių sektorių įmonės bendradarbiauja su žvalgybos tarnybomis, teikia joms reikalingų prekių sąrašus, o Rusijai reikalingų prekių sąrašas išties yra platus. Transporto sektoriui reikalingi komponentai, metalo apdirbimo, laboratorijų įranga, elektronika, mikroelektronika ir jos komponentai, karinėms reikmėms panaudojamos prekės. Rusijos žvalgybos tarnybos ieško įmonėms būtinos vakarų šalyse gaminamo aukštųjų technologijų įrangos ar jų komponentų. Ribojimų prekių įsigijimus organizuoja vakarų šalyse su diplomatinė priedanga veikiantis Rusijos žvalgybos tarnybų darbuotojai ir su šiomis tarnybomis bendradarbiaujantis Rusijos ir vakarų šalių piliečiai. Rusijos žvalgybos tarnybos nuolat ieško ir naudojasi prekių, kuriams taikomos sankcijos, gabenimo kontrolės spragomis, organizuoja prekių tiekimą per trečiasias šalis. Rusijos subjektams tarpininkaujančios įmonės kūrimos šalyse, kurios neremia ES, Jungtinės karalystės ar JAV sankcijų politikos. Šių šalių įmonės ieško įvairių būdų reikiamai įrangai įgyti, mezga kontaktus tiek su šios įrangos gamintojais, tiek su jų atstovybėmis ir prekybininkais. Lietuvos aukštųjų technologijų gamintojai taip pat domina Rusijos objektus. Artimoje perspektyvoje Rusijai patiriant sunkumų dėl jai taikomų sankcijų, Rusijos žvalgybos tarnybos labai tikėtina dar aktyviau ieškos būdų įsigyti ir į Rusiją pristatyti trūkstamus įrenginius, produkciją ar naujas technologijas. Pagrindiniai motyvai, kodėl Lietuvoje veikiantys subjektai įsitraukia į sankcijų apėjimimo schemas, galimybės lengvai jas užmaskuoti ilgoje tarpininkų grandinėje, mažai tikėtinos neigiamas teisinės pasiekmės ir tikrai tikėtina didelė finansinė nauda, kuri, kaip bebūtų gaila, nusveria moralinius tokio elgesio aspektus. Jų gaunama didelė finansinė nauda tuo pačiu lemia ir tai, kad taip šie žmonės prisideda prie karo Ukrainoje palaikymo ir tuo pačiu prie daugelio žmonių žūties ir kančių. Žvalgybos duomenimis į tarptautinių sankcijų apėmimo schemas organizuojamas per Lietuvą Rusijos subjektai dažniausiai įtraukia ilgą laiką šalyje veikiančias Rusijos ir Baltarusijos piliečių valdomas įmonės. Daugelis jų teikia prekių sandėliavimo, transportavimo, muitinės dokumentų tvarkymo paslaugas. Didžioji dalis Rusijos ir Baltarusijos piliečių, kurie valdo su sankcijų apėmimo schemomis siejamas įmonės, turi tiesioginių verslo ryšių Rusijoje ir Baltarusijoje. Jų Lietuvoje įsteigtos kompanijos perka vakaruose gaminamą įrangą, tiekia ją Rusijos ar Baltarusijos subjektams, institucijoms, mokslo įstaigoms veikiančioms strateginiuose sektoriuose. Kai kurios Baltarusijos piliečių valdomos kompanijos veikia Rusijos subjektų naudai, siekia aprūpinti juos karinėms pajėgoms modernizuoti skirtą įrangą ir gavo finansavimą iš įmonių susijusių su Rusijos karo pramonė. Rusijos piliečiai, kurių Lietuvoje valdomos įmonės yra susijusios su sankcijų apėmimo schemomis, kai kuriais atvejais palaiko kontaktus su įtakingais asmenimis Rusijoje, kuriems asmeniškai ar jų valdomoms kompanijoms taikomos ES ar JAV sankcijos. Taip pat nustatyti Rusijos ir Baltarusijos piliečių ir jų Lietuvoje valdomo įmonių atstovų dalyvavusių sankcijų apėjimo schemose netiesioginiai ryšiai su Rusijos žvalgybos tarnybomis veikimas jų naudai. Nustatyta atveju, kai sankcijų apėjimo schemas organizavo Rusijos piliečiai Lietuvoje neįsteigia ir nevaldantis kompanijų, tačiau įgyja leidimus gyventi šalyje. Jie dažniausiai atlieka tarpininkų vaidmenį, bando užmegzti ryšius su Lietuvoje veikiančiomis Rusijai reikiamą įrangą prekiaujančiomis ar ją gaminančiomis įmonėmis. Sankcijų apėjimo schemas organizuoja Rusijos piliečiai palaikantis ryšius su Lietuvos organizuotų nusikalstamų grupuočių nariais, taip pat Lietuvos piliečiai dalyvaujantis organizuotų nusikalstamumo veikloje, turintys ryšių Rusijoje ir dažnai keliaujantis į šią šalį. Su Rusijos subjektais bendradarbiaujantis Lietuvos piliečiai turi asmeninių ar per savo valdomas įmonės verslo sąsajų su Rusija ar Baltarusija, Rusijos prekiams užsienį įsigyti ir jų logistikos paslaugoms teikti. Šiuo metu leidimą nuolatos gyventi Lietuvoje yra gavę 10 000 Rusijos ir Baltarusijos piliečių. Todėl mūsų tarnyboms tikrai didelis iššūkis surinkti ir įvertinti reikiamą informaciją apie juos, jų ryšius, tikruosius jų veiklos tikslus ir ketinimus. Todėl tokių asmenų teisinės padėties tinkamas reguliavimas taip pat yra svarbus mūsų valstybės uždavinys. Valstybės saugumo departamentas teikia surinktą žvalgybos informaciją Lietuvos Respublikos teisėsaugos institucijoms, kriminalinės žvalgybos tyrimui ar baudžiamajam persekiojimui pradėti ir bendradarbiauja su teisėsaugos institucijomis tolimesnėme procese. Lietuvoje nuo 2022 metų vasario 24 dienos iki šių metų balandžio mėnesio buvo pradėti 52 ikiteisminiai tyrimai pagal Lietuvos Respublikos baudžiamo kodekso 123 straipsnio su ženkleliu 1 straipsnį dėl tarptautinių sankcijų arba Lietuvos Respublikos įstatymuose nustatytų ribojamų priemonių pažeidimo. Iki nurodytos datos, iki prasidėjusios plataus masto karinės agresijos tokie ikiteisminiai tyrimai buvo pradėti tik 3. Daugeliu atveju ikiteisminiai tyrimai pradedami gavus dokumentus apie jau įvykusius ar vykstančius tam tikrus sandorius ar kitus ekonominius procesus, kuriuose galima įžvelgti tam tikrus sankcijų ribojimų priemonių pažeidimus. Deja, iš minėtų 52 ikiteisminių tyrimų 14 buvo nutraukta ir tik vienas ikiteisminis tyrimas baigtas bylą perdodant į teismą. Pažymėtina, kad Lietuvos Respublikos teisėsaugos institucijos, spręsdamas dėl baudžiamo persekiojimo pradėjimo ir ar jį pradėjusios, susiduria su kliūtimis apsunkinančiomis duomenų reikalingų baudžiamajam persekiojimui vykdyti rinkimą ir ar nusikalstamas veikos požymių įrodinėjimą tolimesnėme procese. Pagrindinės problemos yra šios. Pirma, neaiškus ir neįsamus teisinis reglamentavimas, taikant tarptautinės sankcijas, žalos Lietuvos Respublikai nustatymo kriterijų nebuvimas. Tikimės, kad bus priimtos teisės normos, leidžiančios atriboti baudžiamą atsakomybę nuo administracinės atsakomybės, tuo labiau, kad jau įsigaliojo Europos Parlamento ir Tarybos direktyva dėl nusikalstamų veikų apibriešties ir sankcijų už sąjungos ribojamų priemonių pažeidimą. Antra, negalėjimas taikyti kriminalinę žvalgybą šios kategorijos bylose. Nevykdant kriminalinės žvalgybos, tyrimi jau įvykę faktai, todėl identifikuoti ir užfiksuoti veiksmus, kuriais siekiama apeiti tarptautinės sankcijas, fiktyvius sandorius, realią prekių kilmę, gabenimo tikrąją paskirties šalį, galutinį prekių gavėją ir panašiai, asmenų žinojimą ir suvokimą, darant pažeidimus, yra labai sudėtinga. Kaip taisyklė, asmenys neigia dalyvaujantys sankcijų apeimimo schemose bei pateikia jų versijas pagrindžiančius dokumentus, ką paneigti yra pakankamai sudėtinga. Trečia, tarptautinių sankcijų pažeidimo bylose būna sulaikomi didelės vertės ir apimties kroviniai. Vilkikai, traukinių vagonai su trąšomis, aliejumi, druska ir kita produkcija. Šio turto saugojimo išlaidos dėl pačių prekių ir jų taros gremėzdiškumo. Be to, sulaikytos prekės gali pakeisti savo savybės, stringa prasidėję sandoriai, fiksuojamas geležinkelio vagonų, kurių savininkai dažniausiai būna kiti asmenys nesusiję su tarptautinių sankcijų pažeidimų prastovos. Prokurorams tenka balansuoti tarp teisės aktų nustatytų ikiteisminio tyrimo išsamumo reikalavimų, didelių procesų išlaidų ir potencialios žalos atsiradimo, jeigu įtarimai nepasitvirtintų, o prekės per tą laiką prarastų savo vertę ar nutrūktų sandoriai. Prokurorai nėra vadybininkai ir neturi profesionalių žinių turto pardavimo, logistikos ir panašiais klausimais. Turto valdymo įstaiga tarnyba, kuri galėtų ūkiškai ir racionaliai tvarkyti su sulaikytų turtu, valstybėje iki šiol nėra įkurta, o tai netitinka gerosios tarptautinės praktikos. Pažymėtina, kad 24 metų gegužės 22 dieną kaip tik įsigaliojo Lietuvos, Europos Parlamento ir Tarybos direktyva dėl turto susigrąžinimo ir konfiskavimo, kurie ypač didelis dėmesys skiriamas veiksmingam įšaldytų turto valdymui. Dėl šių aktualių problemų Generalinė prokuratūra kartu su Valstybės saugumo departamentu kreipėsi į Seimą su pasiūlymais, kaip šias problemas išspręsti. Tikimės, kad būsime išgirsti ir šie klausimai bus kaip galima greičiau išspręsti. Ačiū už jūsų dėmesį.
Thank you, Deputy Prosecutor General, for giving us so exact information about ongoing procedures, difficulties. Before opening the floor for discussion, let me remind all the participants that our Assembly's Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee has already adopted a resolution which will be debated at the June session, hopefully in the presence of President Zelensky, which calls member states and any other states to adopt measures allowing for the seizure and repurposing of Russian state assets with a view to transferring them to an international compensation fund for Ukraine. May I suggest, dear participants, that given the short time in front of us, we take all questions from the public and then you decide who would answer which question, please. So the floor is open. Who would like to be the first speaker, please? Yes, Manuelis.
Yeah, very shortly. Thank you for the finally extremely realistic and scrupulous description of the size of the problem of circumventing the sanctions. It's just, we are talking about quality of European Union and democratic world in the fighting the aggressive dictatorship and the war of aggression against Ukraine. But the question will be from my side to both, for all of you, but especially to the colleagues from Ministry of Justice and especially the Prosecutor Office, thanking for the brilliant remarks and recommendations to our side, to the legislative side. It's about military supply. Don't you think that we should have and change our legislation, putting extremely top-level criminal measures against the puzzles of products who are used for military purposes in the war of aggression against Ukraine, if those puzzles even have double names? It's like a part of, I use the folkloristic of refrigerator, but finally it's a part of missile. So tell me how we are dealing with the possible military field of military direct supply of Russian army with our products, not only general sanctions, but the military part. Which type of changes in our legislation you are just recommending for that deadly field of aggressive Russia military actions against Ukraine? And of course, Belarus included. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuelis. Rick Dams, former President of the Assembly and Chair of the Belgian delegation from the ALDE Group.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Spina. I've got maybe a bit of an awkward question to the gentleman of the Kiev School of Economics, because he raised something that was grasped my attention. You spoke about phantom ships. I would like to understand more how that works. More specifically, I mean, if you got phantom ships, do you also have phantom planes? Have you got phantom trucks? Have you got phantom boats inside countries? Have you got phantom trains? It may sound a bit silly the way I'm putting it, but if this is a technique of circumvention, I would like to try to grasp and understand the scale of this. That's number one. Because, as you said, 80% is like phantom ships. Is that like in the whole the same with other goods that are sold? And more specifically, what from a legal angle can be done against that? Because that's obviously what we need to look at. I mean, how can we stop a phantom ship or a phantom plane or whatever it is called? Thank you for your answer.
Thank you, Rick. Maria Mezentseva, Chair of the Ukrainian delegation.
Thank you, dear Secretary General. Thank you, dear Despina, dear Emanuelis. I think we have just heard parts which can be used deliberately for the future report on avoidance of sanctions and how practical they are. I want to inform you, friends, we have a special working group on sanctions where experts, members of the ministries, members of parliament, honorable members who have been speaking today with us, namely our I would say German-Ukrainian friend. He's German still, yes, but working for Kiev School of Economics currently and in this group as well. I also recently found out that there are grey ships, pirate ships that are being used to move around Mediterranean using the waters of Denmark and Turkey, who are the members of our organization, to actually deliver black oil, and this means it continues to put the blood in the veins of this aggression. So I think we're of course not European Council, we're the Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly, but I think we can use this opportunity with honorable members of European Parliament who's soon to be a chairwoman of delegation here, and of course ministries, and I highly appreciate your overview, and thank you for Prosecutor's Office for putting, it very bluntly that this is Secret Service, FSB, who are using and misusing the dual citizenships and other systems for the purpose of avoiding sanctions. Last but not least, sharing a general perspective of how it's viewed back home. It's even in the propaganda sense. Sanctions are not working. I believe they do, but we can make them better. So also persons who are influencing other opinions, and thank you for mentioning individual sanctions and sanctions in the media sphere for those who are promoting aggression. And there are still so many names that are not on the list, freely shopping in Vilnius and across Paris, I don't know, Zurich, across our member states. This is just ridiculous. We probably underdo our homework, and I'm also addressing it to us. But, friends, this is our chance. I truly believe we can put it in the text, which is coming the nearest time under the leadership of Ms. Yasko from Ukrainian delegation, and we can put it as a task for the next European Council and next European Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. May I now ask our very distinguished speakers, whom I thank very much again for their contributions and very concrete input, which will definitely help us in future reports, to comment or answer the questions if they so wish. You can do that from your seat, I think. Thank you. Deputy Prosecutor General to start. Thank you.
Taip, tai matyt, pradėsime nuo gerbiamo Emanuelio Zingerio užduoto klausimo, kuris iš tikrųjų yra tikrai labai sudėtingas. Bet pirmiausia, matyt, norėčiau pradėti nuo to, kad visų pirma mes turime stengtis pakeisti mūsų visų europiečių visų pirma etinius reikalavimus patiems savo, nes visų pirma, ne pinigai turi lemti mūsų norą geriau gyventi, kai Ukrainoje žūsta žmonės, o mes dar iš to pelnomės. Tai kol žmonės nepakeis mąstymo ir nesuvoks tai, kad jie dalyvaudami tokioje nelegalioje prekyboje, komercijoje, tarsi patys ir nieko blogo nepadaro, bet iš tiesų jie prisideda prie daugelio žmonių žūties ir Ukrainos žmonių kančios. Tai čia gal toks bendras pastebėjimas. Dabar jau perinant prie konkrečiai, tai iš tiesų gerbiamas Emanuelis kalbėjo apie dvigubos paskirties prekes, ko galbūt aš nepaminėjau savo pranešime. Ir iš tikrųjų tai labai sudėtingas klausimas, nes mikroschema, kuri yra elementariame buitinėme prietaise, šaldytuve, kondicionieriai ar dar kažkur, tarsi savaime netrodo blogas daiktas ir prekyba jais netrodo kenkianti kam nors. Bet iš tiesų būtent elektronika, kuri universali, gali būti naudojama ir karinėje pramonėje. Tai mes kaip praktikai dažnai susidurėme su tuo, kad tiesiog nėra ekspertų ir specialistų, kurie pasakytų, kad vieni ar kiti elementai esantys vienuose ar kitokiuose prekėse, daiktuose gali būti naudojama ir karinėje pramonėje. Tai visų pirma, mums reikalinga ekspertinė parama, kurie galėtų mums pagelbėti įrodinėjant, kad įmonės, kurios įsiima tokių daiktų eksporto į trečiasias šalis, iš tikrųjų daro sankcijų pažeidimus. Ir dar vienas dalykas, su kuriuo mes susidarėme jau kaip praktikai baudžiamojo proceso, baudžiamo persekiojimo metu, tai iš tiesų tai, kad kai panaudojamos trečiosios valstybės, kur po to reeksportuoja šias prekes į Rusiją, faktiškai neturime jokių teisinių galimybių po to surinkti tos duomenys, nes bendradarbiavimas su Rusija neįmanomas, o trečiųjose valstybėse lygiai taip pat nėra suinteresuotumo bendradarbiauti su mumis. Tai iš tiesų labai sudėtingas klausimas ir nežinau, ar teisiškai sureguliuoti yra taip jau įmanoma, kad mes visas dvigubos paskirties prekes apibrėžtume į sankcijinį prekių sąrašą. Ačiū.
Thank you very much. The next one to reply. Yes, Mr. Ingelstock.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question about the shadow fleet or black fleet or ghost fleet or whatever you want to call it. So this is an issue that is very specific to the export of Russian oil because of the type of sanctions that we've imposed there. It's not just an embargo. We have an embargo on oil and oil products as well, but we also implemented this price cap. And the price cap says that it only applies when the oil is transported with the participation of Western maritime services. So Russia has done something not unexpectedly, which is to try to move away from these Western maritime services. That means relying on ships that are not owned by entities in the G7 or EU, and more importantly, not insured in the G7 and EU. And that has basically led to the creation of this shadow fleet. It's actually a problem in two ways. One is sanctions leverage. I mentioned earlier that around 85% of Russian crude oil is now transported in on shadow vessels. That means the price cap doesn't apply to these vessels. But it's beyond that also an environmental issue. If you look at how this shadow fleet looks like, it's usually aging vessels that are purchased on the second-hand market. They're 17, 18 years or older. They are fled in countries such as Gabon and Guinea-Bissau, and most importantly, they do not have any insurance that would be able to pay out in the case of an oil spill. I should emphasize here that according to our analysis, it is roughly 3 times a day that a Russian shadow tanker of this sort, aging, uninsured, and so forth, is passing through the Gulf of Finland, the Danish Straits, and the Dover Straits. So 3 times a day we have to cross our fingers and hope that nothing goes wrong there. And it's really just a question of time, and there were a couple of close calls already. In terms of what can be done about the shadow fleet, we can sanction these vessels. The US Treasury Department has done so in terms of 40 vessels since the fall of last year. And this has turned out to be very effective. These vessels are effectively removed from the market because anyone involved with these vessels or the oil on them, imagine an Indian refinery buying the oil, imagine an Emirati bank doing the financial transaction. They all don't want to face enforcement action by the US Department of the Treasury. So this has turned out to be very, very effective, and we should do more of it. More broadly, we propose that we should impose a requirement for proper oil spill insurance for any vessels going through the Baltic Sea, the Mediterranean, and so forth, because again, the environmental risk is real, and we will all be facing very unpleasant questions once something actually goes wrong. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Kumpula-Natri, Maria already revealed the secret that you will be soon with us, I understand, in Strasbourg. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I'm very happy to have a first interaction as a MEP still, but then later to go back to the National Parliament of Finland. Very happy to have Kimmo Kiljunen here, very hardworking, I know. Shadow vessels is a really, really important issue for Mediterranean, but then especially Baltic. So I think Benjamin here very well described it. And it is the shallow ways of getting out from the Danish streams. And then in general, you have heard about the oil pipelines. And now if we have the oil tankers who do not respect the call to have the double bottom, which is normally required. But then I really, when I talk to the specialist on the issue, when you are sailing on the international waters, you don't have right to go and check. before you can prove that you have something to suspect. So I think their international operation and cooperation, and even with the any information we can share is helping, but so far you see them, but you cannot touch them. So this is a very, very serious challenge, and it's good to spread knowledge about it, that it is happening there. But then I also want to touch the question of the double-use or dual-use goods, and when it is a washing machine and when it's the arm. So when we started on the sanctions, the decision was done that we start sanctioning what is not possible to trade. Harder sanctions regime would be that you only make exemptions what is possible to trade. And if you don't want to go to the other extreme, that ban the trade with Russia and isolate Russia as a trading partner, and then only allow for some foods and life necessity things, we still have steps that we could develop. Because now we are doing the sanctions on the codes, on the tradings, with 8 digits or 6 digits. So it means that this kind of ships is not possible to trade, but the neighboring part of the same card is. So it is also that if we would be more blunt, that we say that everything used for machinery, 4-digit code, and not to go that detailed. And when I talk to the companies who are also predicting and doing what is possible and what is not, it goes very detailed. So that's more why I was calling in my speech also to inform the companies that how to do when, because we politicians have made it very tiny once, because of our national interest that my company, my country still can do this and that. So that is also something that why do go that detailed way? Do we have to wash the machines of Russians at these days? Or could we be more blunt to say that this is not good because we also want to make the economical damage? So something like that could be done. And I'm very happy that the draft by Commission on the 14th package is broadening the tools for battlefield goods. The high priority items is a good or a real official name, but I think it's more describing when we talk about the battlefield goods. When you analyze what kind of military stuff was on ground when the city in Kiev was bombed and analyzed, we should stop Western chips to be there anymore.
Thank you.
On the frozen assets, I just want to say one comment. Is that possible? Because I left it out and it was very well analyzed there. It is a huge issue and it is needed money. Parliament had the debate in the very last plenary session in Strasbourg on that one. And I hope that USA will move first. USA money is about 15 billion. We have over 200 billion in Belgium, a Euroclear system. Where is the stability of the euro? What is the option B if Ukraine lost the war, as Benjamin said? But still, we have to have the international cooperation here. If USA moves first, then there is less other opportunities for those speculative countries who think that whether they can put monies on the euro or should they find dollar if they see that the dollar moves first. And then the dollar, it's 15, ours is 200. So there we really, really need international cooperation and be strong, and then even the G7 to be ready to act on the markets. I think it is doable, we have to do it, but also see that their international cooperation is very vital.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kumpula-Natri. Mrs. Grigade-Daugirde, do you want to comment before we end? And then I know Mr. Killunen wants a few seconds.
Just a short comment, maybe in general, because I think what is important, monitoring of, the situation on the border and cooperation between institutions, because, when you suddenly understand that you have more refrigerators coming in the quantities that used to be, nobody needs 20 times more refrigerators, so you understand that it definitely sends you a signal. And I think what have been noticed by our horizontal commission that is coordinating the sanctions, that people that want to circumvent the sanctions, they are very creative, because there was a person whose helicopter was being sanctioned, and it was still in the airport in Vilnius, and suddenly he decided to just recollect it in parts and to take it away in that way. So, it is always that you have to run after them, but I think we have to learn by doing, by cooperating with each other, by listening to the institutions, because deterrence is very important, and we will come to the point then we will be in advance instead of running afterwards, I think. So I wish for all of us not to lose hope and to consolidate our efforts in reaching that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Mr. Kimmo Kiljunen, Chairperson of the Finnish delegation. Dear Kimmo, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Despina. I wanted only to say thanks very much first for Mia-Petra Kumpula mentioning my name here. I have been too many times speaking here. I didn't take part in this discussion particularly, but I didn't only want to say thank you for her competence for this meeting. I wanted to introduce her to you, because Mia-Petra will actually take the leadership in Finnish delegation when she comes next autumn session for us to be head of the Finnish delegation here. So you will enjoy her competence later on very, very much more, and I hope I can continue in some other roles, but she will sit here in a standing committee soon with you. I'm so pleased, Mia-Petra, to see you here with us.
Thank you very much, Kimmo. And this brings us to the end of our discussion. I thank very much all the participants for their patience. It has been a very long day, but I think very fruitful discussions. The floor to you, Emanuelis, for a concluding sentence.
Few sentences. Dear friends, I would like, before you move, if possible, let's focus the attention on this extremely important item. Dear Secretary General, we are facing the fact, this disclosed by our prosecutor office and by our Ministry of Justice and by you, extremely professional remarks, that the country of aggression, aggressor country, is using all the sources, intelligence services, hundreds and thousands of officer, agent networks, to circumvene the sanctions. I think that their efforts are bigger like our efforts to implement the sanctions. It's disbalanced. So how democratic countries can be effectively stopping the dictatorship and their mobile circulation between dictator countries, to stop the mockery and humiliation from our sanctions. How we do that? So our first proposal was adopted unanimously in Human Rights Committee. The Assembly calls on all members and observer states, as well as the European Union and G7 groups, to set up a register of entities assisting the Russian Federation in evading and circumventing restrictive measures. That was adopted yesterday, and that will become a recommendation. We will shift that from resolution part to recommendation. And I'm so glad to having my old colleague and friend from our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, our ambassador to Council of Europe, Andrius Krivas, and I would like to insist that that will be official recommendation to Committee of Ministers side. So, secondly, our prosecutor office disclosed all possible measures how they are avoiding sanctions. I think we should openly open this shame list, starting from Baltic countries, Poland, the countries who are in the front of aggressor, and especially asking Ukrainian friends to be in the closest cooperation. So the criminal activities should be stopped, and we will use the changes in our law system after we will make our recommendation, and we will do national changes in national parliaments. So I think, looking to my good colleague and friend Saulius Verseckas, I would like to say to him and to the Ministry of Justice, when the war will be finished, the companies who were involved will be continue to have responsibility. And it will extend the time gap of the war. We will include in our law system that even after the war, we will hunt those guys who make a mockery from our European Union and our democracies and our Council of Europe values. Be sure we are committed, and especially if we will find the way to find who are those guys who are supplying Russian military with the, not important how to name that, but the chips, and we will be next making big exhibition. I just spoke with chairman of Ukrainian delegation, Maria Mezentseva. We will prepare a huge exhibition about missiles, rockets, bombs, and open the bombs were not blowing up, but was still in Ukrainian possession, Russian bombs, and open and show the all puzzles made in one country, made in second country, made in third country. We are just granting that such an exhibition will travel through our national capitals from European Union countries. And about third countries, be sure we will name those third countries. Today we tried to avoid going with the list of shame, but we will be naming the country by country, be sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zingeris, dear Emanuelis. Thank you all again for this discussion. And I wish you a lovely evening. Very many thanks to the interpreters for staying with us until this late hour. May I invite you for a family photo?
Friends, don't leave the room. Family photo, please. Family picture. In the name of all of us, we are telling thank you for brilliant, brilliant contributions.